Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here, you there, and this is another very special Jim Cornette Experience Omnibus edition where we gather various greatest hits from, I guess, all time here on the show and, of course, on the Drive-Thru, and we put them together for a mashup and, some might say, an omnibus of amazing material that you heard this year and beyond here on the shows. But I'm not here alone. With me, the man some have called Santa Corny, but we, of course, know him as the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
You hear that? The great Brian Last, that's the sound of the horn on the bus that's bearing down on the cult of Cornette as we speak right here. You're about to literally be run down by entertainment the likes of which has never been perpetrated on podcasting airwaves in the history of the internet before.
Well, you can't promise that. I mean, again, these are clips from previous episodes.
Wait a minute. Why are you telling me I can't promise that? Is it me on the program? Is it you on the program? If it's me and you, mostly me, but some you. If it's us on the program, then it's going to be great. But hey, I don't want to sit here all this time talking about you. Enough about you. Let's talk about me. What are we going to talk about here today, Brian? What are we going to hear? What's the flavor of the omnibus that we're going to hear about today?
Well, the flavor of this omnibus, I'm guessing, is bland turkey. I'm not exactly sure, but the topic is going to be a very popular topic amongst the cult of Cornette. Vince McMahon, the various topics, the various stories you have told on the air about Vince McMahon.
And this includes not only as of late when he has unfortunately become somewhat of a shell of his former self and is murmuring about eggs and pencils.
That's right.
But this also includes stories from the halcyon days. I'm not talking about the drug now for you people in the gutter. The halcyon day, the glory days of Vince, when he was on top of the world, when he had a commanding presence, a stentorian tone to his voice. As a matter of fact, somebody praised me the other day for smartening them up to the word stentorian. It's something they're going to use now in everyday language and everyday conversation. But so it's the plethora of Vince McMahon stories that are out there.
Indeed, that is correct. From the very beginning, when he was intimidating, when he was impersonating Howard Cosell, he tried to intimidate Howard Cosell. Remember, he tried to get him, if you ever read Howard Cosell's book, it's like, Vince McMahon called me and he wanted me to come to the WWF, and I told him no, and he was like, fuck you!
And he did, remember he did the same thing with Mike Goldberg.
That's right.
Goldberg and Rogan, before everybody knew Rogan was a lunatic, and Mike Goldberg was the play-by-play voice of the UFC, he suddenly got a wild hair up his ass, as we've mentioned about Vince. When he wakes up with an idea, the world is not safe, and he was trying to get Mike Goldberg not only to come and be the voice of Raw, but to no-show Dana White on some big event that they were on the doorstep of presenting over in the UFC, wasn't it?
I believe so. It was definitely to screw over the UFC. That was the main intent behind it. Sure.
And so sometimes Vince just wakes up with the idea, either I'll fuck that guy like he may have done with Vern Gagne, or I don't know why he was sideways with Dana White, or just with Howard Cosell, well, we've got to have the best. He considers the best person in whatever field of endeavor the most famous one, the name, the recognition factor, so with Howard Cosell, I guess now probably most people never even saw fucking Howard Cosell, but at one point in time, he was the most famous sports announcer and crossed over into probably the most famous television announcer in the United States, at least for a few years. And so he had to have him until he said, go fuck yourself.
Makes you wonder what he thought at WrestleMania 2. Celebrity was such a big deal for him. WrestleMania 1, Mr. T at the height of his powers. You have Cyndi Lauper at the height of her powers. Billy Martin, when the Yankee fans were really clamoring for more Billy Martin. Liberace. I guess in his own world, he was still a big deal. I don't know who the big Liberace fans are.
Everybody's grandmother. And in 85, grandmother still liked wrestling.
WrestleMania 2, you have elusive Burger Man Herb. Like the celebrity list just went way downhill.
I forgot about that. But you know what? To defend Herb, that commercial was everywhere. You couldn't fucking get away from it. Everybody knew who Herb was. Now, did anybody want to see any more of Herb? Did anybody want to see Herb on a wrestling program? Did anybody want to see Herb on a fucking 3-hour tour cruise and get lost at sea? Yes. But so they knew who he was. He was the most famous fast food franchise mascot in the world at that point in time.
Remember, they also had, what's her name from Wendy's? Where's the beef?
Clara Peller.
They had her, but they couldn't say anything about Wendy's because they would get sued. So they're like, what'd they call her? Like, famous burger woman.
Famous beef lady. She was the original meat gentlewoman.
All right.
But anyway.
A look at the celebrities throughout the years in WWE. Bob Uecker was the unexpected great. He got it. He embraced it. He brought some gravitas to it in his own weird way.
Yeah.
Bob Uecker was one of the best. WrestleMania 3 and WrestleMania 4.
He did get it. And the famous shot of Andre with his hands around his neck, that was classic. But then remember though, at one point they could start getting away without having celebrities at WrestleMania. I think Vince was always frustrated because they didn't have any celebrities, but for a while they'd get away with it because the product was so hot. And then they went back to celebrity, and then they had a celebrity on fucking Raw every Monday night for a while there, so it just became so overused it wasn't even a attraction or even something to talk about anymore.
And eventually they just threw random, like any celebrity they can get. I was at WrestleMania 10. I had a great time. Great matches on that show. I was happy to see Brett win the title. I was surprised. All the sheets were basically saying it's going to be Luger.
Yeah.
I was so happy. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, why is Donnie Wahlberg and Nicholas Turturro and who's that? Like just Burt Reynolds is there because he was down on his luck and a wrestling fan. You had the double thing going there. You had two things to get Burt Reynolds. He was down on his luck and a wrestling fan. But it was just some random celebrity. Anyone they can get, they would throw on there. Tiny Tim, where's he? Let's get him on there.
Was Pamela Anderson, the one was that a WrestleMania or was that another?
That was a Royal Rumble and a WrestleMania.
Royal Rumble and, well, at one of them, I saw her standing, backstage she wandered by the monitor and started watching for a minute. Otherwise, she was in a room somewhere. She looked exactly like you would expect Pamela Anderson to look, but she looked also in her eyes like she was just floating. Like she was like, what are my surroundings here? I have no idea what's going on in my environment.
That wasn't a unique thing in that locker room in 1996, let's be honest.
I don't know, most of the other guys looked like they could find their way back to the shitter if they had to, but anyway, nevertheless.
All right,
you're a big celebrity in your own right.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm just friends with a big celebrity.
Vanguard Network.
I'm just friends with a big celebrity. I'm a little nothing over here.
Well, I'm a little nothing. Short and stout. Here's my handle here. All right, so this is a television.
This is a television show. Surprise!
This is a podcast about all the fine stories that we've told about Vince McMahon over the last however long, but even though most of it, because we got to take some time off for the holidays, and we should mention also the Drive-Thru this week, as usual, be brand new content. We're only taking a couple of experiences off before the holidays because they fall on the actual holidays of Christmas and New Year's Day. The Drive-Thru this week will be new, and we will recap the week in wrestling. And also in this program, there is going to be new content because as a bonus for the listeners, the people have demanded it. The Cult of Cornette, that we're going to have fresh commercial spots sprinkled through this broadcast today, so you can look for those as bonus content.
What a tremendous gift.
Well, we try to be the people that keep on giving the gifts. And if you've gotten the gifts we've been giving, you'll know they're really well-given gifts.
I was wondering how you were going to shake your way out of that one.
Well, and I certainly did, didn't I? See?
Well, that's good exercise.
And folks, I'll tell you, because exercise is the key. You got to keep your mind sharp and you got to keep your body sharp. And sometimes, folks, we all work too hard and don't work out enough. We don't exercise. We don't take care of ourselves. Often I jog my memory, but otherwise, because let's face it, I don't have the time to go out to a gym somewhere. But thanks to our fine friends at Echelon, they can bring the gym home to you without the annoying parts, such as the other people in it. Because when you're trying to reach your fitness goals, Echelon can help. Not only can they bring the gym home to you, but also they can put you under the tutelage of world-class instructors, choreographing classes with music from your favorite artists with you in mind, and a community of literally hundreds of thousands of people who can give you that extra push. And if you're like me, I don't want hundreds of thousands of people pissed at me, but those hundreds of thousands of people are not coming to your home in person, as I understand. They just Echelon brings the gym home to you, but the instructors and the hundreds of thousands of random strangers who will be pushing you, they are only virtual. They're on the internet. They're kept at arm's length away from you. So it's the best way and the affordable way to get the workout equipment, the workout community, and an instructor's motivation right in the comfort of your own home. That's Echelon. And those instructors have those riding crops, and they will make whipping sounds at you.
No.
Over the internet.
No, they won't.
To motivate you.
That won't be happening.
Unfortunately, you have to pay more money to get them to come and whip you in person. But
that's a different service.
That's a different service that Echelon may or may not perform in the future.
No,
Echelon,
they will not be performing that service.
They'll not be performing. That's somebody else you gotta call.
Their service is very detailed, and you have that in front of you. You know what their service is. It's a wonderful service.
Well, it's a great service because their fitness app provides you with thousands of live and on-demand classes. You can work out anytime, day or night. You can pick your class, climb the leaderboard, and I'll tell you what, climbing that leaderboard, that son of a bitch will wear you out as it is, especially your legs. So that's the best exercise that I've gotten so far, but you can cheer each other on or potentially berate each other, depending. I don't think they'll let you do it long, but if there's somebody that really pisses you off, you could get on them for a second before they figured it out. But you give this your all with these certified fitness instructors that are supportive, engaging, and fun. Supportive, engaging, and fun fitness instructors. I want demanding. I want actually positively downright strict. But anyway, nevertheless, they'll get you moving. And Echelon has a full range of affordable workout equipment, including stationary bikes. Don't expect to be able to get anywhere, but you will exercise. Smart rowers. They're the rowers that get somewhere instead of just wandering around in a circle. They've got sleek fitness screens, and every one of them are connected to the Echelon experience, much like the Jim Cornette experience. Except they don't verbally berate you when you fuck up. Around-the-clock classes for the family, including full-body workout programs. You know, they used to say in wrestling that everybody should sell an eye gouge because there's no eye machine at the gym. Well, Echelon has an eye machine. And one full body, everything in there from your nose to your toes. And some of the workout programs for some parts of your body, I'm talking about those taint pull-ups.
Will you stop
I don't know how you get the hook in there. Anyway, one membership.
There are no hooks.
There's no hooks. But it'll hook you in with the quality of their service, and one membership covers a family. God damn you. One membership covers a family of 5. It's a big thing, and it's on canvas, so it swoops down over your entire family. And right now, that's one membership. That boy, you ought to see the envelope it comes in. And right now, for a limited time only, possibly less time than even you and I realize, podcast listeners will get up to $800 off MSRP. And you'll also get up to $800 off some of the stuff at Echelon. To get this exclusive podcast discount, you got to text the word DRIVE. That's because it's your show that they're primarily hooked to here. DRIVE. Text the word DRIVE.
Yes.
To 818181. Drive to 818181. Do not drive to Interstate 81 because then you'll be headed either to Virginia or Tennessee, depending on which direction you're going. text the word drive to 818181 and get up to $800 off that good old MSRP on Echelon workout equipment. The incredible way to bring the gym home to you and get the workout equipment, the workout community, and an instructor's motivation in the comfort of your own home. If your home is not comfortable, then see a contractor. There's nothing Echelon can do for you, but they'll build your muscles up so you can tear that crummy drywall out and put up some good stuff. Message and data rates may apply. See terms for details.
All right, we somehow got through that. It's a wonderful service that Echelon has. Everyone should check it out. They should have a Bill Watts coach. Pick that up, you pussy.
Yeah.
You're a flake, boy.
Hey, let me show you how to lay that kick in. Buddy, put your head down there.
Well, as we get going here, we're about to talk about someone else who just loves to work out, apparently in the middle of the night, when he probably, now looking back, probably should have been sleeping. He probably shouldn't have gotten all that sleep that he missed out on. Of course, we're talking about Vince McMahon. Well, a second Vince McMahon question from Jack here, Vince.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Jim.
Thank you, pal.
Jack's second question here. Would you please tell the story of when you rode with Vince and how much he scared the shit out of you?
Oh, good God. Well, everybody knows that's been around Vince for any length of time. Yes, he likes to be in control, and he also believes that he is the best in the world at everything and is completely invulnerable and invincible. And told the story about when we were misdirected on a flight because of weather. We were going back from somewhere, a television taping, back into the Northeast, and we were supposed to go to Newark, I believe it was, but the weather, all the Northeast airports, New York area is just fucked. And can't go to Newark, and can't go to LaGuardia, and can't go to the Kennedy back there, whatever the third airport is. What is it up there?
It's Kennedy.
I'm asking you. It's Kennedy.
It's
okay.
Newark, LaGuardia, and Kennedy.
All right. Well, we never used Kennedy anyway. But anyway, so they make this announcement on the plane, and of course Vince is sitting there in first class, and I'm a couple rows back. I think I might have upgraded with my frequent flyer or whatever, right? But Vince hits his button, calls the stewardess over. I see the conversation. She walks off. A few minutes later, he's looking around like, nothing's happening. He gets up, goes up, knocks on the cockpit door, and this was pre-9/11, but still. It's not exactly the fucking protocol that the passengers can just go knock on the fucking cockpit door and talk to the captain. Apparently, he had demanded that from the stewardess that she get one of the pilots to come out and explain why that we couldn't go to fucking White Plains. It's just right up the road because he wants to get back and work a half a day at the office. And now this is, if we're rerouted to Albany, which was their plan, this is not going to happen because it's 180 miles. And he's knocking on a door and people start coming and finally one of the pilots comes out and does indeed talk to him and talks him and says, look, we can't do anything else. This is what we got to do. I'm like, motherfucker, I don't care if we go to Des Moines, if it's good weather, it's not landing a fucking thunderstorm, right? I don't love to work that much. So then they take us to Albany. Oh, we're going to have to rent a car to get back. Now he's pissed because he's missed the afternoon of work at the office. Because by the time we get in the car in Albany, it's fucking 1:00. Right. So we're not going to get back till 4:30-ish. And it's pouring rain. Well, he's all drive. And I'm back in the back seat with Bruce. JR's up in the front. And Vince is driving. People exaggerate and say 100 miles an hour. He may have hit that in a couple of the straight stretches, but he's doing consistently 85 or 90 in the fucking rain. I'm back there. My asshole has fucking clinched up 6 square yards of the fucking upholstery material, and I'm gripping the fucking seat. And everybody else is just trying to look at their shit to, avoid having to fucking deal with the obvious fact that we're being piloted by a lunatic, right? And he's a great driver, but still, fuck. So we got back in record time, like 2.5 hours from Albany, New York to Stamford, Connecticut. And that is when I decided I'm going to do everything at all costs to avoid riding with Vince McMahon from now on. And then Jim Ross was later sometime, it may have been a year or two later, I think his phrase to Vince was, Vince, I love you and you're a friend of mine, but I love my children also and I want to see them again. So I'm not going to ride with you anymore. And Bruce would have let him strap him to the fucking fender like a deer and do whatever, right?
Yeah.
But it just, because he had no fear of anything. He thought he was, if he's going to drive, he's the best driver in the world. The laws don't apply to him. There was that time that cop pulled him over and gave him the ticket for speeding. And it's like, I've told that story. I won't chew my food twice, but finally this poor rookie cop been on the fucking job 2 days, it looked like. When he fucking finishes, and Vince is fuming because now we're sitting on the side of the road instead of going. So when he finishes writing the ticket, he hands it to Vince, and his stock line they've taught him in trooper school is, if you don't have any more questions, sir, you're free to go. And Vince snatches that fucking ticket out of his hand, throws it on the goddamn dashboard, doesn't say a word with that disgusted Vince look on his face, pops it into drive, spins out on the shoulder, the fucking gravel flying everywhere, and back on the interstate doing 70 miles an hour. I turn around in time to see that fucking cop doing the hop and skip to avoid the gravel in his eyes and nuts, and just standing there with his hands at his sides staring at Vince. I'm like, motherfucker, why would you not get in the car and chase this guy down again? If it'd been me, he would have put me under the jail. But it's Vince. He just is, and he didn't even know who Vince McMahon was. It's just the power of that personality. The cop didn't want any more fucking Vince. Just let him do what he's going to do.
Didn't Harley Race have a similar reputation for driving?
Oh, God, I never rode with Harley, but yes, he did. Probably faster. And the one thing, Vince would never be drunk while he was driving. Harley might not be drunk, but he would be drinking. Yeah, 100 miles an hour everywhere in a boat or a fucking car or whatever. In a snowstorm, on the side of the road, making his own roads. Yeah, no, that's, and you know, imagine this, Harley been in several near fatal car wrecks going all the way back to when he first got into business that killed his wife and daughter. And I'm not saying this was his fault. I don't know what it was when he was very young. But they said he'd never walk again, and they were going to cut his fucking leg off. And Gus Karras, the promoter from Kansas City, came in and said, fuck you, you're not, and took him out of that hospital and took him to his own doctor and saved his wrestling career.
Yeah, and of course he started by driving Happy Humphrey around. That must have been an adventure.
And he would also have to, because Humphrey couldn't get in the fucking showers at the buildings half the time, so he'd have to do the wash off like the circus elephants with the garden hose for Happy Humphrey, who was 2 pounds. William J. Cobb of Macon, Georgia.
I just found an issue of Wrestling Confidential from '64 that covers Happy Humphrey's stay at a weight loss center in, I think, Atlanta, and he had dropped 400 pounds. He was 400 pounds. He still looked huge, but he was clearly half the size he had previously been.
Well, and when I first started getting the Guinness Book of World Records in the early 70s, because I used to get every year when it came out, I had to see who'd broken what, right? He was down in one of them, if I'm not mistaken, for not only being 802 pounds at the time in the 50s, was the heaviest human ever recorded also, but then for losing like almost 600 pounds at one point, which is why he disappeared from wrestling, because why do you need a 200-pound Happy Humphrey?
What's the worst thing you saw Vince McMahon eat?
Oh, God. Well, he never ate anything bad, but, you know, just like when we'd go to lunch, if we were at his place and we would go down to the little country store down the road, and I don't know why this place is in Greenwich because it looks like just a little hole in the wall, but they had good lunch counter. Anyway, I'd get chicken fingers or a cheesesteak or something. I can't remember what Brother Brucey would get. Vince would get a giant turkey sandwich with like double the turkey on fucking white bread with a little mustard. And he would sit there, he'd take it and take half the sandwich and eat it in 2 or 3 bites because he didn't want to enjoy eating. He just stuffed it in and ate it as quickly as possible because it's fuel. He ate the way most people fill their car up with gas. Stick the fucking nozzle in, shoot the shit in, get out of there as quickly as possible. It was just, he didn't take pleasure in eating. He just stuffed it in because it was fuel and protein. And if he went out for a steak, he'd eat a bunch of fucking steak. But he wouldn't really
you know, I mean, he wouldn't go crazy with the sides and the butter on the baked potato and everything, and he wouldn't savor everything. He'd eat it because it's fuel. He ate to live rather than live to eat.
Was it uncomfortable eating around him?
And he would, yeah, kind of. You know, you'd see him every once in a while looking at you like you're fucking eating monkey shit when you're having a fucking fried chicken finger or whatever. And then he'd have these power bars, the fucking protein bars and the power bars in his briefcase. And if somebody else popped out a fucking candy bar or whatever as a snack, that's what he would go to. And just you see him trying to chew them. And you think, God damn, that must be like eating roofing towel rolled in alfalfa.
Jim, you were all grown men. Who's pulling out a candy bar?
Well, I mean, if somebody had a snack or something, if they had, you know, other people might eat a bag of chips or might eat a fucking Reese cup or might eat whatever. He's got goddamn these power bars is what he called them. Some of those fucking, it looks like bran and granola and covered with something that's alleged to be chocolate flavored. I don't fucking know.
But you never saw him just go crazy one day and eat like a whole row of Oreos or a pizza?
Oh, God, no.
Never?
No. Not that I could ever remember.
Have you ever seen him consume alcohol?
Thankfully, the private plane and all of that activity was not a thing when I was there, and I never went to bars and etc. So no, I don't know that I've ever seen him take a drink. I know that he has, but as far as eating, no, I don't remember ever seeing him eat. I mean, there's another thing. If you would go like after a show, if he'd insist on going to fucking Denny's or whatever, you know you're going to be there an hour and a half because he's going to order everything modified. All the eggs have to be egg whites only and this and that and the other fucking thing to follow his diet, even if he's at fucking Denny's at 1 a.m.
So Denny's, but you never went to like a Waffle House when you were in the South with Vince after.
No. I now would have paid money if I could have done that. Now that
what would he have ordered?
He'd ordered us to leave. Is what he'd ordered.
All right.
He saw the fucking menu scattered, smothered, covered, and chunked. What's that, pal? Well, they fucking put it on the griddle and they spray a little oil on it and then they hash brown it up with some fucking onions and some cheese and some what we believe to be ham. And oh my God.
This was sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Anthony Delcello. In a recent interview, former WWE creative team member Jimmy Jacobs recounted how Vince McMahon once almost fired one of his writers for not knocking on his office door before coming in with a scripted promo that Vince had requested. Jacobs stated that, quote, "You are always one weird interaction with Vince away from losing your job. My question is, did Vince react in the same way if you or anybody else in the 90s would enter his office without knocking? If not, what the hell has happened to Vince? Does he secretly despise modern members of his creative team?"
I keep hearing all these stories that Vince is so touchy and he just snaps off in an instant. I never saw that Vince. He would snap off, but it wasn't just willy-nilly and, over something like that. I mean, under the normal course of things, people knocked on his door, but at the same time, if it was me or Bruce or JR or something, we left our stuff in there. We just gone to piss. We come back in because we've been in there before. But I never knew Vince, at least in my periphery, to be that fucking touchy and ready to snap at people. If he saw something he didn't like or wanted done over, he might be snippy or snappy, but it wasn't just like some guy bumbles in the back door and he's the Mr. McMahon character instantly to the guy. I didn't see that. But maybe Vince is the kind of guy, he even said this one time in a magazine interview. He was quoted as saying, "I believe when I die, I will die a very miserable, unfulfilled man because there's so many more things I want to do." That's why he never fucking stops working. He never quits, whatever. And maybe now he's just crankier and snippier because he knows he's 20 years shorter of time to do all that shit he ain't got time to do. And he's like, "Oh, you motherfucker, you're fucking taking up my time." I don't know. But I I never had Vince snap at me or anybody that I'm trying to remember for just any just stupid, insignificant thing like your wife at a certain time of the month or whatever. He wasn't that snippy.
How was his memory back then?
Seemed to be pretty good also. Everybody gets older and gets a little forgetful, and he's on the second half of the 70s now. So, that can go also. But it's not like he could sit there and quote, complete results of Madison Square Garden shows for 1966. But, his memory was pretty good when I was around him, especially if somebody had done something in the past that he was not happy with. He had a good memory for that stuff.
Well, let me ask you about that, because there's always been a story, or I shouldn't say a story, but it's always been said that if someone did a shoot interview or someone went out there and talked about something they had a problem with Vince or said something bad about him, that was the guy he wanted to hire back, as opposed to someone like Bobby Heenan, who never said a bad word about Vince, and Vince never brought him back. You mentioned how he would get mad about certain people doing certain things. Did you ever see any signs of that, about him wanting to bring back people who had pissed him off or had said things about him?
And if he did for that reason, he never said it out loud. So I never really equate it. That's one of those things where it's a, not a stereotype, but a rule of thumb that really just kind of becomes true because people say it over and over, because think of all the people that have said bad shit about him and he still hired them back. And that works both ways. I know, yes, they said bad shit and still went back, but they said bad shit and he still hired them back. But it's just like wouldn't you know, it always rains when I get my car washed. Well, wouldn't you know, Vince always hires the ones back that docked him. Unless somebody prints it out on a piece of paper or holds some video tablet or some type of screen in front of Vince and makes him watch a specific clip or statement or read a transcription of something that ain't very long, I guarantee you Vince McMahon has never seen a comment on a shoot interview in his life of anybody's.
Who would be that person that put that in front of him, you think?
Well, any stooge wanting to suck up by, taking advantage of somebody else's misery. Or, I told him I had to. I've told everybody. I showed him the only clip of ECW television he'd ever seen when he said, "Oh, I guess because Bruce was a fan of that horse shit, and then along came Shit Stain, and the ship was sunk." But for balance, he said, "Well, they want us to work with the ECW." I said, here's what was on ECW TV last night. And I put in that thing with Alfonso and Beulah, where Alfonso was run through a razor blade factory and squirting blood everywhere and all the fucking garbage. And I said, this is what they're wanting you to work with. Just want to make sure we have all sides represented. So anyway, but it depends.
Decided to work with them.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, yeah, it depends on which one of the Stooge Patrol is wanting to push which agenda, positive or negative.
When you were there, who was the biggest Vince stooge?
Really, as far as relaying quotes or what people are saying, he was actually official was Howard Finkel, because Finkel every morning did the Finkel report. You're aware of this, right?
Yes.
The Finkel report was basically a typed out sheet of however long Howard would get to the office in Stamford, sometimes before 6 a.m. So because back then, obviously, there was very little internet, and he started before there was internet. He would call the wrestling hotlines when they still had the phone lines, or he subscribed to all the sheets and the newsletters, and he would transcribe pertinent things or pithy comments about anything that Vince might want to know is being said into what was called the Finkel report. And he'd type it out, and by the time everybody got in at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Finkel report would be in everybody's box, and Vince, if he cared to that day, look at it, kind of like Trump's presidential briefings. He would scan through it, but it was just something circulated with anything that was affecting the WWF or what Vince might want to know about. But I don't think that he particularly gave a shit about anybody's comments as much as just keeping track of the tone of what people were saying about various things.
To all the people that say Bruce Pritchard was nothing but an ass kisser, did Bruce in fact kiss his ass more than everyone else?
That's probably fair. I think just over the length of time that he was there and the shrinkage of his balls as time went on, and Bruce will say, well, I got fired a couple of times, but Vince only fired him once. Stephanie fired him the other time. And this is a side note, but I've never understood actually going back somewhere when somebody fires you and you think it's going to work out good again. I've never done that. I've gone to the same company with all different people a time or two, but I digress. But anyway, but yeah, JR would stand up to him ever so often, and Pat never kissed his ass. Pat's just so friendly and nice and just cool that, he doesn't get heat with anybody. Russo blatantly kissed ass, but he wasn't there long enough. Bruce went decades of high quality puckering. So I think overall, yeah, probably.
Okay, well, our next question, Jim, sent in the CornyDriveThru at gmail.com, was sent by John in Walkertown, North Carolina. I can't speak. There's anger in my teeth. Why does Vince McMahon...
So you've got angry teeth?
I've got angry teeth today. Why does Vince McMahon enjoy changing the names of all of his wrestlers? Recently, Buddy Murphy had his first name dropped and is now known as Murphy.
Oh, God.
Bobby Roode was changed to Robert Roode. Chad Gable was changed to Shorty G, which is maybe the worst of them all.
Yeah.
I get the change for copyright reasons, but why change the name if WWE holds the copyright for the original?
Well, Robert Roode was Robert Roode because he was more distinct, like Robert Roode, like when Terry Taylor switched heel in WCW and he became Terrence Taylor. It's just a more lofty, snooty type of fucking presentation. And Bobby Roode is an incredible talent. And I've always been a fan of his. Whatever they call him, as long as they push him, right? He's fucking insanely good. As a matter of fact, I always thought that he was the second coming of Arn Anderson. Always knows where he is in the ring, never makes a mistake, incredible body language. Even when he's confused because somebody's doing some crazy shit around him, you can't tell he's lost. He's incredible. So whatever, they can do to accentuate his presentation, great. But the other ones, yeah, they're just burying those guys. I don't know why. Somebody having one name, yes, it works for Cher. It works for Liberace, whatever the fuck. It doesn't work for Murphy. And Shorty G is just, I guess he pissed somebody off and they just wrote him off. And as I recall, he's a pretty good young talent.
Very good. Yeah.
But nobody, it's like the Republicans. Boy, Trump and Vince are so similar. It's like the Republicans just lying straight out of their ass like they do every time they go out in public and expecting people not to see it and to say, what the fuck? They just, oh, this will be better. And they know it's not going to be better. They know they're assing off with some guy or they're fucking with some guy. Shorty G is not better than Chad Gable. They know that. And they know everybody's going to laugh at him. That's what they're going for whatever fucking reason, because maybe he's too good of an athlete, but he's not entertaining enough, so the writers don't like him or whatever the fuck. But, and somebody, I don't even know that Vince knows about these things anymore, because used to he would have, but now he's so far above everything. I think they just do it because some fucking twerp that's never been in a goddamn men's locker room before has become a wrestling writer and decides that it might be funny. Which is why they all ought to be fucking run through a razor blade factory and then dipped in a goddamn gallon of alcohol. But that's just my opinion about the wrestling writers.
Okay, well, we're talking about Vince here and his propensity for...
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know if Vince knows that Shorty Gable or Chad Gable became Shorty G.
But beyond that, the whole getting rid
I don't think he cares. Who gives a shit?
Like Cesaro was originally Antonio Cesaro. Rusev was Alexander Rusev. And all of a sudden he gets some kind of hitch where he's like, you know what? They can't have a first name. It's not marketable.
Well, and in that case, yeah, with those guys, I don't know. I can't explain it to you. It's just these fucking, when Vince wakes up and decides, okay, all the plan that these two big hotshot executives have set up, I don't like, we're going to do it differently. You're fired.
And he just does that sometimes. You should have seen me look at him like he had a steaming turd hanging out of his mouth. When I was there the first time, he said, don't call it a hospital, call it a medical facility. He said, it sounds fake if say hospital. It's like old wrestling stuff. I said, Vince, have you ever heard anybody say, oh my God, I'm hurt, take me to the medical facility? And he just looked at me like I was an idiot because I was telling the truth. Medical facility, pal. It's not insulting their intelligence by saying they're being hospitalized. What the okay, it's insulting their intelligence by making up a medical facility to take them to for their phony injury. Yeah, fuck. Can you tell why I couldn't wait to get the fuck out of there?
I have a pretty good understanding. Let's get out of this question.
A lot of people have still been talking about and they had the WWE earnings call, the WWE stock and the network and the OTT services. And now Vince has made the announcement. Are they, nobody knows what to think. Are they taking the pay-per-views off of the network? Are they going to Amazon? Are they going to Peacock? Are they going to whatever the fuck they're going to? You've seen this, have you not, Mr. Last?
I have. Peacock?
Peacock is going to be the new streaming service from NBC Universal, which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so.
And that is the one that the fine folks at PW Insider, who have a grip on these things and actually understand how the internet works, think is the best bet that Vince is talking about. But obviously, the stock is like at 50% of what it was, a couple months ago or whenever. And it took a real big hit when Michelle Wilson and George Barrier Reef got shown the door. We talked about that on the Drive-Thru, how they pay these fucking executives $15 million a year and the wrestlers get, bupkis. And there's a lot more. I'm not saying that it doesn't take talent and smarts and et cetera to be a great business executive. I'm just saying there's a lot more of them in the world than there is great wrestlers. But the business executives in that company, because it's all the same, the people running the fucking show are business people, and they think the business people are more valuable. So they pay them millions of dollars in benefits and insurance and everything. And the wrestlers, just because that's exactly what we're selling in our entire product, they don't get a lot of money because what the fuck? They are wrestlers. So that's where we're at. And that's where anybody that wants to work for the WWE or any other major corporation, that's what they need to know. That's how diluted their thinking is. It's, so anyway, Wall Street did not appreciate the two top, to their mind, the two main event people in the company getting fucking booted by Vince. But now that they've made the statement about, well, are they going to fiddle with the network? Are they going to go to over the top streaming services? What are they going to do? I'm reading, knowing Vince a little bit, I'm reading his mind, and I'm seeing where this has gone. Because probably Wilson and Barrios were like, hey, we've got a long-term plan. We've planned this out. We've strategically done this and that. We think, this is the way forward. And instead, Vince woke up one morning and said, we can get $500 million from one of these fuckers for our streaming, so we'll do that. And they're like, Vince, and he's like, well, you don't want to do it, pal? See you later. Need to get with the program. And he just makes decisions like that. And now it's starting to show that you could make decisions like that when you ran the whole fucking thing and had to answer to nobody and et cetera. But now after the stock scam, publicly traded wrestling companies, fuck. But after all this, normal outside people are looking, going, well, what the fuck are they doing? They can't just change direction on a dime. That's why the stock price went down. So Vince wants to play in this world. He can't do that shit anymore, which is why wrestling not only should never be national for one thing, but wrestling should never be publicly traded, because then you can't offend anybody, for fuck's sake. And then where are you at? But the tiered network and all this stuff they've been planning, I can see where can't you, if they had this long-term strategic plan for all this, net, and the other thing and thought it was valid, and Vince just says, no, let's do something different one day, you can see where there might be some conflict.
Yeah.
Although, to me, the tiered network, again, they would add extra services if you paid a little bit more. They're basically not addressing the real problem, which is everybody's problem. they're trying to get more money out of the people that exist instead of trying to get more people. Just like every other wrestling promotion is doing, because that's what we're down to now. And we're going to go into that more heavily when we talk about all petite wrestling. But it's never been more plain and obvious for the kind of people who like this kind of thing. That's the kind of thing those people like, but there's fewer and fewer of them. And they're trying to get them to spend more and more money per head. And sooner or later, there's going to be, what do they call it, a tipping point? Or just a, you know, what the fuck? Do you think we're all Nelson fucking Rockefeller around here? We got millions of dollars spent on this shit. No, you need multiple millions of people instead of people with multiple millions of dollars. Because the multiple millions of people, there's more of them than there is the people with the multiple millions of dollars. But I don't know how that a tiered network is going to solve anything when what else can they give people that they've already given them the entire library that's up for grabs that they've digitized and got ready on the network. They've already given them all the pay-per-views. They've already given them all these specials, $9.95 a month. They think just because they give them a few independent groups from fucking England that are willing to work with them and that they don't view as a threat so that they'll put them on the network, that's going to be worth an extra however much per month. I don't think there's enough people that, you know, that's going to make a big difference. And, you know, but yeah, you know, as far as the WWE network goes, I don't see what they can put on now that drastically increases the value besides a bunch of independent shows, like I said, that from England or wherever that, yes, some people want to see those, but not in great numbers. It's not like they're adding, oh, we've just found 20 new WrestleManias, you know, and so now they're stuck. So now Vince wants to fucking just blow the whole thing up. I've said Vince is like Donald Trump, except he knows, you know, more words. He's smarter, smoother, and has better manners. But he still wants to blow everything up on a whim just because he, you know, gets an idea. So I don't see where they're going to, the stock price will be interesting for a while, is all I've got to say. Is all I got to say about that.
And a lot of calls on that conference call, the earnings call, wondering about the XFL. How does this affect everything? And Vince kept saying, it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't. It's a different staff, different.
That's another. He's got such a fucking grudge. This thing didn't fly. Who gives a fuck about fucking football? And he's 75 years old and he's a billionaire and he's going to work himself to death trying to fucking do the, you know, redo something that that didn't work.
You know, Jim, a lot has been said about Vince McMahon's taste in food or lack of taste in food. We've heard about you and various other people spending a day at the house and going and getting, I guess you were getting okay food. He was getting a very dry lunch.
I would go down. There was a little store, a little country store, Connecticut style, right? The old Connecticut road there that he lived on. It'd probably been there for ages. And they had the deli counter and they also had the, you know, the fry area and a little lunch counter there. And I'd get a Philly cheesesteak, or maybe I'd get the chicken fingers, or I'd get, you know, what, a burger, something, everything. He would take me and Bruce or Shitstain, or whoever was, you know, working with him at the time, and he'd pay for everybody's lunch. He would invariably get a turkey sandwich on white bread with a light mustard. Because there he gets his protein. There's no fat going on. I'm surprised he didn't get rye or wheat or something, but he would get white bread. But
that's what I was going to say.
That was only actually to give him something so his hands wouldn't touch the turkey, I think. And he would eat the whole goddamn sandwich in like 6 bites. And it's fuel. It's fuel, pal. Who's he kidding?
He goes to bed. He has a bunch of Oreos.
Well, and see, that's somebody said, asked him that question one time. He said, well, if I'm going to cheat, I'll eat a whole box of Oreos at one time. I'm sure he did, but I've never seen him do it. You know, he would probably, oh, good Lord, I'm a junk food junkie. Good Lord, have pity on me. At the middle of the night, he's eating the Oreos. But that was the thing, because as Mama Cornette used to say about me, Jimmy, you live to eat. But Vince eats to live. It's fuel that is necessary for him to intake in order to have the energy to work out and work. That's what it is. But having said that, it's not that Vince is not, it will just eat any shit because he doesn't care. It has to be usually either expensive or very low fucking everything. But if he picks where to go out for dinner or just a meal, it's invariably a steakhouse. And then he'll get the big giant steak and fucking sit and eat that in giant bites also. But that makes him feel like a carnivore, because that's...
But there's a big difference, too.
It's not like he's going out and eating just some kind of Poofter's old French toast or anything.
Well, there's a big difference, too, between a turkey sandwich in the afternoon and a nice big old steak for dinner.
Well, but it's intake for him. But most normal people want to savor the experience, but he'll get it because he's attacking the meal like he attacks his work, like he attacks his opponents, like he attacks the day. But folks, if you don't want to be attacked because you can't pay your bills, you don't want to go to the steakhouses that Vince McMahon goes to. Oh, no, you don't, because they will break your bank. But you can still eat like you're going to a fancy steakhouse, and you don't even have to walk out your front door because they'll bring it to your front door. Of course, Brian, I'm talking about our friends at Omaha Steaks. And I'll have you know that several days before Christmas, we could not wait, and we went ahead and broke into the Omaha Steaks that we have been saving for our Christmas dinner and had several of the, Stacy had one. I had the remaining number of these things. I won't mention the exact number that we're eating. The bacon-wrapped filet mignons. Oh, boy, howdy. And we had some of those along with the individual scalloped potatoes and made sure to season them liberally with the Omaha Steaks seasoning. And our lips smacked our brains out. And the same thing can happen to you guys, because Omaha Steaks is ready to ship today. You may have missed Christmas, but what better for a new year than to eat steak? Because you know what Mama Cornette used to say, what you do on New Year's Day, you'll do all year long. So eat steak. Folks, if you go to omahasteaks.com right now and enter JCE into the search bar, you can save over 50% on the perfect gift package. The perfect gift package contains, taking a big breath here, 4 bacon-wrapped filet mignons, 4 boneless chicken breasts, 4 Omaha Steaks burgers, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 individual scalloped potatoes, 4 caramel apple tartlets, 1 jar of signature seasoning, and if you put that JCE in the search bar, another 8 free Omaha Steaks burgers in that package. I mean, literally, you could take this into a bomb shelter, and you could be poor old Burgess Meredith in time enough at last, and you wouldn't starve for months. Folks, again, omahasteaks.com, the keyword JCE in the search bar. They're ready to ship today. You don't have to worry about this taking till Valentine's Day, because they do this shit for a living, folks. They know how to get it to you, and fresh and packaged for either freezer or grill. omahasteaks.com, keyword JCE in the search bar, 50% off the perfect gift package for all that food, only $99.99 to your door, and it's got cold air and automatic transmission. Folks, you're going to enjoy those steaks as you stick them down your gullets, you gluttonous gourmets.
All right, well, let's hear from, I was going to say another gluttonous gourmet, but he's really not either of those. Certainly not the galloping gourmet. Maybe the gourmet of hit and miss wrestling, I guess we can call it that.
Wait a minute. What was the name of the galloping gourmet, Brian Last?
Graham Kerr.
God damn you.
I love the galloping. I love the galloping gourmet. I used to love watching him.
Look, galloping gourmet?
Yeah, I used to love watching the galloping gourmet.
The galloping gourmet used to gallop across the TV screen, grilling gourmet victuals. I couldn't think of a G word for food.
He was great when he was drunk, and then after he had the stroke, not so much.
Well, and he had a little droop to him then, didn't he? Thank you. I didn't remember that I always remembered Graham Kerr in Happier Days, but now you've put a picture in my mind of him as a disabled, older, stroke-ridden individual, and now that's a great thing to think about for the holidays.
I've never seen a chef jump over a chair better than he did.
But
I guess not jump. He galloped over the chair.
Hey, they should have called him the Canterbury Cook.
Why would they call him that? He was the galloping gourmet.
He had Kenny Olivier's little canter where he just did a little skip over the chair. A little canter. Oop.
If anything, Omega has his canter, not the other way around. He came first, and he was in syndication.
Well, I guess so the galloping gourmet came first and emitted Kenny Olivier. There may be truth to that.
Maybe I'm too hard on Omega. If his influences are really Graham Kerr and Harpo Marx, those are my influences. I don't know, maybe I'm too hard on him.
He didn't take their best points.
No, he didn't. But Vince McMahon certainly didn't take the best points of many wrestlers that he stole from many promotions over the years. Let's find out what tale we're going to hear next about Vince McMahon. Our next question, Jim, sent in to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from John in Detroit, Michigan. I've watched a Scott Hall shoot interview where he says that when he went to the WWF to get hired, he did a Tony Montana Scarface impression in front of Vince, who apparently didn't know about the movie or the character, and that was the genesis of Razor Ramon. I also remember from 2006 when Paul Burchill was dressed as Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean films. They gave him entrance music directly ripped from the Hans Zimmer scores of those movies. News sites at the time said that the gimmick was dropped because nobody told Vince it was all from a movie franchise he had never seen. In your time at WWE, was Vince totally out of touch with movies and pop culture like this?
Well, I can tell you that I've never seen the goddamn movie either, and never saw Paul Burchill as a pirate because I didn't watch any of that shit. But I can believe it. They probably, well, first of all, with the Razor Ramon thing, he was doing, what was he doing in WCW? The Diamond Stud?
The Diamond Stud, yes.
And Scott Hall has, I don't even know if I'd call it an accent, but just a way of speaking normally that kind of lent himself to doing a little fucking Tony Montana type of, accent thing. And I think he just looked like that, and he just probably did it. And Vince said, yeah, what the fuck? And there you go. With the stuff with Burchill, I can believe it because I don't know that I ever heard Vince talk about ever seeing a movie. I haven't seen a lot in a while because nothing interests me, to be quite honest. But Bruce used to joke that Vince hadn't gone to the grocery for himself since 1984, and it was 1996 at that time, and I could believe that too. I couldn't see Vince in a fucking grocery. So, but I can also see that if he found out, well, fuck, these fucking high-paid writers that I've got are just fucking ripping off a goddamn movie, fuck you, do something on your own. Who knows? But yeah, it's entirely believable.
All those times you were at Vince's house, did he ever watch TV?
No. Unless we had to watch a clip of something, which we'd go and put in the VCR. There wasn't a TV in the room when we were writing. I wish there had been. I could have fucking paid attention to something else besides fucking shit stain every once in a while. Remember I told you the time me and Bruce and Vince are sitting there. Can't remember if shit stain was there by then or not. And the cable guy comes in. And Vince says, yeah, right back there, pal, because he had a living room behind. We would sit at his small dining room table, and that was off the kitchen, and then he had a living room area in the back. And he'd say, right back there, pal, no audio. And the cable guy goes back, and he comes back in 45 seconds with the remote in his hand. He says, sir, see this button that says mute? Oh, okay. And he handed the guy $100. He called the cable company because he couldn't get any audio on his television. It was the fucking mute button. And he gave the guy $100 tip when he left.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
I guess if there, it was some big sporting event or he'd want to watch the Super Bowl or whatever, but I don't remember him ever saying he had watched anything on television or seeing him watch anything on television except a wrestling production of some kind, usually that he was involved in. He didn't watch other wrestling, but every once in a while you could make him watch a tape of some specific guy.
Our next question, Jim, sent in to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Corey in New Jersey. Jim, Many people have said Vince McMahon could be a unique individual to deal with. But my question is, with Vince being so wealthy and seemingly so aloof from the mundane, what would Vince carry in his wallet if you ever saw it? Did he carry cash, family photos, lots of credit cards? What else would you say Vince normally carried in his pockets daily?
Oh, God. Well, I've seen his wallet many times, and he carries if he's fucking going to the little convenience store down from his house to get a turkey sandwich, he might not have $5,000 on him, but he's always got money, and he has plenty of credit cards. I didn't ever go through Vince's wallet, so I don't know about his family pictures. It wasn't like he ever pulled any out and said, hey, look at Stephanie when she was 4, because we're too busy fucking working. I've mentioned he doesn't often do things out in public for himself anymore, such as going, I think Bruce said 1984 was the last time he'd been to the grocery. I believed it. They had a live-in couple that did those type of things. But Vince, he's got some kind of membership or something. I didn't even know they had this. The Hertz, I don't even know whether it's platinum or diamond or just Hertz, big fucking millionaire shot fucking card. But I found it out one time, he always likes to cut it close to get into the airport. And I'm always want to be there 2 hours early so I can calm down and, meditate. He's like 3 seconds away from the fucking plane. We don't care. So we're late one time. It's me and Jim Ross, Bruce Pritchard, and Vince in Vince's rental car. And I said, Vince, I don't think we're going to make this flight by the time we drop the car off into tonight. He said, I'll just leave it out front. What? He had some kind of arrangement with Hertz. Wherever he leaves the goddamn rental car is wherever he leaves the goddamn rental car, whether it's out in front of the fucking airport, whether it's downtown at his hotel, whether it's, I don't know, a crack neighborhood. Apparently he said, I can leave this car anywhere I want to. They'll come get it. And I was driving, right? And he said, just pull up here. And this is before 9/11, yes, right? But we pulled up to the end of where you've checked baggage in, just the end, not right in front of the counter, but the end. He said, leave it here. I'll call and let him know. He said, here, take the key, drop the keys off, right? I've got the keys. Well, I'm so fucking panicked by the time I get my bags and we've just left this car on the fucking sidewalk. And I'm so bumfuzzled. And we're running through to catch it. I forget to drop the keys in the basket. So I still have the keys to that rental car in my office on one of the shelves because he said, just drop the keys in the basket. They'll come get it. Well, I've still got the keys. I don't know whether they ever got it or not. I don't think he cared. He would just leave them once it's kind of like a metaphor for the wrestlers. Once the rental car had outlived its usefulness, he just left it where it was.
What kind of car did he typically rent?
One of the big ass, Lincoln town cars or, full size fucking old white millionaire cars.
Well, our next question, Jim, was sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com.
Well, you're laughing because I got gas now?
The way you said it humored me, yes.
Yes.
This was sent in by Stephen in Kildare, Ireland. On your most recent episode of The Experience, you mentioned that Vince McMahon, in his quest to kill the business twice over and move it away from wrestling, that he had accidentally created many Vince-isms. You have already touched on some of these before, such as medical facility and don't say belt and the like. Could you deep dive into that encyclopedia in that head of yours to cover as many of the Vince-isms and what they are/mean as you possibly can?
Oh, God. Well, everybody knows belt. You can't say belt. And wrestling has been banned and wrestler for a while. One time I was actually doing commentary on one of the syndicated shows. We're doing the voiceover commentary of pre-taped matches at the studio in Stamford. And I remember it was Taka Michinoku and JR and I were calling the match. And I said something to the effect of, well, Taka Michinoku better concentrate on doing something or he's not going to win this wrestling match. And JR started to say something and Jennifer Good, the producer, said, stop. What? Can't say that. What'd we say? Can't say wrestling. I said, what? I didn't even realize what I'd said. I said, wait a minute. I can't say he's got better concentrate on winning this wrestling match. No. God damn it. And I hated to stop down because JR and I, for months in a row, would do 2 hours of television voiceovers I believe it was Thursday morning. We'd do Superstars for this country, and then we'd do International Heat. And everybody else that did those, they would stop down all the time and blah, blah, blah. And it'd take like 4 hours to do 2 one-hour shows, which are 45 minutes apiece without commercials. Well, JR and I did not like to stop down. We liked to do it like it was live. So we would see, and we would end up doing 2 one-hour shows in an hour and 45 minutes with a 15-minute break to re-rack tape in between. So I'm like, okay, well, I wasn't going to say sports entertainment, so I changed it to, better to win this contest or just to win this match or whatever. But it was little shit like that back when I was there. But now they actually have an entire handbook of phrases that you cannot use. And it's been out on the internet, and you can look it up. But like, that's how WWE Universe came about. Didn't want to call them fans. Can't say the fans. Now you can't say the referees' names, I'm told. You're not allowed to identify the referees. They are there on your screen, but they don't exist in real life because they don't have names. Sometimes he would get boiling mad. I would understand this. This is something I would pick apart in a wrestling training class. But Vince would hate it when a guy would be backed up into the corner and another guy would choke him around the neck and the guy, or be punching him in the face, and the guy's hands would be on the top rope. Right? You see a guy gets backed in the corner. He grabs it. It's nature. You grab the top rope on either side. But while you're being choked or punched in the face, Vince believed, and this is true, if it was real, you'd either try to be covering up your face or prying the fucking hands away. And that's true. And I would call that to everybody's attention in wrestling classes. But he would go on about it in meetings for fucking 5 or 10 minutes. Look at this fucking guy. Blah, blah, blah. Just certain things get under his skin. And over a period of time, they have now compiled all of those things, and so they give the announcers all these words. You've seen them. I can't even remember what else they've banned now or suggested recommended verbiage for, but it's a whole goddamn list. And it's all about trying to remove phrases and terms that he thinks are wrestling, and he's done a pretty good job of removing all of the wrestling out of his wrestling program. But, and strap was worse than belt. He hated the word, drop the strap. That was a phrase in the industry. If you're going to switch your belt, Brian is going to beat Jim for the Southeastern title. He'd go, well, I'm going to drop the strap to you. Oh, he hated that. And it's things that in his mind make his program more associated with professional wrestling. Imagine that. And I was there that time in the meeting. There was Vince. There was Shane. This was before Stephanie. Shane came. Shane's older, so Shane was around the office before Stephanie was, after he got out of school. Vince and Shane and myself and Bruce Pritchard and Shitstain and Kevin Dunn and Jim Ross and a variety of upper management folks that worked in the office. They were I can't remember what the subject of the meeting was called about, but Shane brought it up. He said, well, what should we call our superstars besides superstars? I said, how about wrestlers? They all look at me because I couldn't help it. And they'll look, no, should we call it, and I can't remember what his suggestions were, but it was basically everything but actors at that point. Entertainers came up and this and that. I said this, and I didn't give a fuck because that's why I couldn't wait to get out of there. And I mean out of Connecticut and out of that whole fucking office, because I liked many of the people that worked there. And I liked the wrestling business still at that point in time when it kind of still was the wrestling business. And I wanted to work hard and do good, but I would sit there and listen to these stupid arguments and stupid discussions of things that made no sense, where they would try to pretend to be something different than what they were. And Kevin Dunn, that's another one. He would never, he didn't want you to say the word sport. He was offended when you drew analogies between that and real sports, because he was a baseball fan and a football fan. But I said they are wrestlers having wrestling matches, wearing wrestling boots and wrestling tights in a wrestling ring for a company called the World Wrestling Federation. So why the fuck would we not call them wrestlers? And then everybody ignores me and decides, well, should we call them entertainers or should we go? It was maddening.
Did they recognize the fact that the general public didn't do that? I mean, to the average person who doesn't watch wrestling, they're wrestlers, and the show is wrestling.
Yes, no, they did not recognize that. They did not recognize. Kevin Dunn not only didn't recognize that, or wouldn't admit it out. That's probably why he's still there, because if you go along and even if you don't believe something, if you say it out loud so that they can hear you say it and assume that you're on board with it, then you're okay. But if you question it, then, well, he's not with the program. Well, guess what? I ain't with the fucking program. So you would actually hear them saying these phrases to each other. And that's the big problem I had with not a big problem, but just the problem I had with Bruce is that even when we were just speaking just ourselves, he wouldn't admit that this shit was bullshit and that we were calling stuff that was one thing by obviously another name. Because I guess they were afraid that Vince had the house bugged or whatever. But no, they did not recognize that nobody has ever said that I can't wait to get my sports entertainment tickets. Or did you see the sports entertainment matches last night? Or I think I'll go to sports entertainment. And Kevin Dunn was the worst one because he would bring the studio employees in. And I mentioned this before, the documentaries that they do, the studio people and the technical folks and the producers and et cetera, the editors, they work very hard on those, and they don't even know that they're, in a lot of cases, that they're rewriting history. Some of them know, and they have no choice but to do so, but some of them don't even know. Back then, they didn't know a lot of things because they would have no wrestling background and be hired to come to work for Titan Television, and they would be educated on wrestling by Kevin Dunn. And, and he would say in production meetings when somebody was making a debut, Terry Funk, that famous time in Madison Square Garden where Terry Funk came out on Raw as Chainsaw Charlie, nobody's going to know Terry Funk in Madison Square Garden. He wasn't a big deal for us, and he hasn't been here in 10 years. I said, are you out of your mind? He's Terry Funk. Every wrestling fan in the world knows who Terry Funk is. It's not like he hasn't just been on fucking WCW a couple of years before and ECW just recently. And he was all over fucking TBS for years, and he was an NWA world champion. Everybody's going to know Terry. Well, we should do some kind of precondition. Nobody's going to know. Oh, God damn it. And, of course, he went out and raised that chainsaw and did that fucking Terry sideways limp. And within 5 seconds, people were chanting, Terry, Terry, Terry. But Kevin Dunn would look at you dead seriously in the eye and say, any major superstar that was appearing for the first time for the WWF, we'd need to do a precondition or something because our fans are not wrestling fans and they're not going to know who he is.
Didn't he stop you at one point from, was it you mentioning the Dynamite Kid or you mentioning the Freebirds?
Oh, the Freebird. No, he didn't stop me. He said something about it afterwards. When they had the Brood, Edge, Christian, and Gangrel together. And I thought they looked great. The gimmick was good because they looked like the vampire guys that was hot at that time. And they were young, and I've always been a fan of Edge and Christian, and Gangrel was the veteran at that point, but he actually went and got the fangs. And so I'm putting him over on commentary. And I said something to the effect of, not since the fabulous Freebirds has 3 men like this made such an impact, or whatever the fuck, right? Kevin Dunn calls me over to the side later on at, I think next to TV, he'd heard the show. He said, don't come. And this was when Michael Hayes was working for the company, but he was Doc Hendricks then. He said, don't compare the Brood to the Freebirds. I said, what? He said, it would make them sound old. Nobody remembers the Freebirds. I said, I said, if these guys draw 1/10 of the money as the Freebirds did, we'd all be turning cartwheels down fucking Main Street in Stamford here. Are you out of your mind? And And another time, I drew a comparison between, I don't know, somebody or other. And we were at a pay-per-view the next week. And in the production meeting, Kevin Dunn said, make sure it was Pete Rose was involved somehow. It was going up on that WrestleMania. And Kevin Dunn said, well, make sure to mention that last time Pete Rose was, I think, in Boston or wherever, he hit 47 home runs in a single game or whatever the fuck it was. Who gives a shit? And this is 1998. That was in 1973 or whatever. So I went up to him afterwards, over in a corner where nobody else could hear us. So, Kevin, I got to ask you this. I said, you just criticized me for drawing a comparison between one of our talents and somebody else from 15 years ago in the same sport. And I'm trying to make my point. He breaks it. He says, Corny, this is not a sport. I said, maybe not the way you fucking do it, but it is the way I fucking do it. And then I got hot and I finished the fucking question. I said, the point is, you blister me for comparing somebody from however long ago to somebody now that we've got in the same sport, in the same business, but yet you expect people to remember 25 years later that this fucking jack-off baseball player that's going to take his fucking Hall of Fame payoff, I wasn't saying this, but that's what he did, and go to the casino, that's why he's asking for it in cash. I said, you say that somebody is going to remember that 25 years ago, this fucking baseball player hit fucking however many home runs, and that's something that we're supposed to talk about on a wrestling program. What the fuck is the difference? We're trying to get our people over, not this fucking baseball player. And he just looked at, I said, you know what? Never mind. I said, never. And I just walked away from him because you couldn't even get through to the guy that what he was doing was basically contradictory to what he would say about the wrestling business. As long as it's a baseball player or a football player, give their entire goddamn background. But if it's a wrestler, well, nobody's going to remember that because that's years ago and they didn't wrestle for the WWF and our fans aren't wrestling fans. Well, guess what, Kevin Dunn? Now none of your fans are wrestling fans and you got a lot less fans than you used to.
I found a list of some of Vince's banned words.
There you go.
Belt, strap. Obviously, You just said it. It says here, we don't have belts or straps. We have championships, titles. The belt represents something. Well, it kind of defeats the purpose there.
Yeah.
Talk about what it represents. Hard work and dedication. Or it means accomplishment of goals, bullseye for others. Don't say the business or our industry.
And I'm with business. It should be sport. JR came up with industry. And now that JR's gone, they won't let you say industry. JR came up with industry because they didn't want him to say sport and he didn't like to say business. So he came up with industry or wrestling. They didn't want you to say wrestling. So he came up with industry. And I thought that worked because it's not offensively phony. But now they don't want you to say that.
And for the record, the sheet I'm looking at appears to be from, at a minimum, 2008, maybe 2009. Don't say feud. Don't say war. Don't say performance or performer or choreograph. Well, that seems like a natural one not to say.
Well, but wait a minute. Didn't they just say perform about 172 times on one of these shows last week?
I'm guessing Vince may have pulled back on that one. Don't say house show, use live event. Don't say backstage, use in the back or in the locker room area.
I like that.
Don't say pro wrestling or pro wrestler, use superstar, star, or athlete. Don't say international, use global. Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's, I guess now that wrestling is back on TNT and back under the Turner family, do they get to say foreign object now? Is that out of fashion and still down there?
Was that a Jim Herd thing or a Turner?
That was a Turner thing. And the announcers started making fun of it because
it's ridiculous.
Ted Turner had decided in the interest of us all being one people that things shouldn't be foreign anymore. So he banned the word foreign from being said and it was a great sentiment, but he banned the word foreign from being said on the network. However, foreign in wrestling had another connotation, such as foreign object. Well, they actually legitimately told the wrestling announcers that they couldn't say foreign object anymore. So the announcers started calling it an international object because it was so fucking stupid. And that's how that happened.
Don't say shot, as in no title shots.
Oh, I know. That is why all these guys have this unwieldy verbiage where they say title opportunity, which sounds like dog shit. And remember the guy a couple weeks ago on Raw said, we're going to get a SmackDown tag team title match opportunity because he couldn't figure out it's a shot at the title. Take a shot at the brass ring, pal. He doesn't like that, though.
Don't say acrobatics. Don't say interesting. What's up with that? I don't understand that one.
I guarantee you that some way or another, somebody used the word interesting in a way that Vince didn't like, and Vince found something wrong with it, and it's one of those things that he doesn't like. I don't know about that one.
Don't say DQ. Don't say talent. Use star, superstar, or diva. Don't say me or I.
Wait a minute. DQ is another one of those wrestling terms that he doesn't like. Me or I is because he wants the announcers to speak for the fans. How would the fans? He wants them to represent what the fans feel instead of what they think.
Don't use inside terms like heel, babyface, blown up, shoot, rib, mark, etc. You'd agree on that one.
I'd agree. Everything. Is blown up just a wrestling term?
I don't know.
Son of a bitch. Maybe, every once in a while, I've said I'm blown up to fucking people not in the wrestling business if I'm out of breath, and they kind of look at me like they don't really know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, maybe so then.
That may be a wrestling. I don't know what some of these, I've been around this long, what some of these are, non-wrestling terms people wouldn't know. But yes, I agree with most of that.
Don't use U.S., say United States. This kind of shows the age of this one. This is before the universe. Don't say fans. When possible, refer to the audience as you. In other situations, ID them. Raw fans, our fans, Cena's fans, etc.
Now it's gone all the way to no fans.
Don't say hospital. Use medical center. Don't say faction. Use group. Please use now available instead of on sale. We never want to use the term the title is on the line. Please use more creative terms like the title will be defended. And then it has some recent additions as of 2008. A note from Vincent K. McMahon, less is more. Layout, make what you have to say more important and make the audience listen to you. Use rhetorical questions, then lay out. Let the audience digest the material. And then another note from Vince. Per Vince McMahon, going forward, we never want to use the term, the title is on the line. Please use more creative terms like the title will be defended.
He hates that.
And then another one, this is a note from Big, per Vincent K. McMahon.
Oh, God, that's when he was there.
Please do not use the term sports entertainment. Going forward, please use entertainment in its place.
So just take the sports completely out. As another Big, John Gaborick, right? He was the guy on Tough Enough. Do you know that not only did fans think he was an ex-wrestler, but I found out when I went down there to do the week of TNA tapings for Jeff Jarrett in 2017, right? Summertime, because it was hot, even for Florida. So it must have been August-ish. He was working for him at that time because he had been let go from the WWF. And some of the wrestlers thought that he had been a wrestler. That's why they were listening to him. I didn't have any problem with the guy, but I knew he was a friend of Kevin Dunn, so I knew he was a jughead. But that's what it was. He was a television production guy that was a friend of Kevin Dunn's that was out of work, and they brought him in and gave him a spot on Tough Enough and put with him with that big head. When they put him out there, people thought that he was some kind of ex-wrestler or wrestling personality because he was grading the Tough Enough guys, right? You remember him.
Yeah.
And I said, no. I said, he doesn't. He's never had anything to do with wrestling besides being on that show because he worked in the production company at Titan TV because he was friends with Kevin Dunn from Baltimore. And they, what? That explains a lot. Then they realized, what the fuck? Like I said, I didn't have a problem with him, but it's just that he was speaking to guys and they were listening like he was a sage, fucking wrestling coach. And so the only cross thing I had, and I just ignored it, at that TNA taping was they wanted to have, who the fuck was it? John Morrison was there, and he was Johnny Impact then, and whoever the heel was that was working with him, could it have been Eli Drake? Might have been, I can't remember. They wanted to have him come into ring and jump John and just beat him up. And Johnny had just won a match, and plus every other match was in and in a beatdown. I said, if you really want to lay him out and fucking make an impact, make it different from all this other shit, let's break the board over his head. They said, what? I said, yeah. So I got the board and I fixed it. I ran him to the Home Depot and got the shit and fixed the board, ran through with the guys because I'm helping produce the stuff. And right as we're about to go out, Big says, you can't do that. So what are you talking about? No chair shots and no head shots. I said, I fixed the board. No, we can't do it. We can't do it. I said, it's already, and I'd gone to Jeff and made this change, right? Jeff Jarrett had approved this. I said, here's what we're going to do. And he comes in, boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's better. That's good. Do that. And he'd even helped show the heel how to fucking swing the board and not to fucking hold back because you have to commit to that swing or it won't work and you will hurt the guy. I said, I cleared it with Jeff. He said, it doesn't matter. Now he's got heat with me because Jeff has come in to take this fucking company over again and try to get it back in fucking some state of affairs. And I'm there for Jeff and he's trying to overrule Jeff on something we're about to go do. I said, well, I got news for you. This is what we're going to fucking do. And he sat back down. So the heel comes in. I'm interviewing Morrison. The heel comes in. He turns around. I duck. He breaks the board over his head. The thing flies into a million pieces. The people fucking pop. Johnny goes down. The fucking heel standing over him. I'm checking on John, taking his pulse. And Johnny opens one eye and looks up at me and smiles and says, good call on the board, Corny. Because it was, he didn't want to take another of those giant fucking bumps. And it didn't hurt him because it was fixed. And the fucking goof thought we were really going to break something over the fucking guy's head. No, chair shots to the head are barred. Well, this is wrestling, motherfuckers. Sit back and let the professionals drive, and you just look at the fucking monitor. But we're outnumbered now. They all come from these environments. They come from the environment where you get paid to train and go to school to learn how to become a wrestler, or you get hired to write wrestling despite having never been in a locker room before, much less actually inside the railing. I was there when Shit Stains gave me that immortal line. We'd gone to do on cameras for some fucking, he was doing commentary on the New York show, right? You remember that when they had WWF New York on WOR or something late at night and they got Shit Stain to do the color. My ex-wife one time accidentally watched it. She said, I can't understand a word he's fucking saying. I said, it only shows in New York. They'll get it. Nobody else would. But anyway, we're coming back up the fucking ramp after the on cameras were taped. He said, that was so cool. I said, what? He said, I've never been inside the railing while a match was going on before. This was the guy that was writing the fucking show. So that's what we got now after 20 years. That's all of them. All the writers, they were going through the men's locker room to be Whistling Stranger in Paradise. A lot of the wrestlers think that it's normal to get paid to go to school and learn your fucking craft. And the ones that don't, the ones that are out there starving on the independents, well, they're starving because most of these companies are booking the Invisible Man and JoJo the Dog-Faced Boy. And they think that crowd thinks that it's okay to laugh and make fun of the business, and they're shocked at wrestlers or wrestling fans that take it seriously. So we're all pretty much outnumbered here these days.
I see some quotes here from a Chris Jericho interview that he did at some point in the last few years. And this doesn't seem to be about something on camera. It seems to be about actually talking to Vince. Was it like this with you, that you weren't allowed to use, or you couldn't use the word job? Instead, Vince would insist that you use the word favor? Someone didn't job for you, they did a favor for you?
Well, yes and no. I can see Vince doing that with the talent. I started to say I can see him, and then I'm hearing pronouns, pal. That's another thing. He doesn't want you to say, look, he drop-kicked him. He wants you to say, Brian drop-kicked Jim, because he said he drop-kicked him. Doesn't mean anything. Too many. Use pronouns, pal. That's something you can agree with, too. But if we're sitting around saying, can we get fucking Brett to do a job for Sean, he didn't mind the word job. But when he was there conveying to the top talent all the reasons why that they should be defeated in that match, he didn't want to call it a job. He wanted to call it a favor. So there's two different environments there. In a booking meeting, you can job all day long because none of you in that meeting are doing the job. But when he's talking somebody into doing the job, it becomes a favor.
One last thing about this. When The Rock started using the line, the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, was that written for him, or was that something he started using the word sports entertainer there? Was that something he had decided to do?
I think he was there for that, because Rocky came in right as it was all changing, and he was going to get with the fucking curve, especially when he got that second lease on life after Die Rocky Die, when they'd pushed him as that kid and play fucking babyface. So he knew that you weren't supposed to say wrestling, so he was taking that upon himself. He was still going to be the most electrifying man in whatever the fuck he was in. So, and I don't blame him for doing that. Because if he'd have said one time, I'm the most electrifying man in professional wrestling, they wouldn't let him say it anymore. But because he said, I'm the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, they let him say it all the time, and he got it over.
Our next question, Jim, sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Paul in Connecticut. What do you think about the story that CM Punk's return was shot down by Vince McMahon? Have you heard about this?
Have you heard about this? Have you read about this? I saw on the internet there was a quote that Vince said, he's just the one man I can't do business with. Of course, we've heard that about a couple of other men, though.
But it's interesting because apparently the story goes, and who knows how accurate it is, CM Punk's representatives got in touch with WWE and said, would you guys be open to him doing something? And Vince had that attitude. And it's interesting because CM Punk didn't really do much, I guess, for the ratings of that Backstage show when it was on. But what does this say about Punk with the future with the WWE? But also, if that's Vince's attitude, what value does he have for AEW?
Well, he would have value for AEW if they had CM Punk on their television show. That would be a boon to them because he's a major name and he's a fish that got away. However, he really botched it with the way he returned to television. I don't know what his relationship is with Vince, but it hurt me to hear that his representatives reached out, because I was like, here, the modern day Jack Briscoe, this is the one guy that's going to walk away and say, fuck you and mean it. Right. Whether he comes back to wrestling, at least he would not come back to the WWF, WWE. And I was pulling for him to do that because somebody needs to. So I hate to think that he's the one that asked them if he could come back. And we haven't heard him say that that's the case to verify that. But to come back to television at the level of star he was, and the people that chanted for a while, we want Punk or CM Punk or whatever, and still that if you did something on a national show with a big splash, he would mean something and he can talk his ass off. I don't know what his work's like these days. He's been out of the ring 5 years or whatever, but he's a personality. But to come back on a show about a show, WWE Backstage, as like, you're not a star on Walking Dead, you're a guest on Talking Dead. Fuck that. For him to have come back just to do a TV show about a TV show, and then not even be the host of it or be a regular, be the star of it, just pop in every now and then. It's like, he suddenly became, if it was a movie, he wouldn't be the star, he'd be the best friend. He's a supporting actor now.
He's just a fucking guy that Bob said that was a major mistake to come back to anything wrestling related. I'm not saying he couldn't do a bit part in a movie or any TV show or whatever, but in the wrestling genre, if he was not going to come back and make a splash at a major fucking pay-per-view or a big national television show on the show in an angle, whether it be AEW, WWE or whatever, just to pop up and say hello on WWE Backstage, that was not the greatest thing to do.
The idea that Vince is saying that's the one guy I can't do business with. Have you ever heard him talk about anyone else like that?
Well, Savage.
You heard that, though?
Well, he's been quoted as saying, I will not do business with that man. I never brought his fucking name up. After I was there when Savage was still there before he left. And after he left, I saw how pissed Vince was. And I was never going to be the one to say, hey, why don't we see what Savage is doing? Fuck that. I didn't want to get a mallet upside my head. But I know Punk has been a complete nightmare for them to try to do business with. And also he had that great line with Triple H where he said, I don't need to work with you. You need to work with me. And so now the son-in-law is fucking hot. And he made it plain that he didn't want to wrestle anymore. He did the whole UFC thing. I think Vince is like, fuck it. I'm not going to fucking waste my time and stress over this guy. It's not worth it. I'm still far enough ahead. Man, I'm not saying that CM Punk is in the wrong, because if all the misery that he went through, which you can't make all that shit up. He had some misery. Generally, when I say fuck it, I'm done with somebody, fuck it, I'm done for fucking life. Every once in a while, I'll go back to the same company, but only with a complete change in management. And even that's not very often. As I've said before, if you have a miserable experience and hate your life when you're dealing with somebody, why do you want to go back again?
You know, Brody Lee had an interesting comment in that Jericho interview. He said that he remembered talking to CM Punk, and CM Punk, who obviously had a lot of issues with WWE, even when he was there, he said that the thing about WWE is everything could be better. Like anything you think about, anything you do, anything that's going on, everything could be better. And I think that's really interesting.
Well, it's true, because it's gotten bigger than a wrestling promotion is supposed to be. I've said it before, wrestling should never have been national to begin with. Wrestling, the regional territories were the perfect way to present wrestling, because you had wrestling everywhere, but the specific wrestling that you had in places was the specific kind of wrestling that those people in those places would like. And whether it was crazy fucking fights and, bloody fucking brawls in Memphis, or technical wrestling in Florida mixed with some bloody brawls, or, the fucking big guys in the Northeast, or the Little East Tennessee territory was completely different than the Memphis territory, because those people definitely knew what real fights looked like. And so they did hard ways and all that bullshit that, I don't say bullshit fondly, to make people believe in that small area. But you had the regional promotions were tailored to the places that they ran, but it was still overall professional wrestling. You can't have one style of fucking wrestling and present it everywhere, because that doesn't work. And then you can't do anything locally. So WWE has gotten so big, it could all be better, but there's so many people involved, so many channels to go through, so much bullshit, the PG shit, the publicly traded shit. You can't offend anybody. Heaven knows somebody was to grab somebody's ass in a fucking locker room or something, there'd probably be a goddamn hanging over it. So you can't present wrestling the same way all across the country, because different regions have different people that like different shit. And I saw old Uncle Dave, actually, he lived there and he still couldn't get this. Somebody asked him, said, well, was JYD really as over in Mid-South? Or I can't remember what the question was, but there was a comparison of Kerry Von Erich and JYD. And Dave, for a period of about a year, lived in Oklahoma because he lived in North Texas and went to the matches in Oklahoma because he worked for a newspaper down there. I think it was Wichita Falls. Anyway, he said, well, when I saw those Mid-South shows live in Oklahoma City, Kerry Von Erich's pop was just as big as JYD's. Well, all things being equal, yes, it was. But here's the problem. All things weren't equal. JYD first got over in New Orleans and Louisiana and Mississippi because that was where Mid-South Wrestling promoted in 1980 and 81. The states of Louisiana and Mississippi. They didn't take over from Leroy McGurk, the rest of his tri-state territory, Oklahoma and Arkansas, until 1982. So the people in Oklahoma had never seen JYD's first 2 years, the formative 2 years where he became God in New Orleans, and saw all those angles to get the full flavor of the history. But they were seeing the Dallas TV with the Von Erichs from World Class, because not only was it syndicated across the country, but in Oklahoma before it was syndicated across the country, because that was a 3-hour drive from Dallas. World Class was on local television in those Oklahoma towns, even when Leroy McGurk was still promoting.
And didn't Fritz own a piece of Oklahoma City?
Fritz owned a piece. Yes, that's why that Kerry or, a few of the other Dallas stars would appear in the early years, at least. I don't know if he kept it past 84 or early 85 when they had the falling out and quit trading talent so much. But yes, you'd see Dallas guys go up to Oklahoma because there was a financial interest there, a minor one. That's also why JYD, they didn't annex Houston into Mid-South until late 1983. 82, I'm sorry. All right, savant. But Paul Bosch, because he booked his own cards, even when he was using the San Antonio talent, he would bring in Dusty Rhodes, he'd bring in Andre the Giant, and he'd bring in JYD. So the people in Houston saw JYD before it ever even became a Mid-South town. And so he was over there. And also, here's another thing. Let's just face it. You've got a fucking Texas cowboy, second-generation wrestler like Kerry Von Erich in Oklahoma, against, and your other babyface is a black guy. Well, there wasn't a lot of black people in Oklahoma. So while JYD was a god in New Orleans, especially at the downtown municipal auditorium, he wasn't as naturally a god in Oklahoma City when he started showing up there 2 or 3 years later. But here's this fucking all-American boy that looked just like them, or just like they wanted their kids to look, Kerry Von Erich, and naturally they're going to fucking go crazy over him. But they still like dog in Oklahoma. But he didn't have that bond with those people. The run didn't last as long, and it wasn't such a natural fit. Take Kerry Von Erich to fucking, New Orleans, and he's still going to be over, but the dog had him. Jackson, Mississippi, same thing. It depended on who had seen the evolution of these guys from the start, who understood the history, and what geographic appeal those individuals had.
Well, we got there somehow from CM Punk.
Oh, so Punk. Going back to Punk. Well, you said the WWE, everything could be better. Everything could be better, but it's too big. It's too big. Wrestling was not meant to be promoted nationally with publicly traded companies that have to worry about hurting people's fucking feelings. So everything could be better. But by the time it goes through and gets washed and sanitized, and everybody has a turn at fucking the idea up that you had to begin with or whatever. And then, Vince still thinks this should be Disney and entertainment. And people are, they're revolting against his type of entertainment. Now the other company has made it, where the fan du jour is that, they appeal to the people that think this is supposed to be funny and silly and stupid and showbiz. And they laugh that anybody ever took it seriously. And that's just a limited amount of people too. Just like the people that are still going to fucking put up with this goddamn, people doing special effects falling off of fucking high places and not being splattered into a million pieces because it's television. It's just all entertainment now, just a different level of entertaining or a different level of stupid.
All right, there it is. Another zany tale or another angry tale. It could be one or the other. It could be both, actually.
Just admit to the people that you don't know
I don't know
where in the program we currently are, which is actually pretty much where we're at this point in the program every week. We don't know where we are. But go ahead. In the meantime, tell the people what you've done. I'll tell them what you've done. As the people were listening to entertainment, you and I were arguing over the Galloping Gourmet because you were watching the Galloping Gourmet on television as a teenager in the 90s in New York. And that's the great thing about New York. They had 27 television stations. They'd show everything. But I have not seen the Galloping Gourmet on TV since the early 70s. And you were shocked to know that you knew the programs were reruns. You didn't know they were that old. I dared you to look up Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet, and see when he last did a first-run television program, when his series aired, when he died, what the whole deal is, and you've got that information now on your Google machine. Is that correct?
On my computer, using a Google search engine, and that way you're correct. And you'll be surprised to learn, Jim, he is still alive today.
What?
Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet, is alive, and I don't want to say well, because I don't know, but he's alive.
Well, wait a minute. How old is he now? We were just talking about he had a stroke years ago, 40 years ago.
He's 87.
Jesus. I thought he'd been at least 102. So he's 87. Wait, if he's 87, let me do the math here real quick. This is 2022 close enough for round numbers. So I mean, he was born in 1935. So he was a dashing 35 or 40 years old when I was watching him on television.
And
what years did his show run?
The first run show was December 30th, 1968 to September 14th, 1973.
See?
There
you go.
I'm not disagreeing with you. See, you yelled it at me like
you would if you could, but you can't, so you won't.
Well, you may not be wrong there, but the Galloping Gourmet alive and alive. We hope he's well.
Well, does it say anything about he recovered from a stroke or he was disabled?
Influence, personal life, later career, personal setbacks. Here we go. Moved to Canada. No, that's not part of personal setbacks. That's before it, just for the record.
You can't really recover from something like that.
Some near tragedies caused Kerr to suspend his television career, thus ending the show. In April 1971, Kerr and his wife, Trina, were involved in a car crash in California. As a result of the accident, he suffered a dislocated spine, and a weakened left arm. As therapy, Kerr had to wear a 1-pound bracelet in order to strengthen the weakened arm. Then, in January 1972, Trina was at first diagnosed with lung cancer. That diagnosis turned out to be incorrect. It was later determined she had tuberculosis.
Oh, Jesus!
And part of her lung had to be removed. She went on to make a full recovery.
Well, I'm glad they just tailed off with that.
However, she became addicted to painkillers.
Oh!
As well as several other medications. In 1975, Trina became a born-again Christian after being encouraged by an employee. Kerr also became religious at the same time. Kerr returned to television in 1975 with a daily syndicated 5-minute series, Take Kerr, which featured a particular recipe for each show. The program reflected his newfound embrace of both Christianity and healthy eating.
In 5 minutes.
With lighter calorie recipes and Christian elements, including the use of the hymn, "This is the Day the Lord Has Made," as a theme song. The program...
So you could find out the meaning of life and how to cook a chicken parmesan all in 5 minutes.
Sounds like a great show. I got to find some of those reruns.
Did he have a stroke then, or was it the car wreck that we were thinking about?
That's
the arm thing and the whole 9 yards.
The program lasted 4 series. One Christian element on the show, an inclusion of a passage from the Bible in the closing credits, was strongly resisted by one of the stations on which the show aired, and indirectly caused Kerr to lose millions of dollars in potential revenue owing to his unwillingness to compromise. This series was later repeated on CNN during its first year or so on the air.
You know, I normally would support someone's unwillingness to compromise. But in that case, dipshit! You were led into delusions by your wife and cost yourself millions of dollars in advertising.
Well, let me end with this. This is interesting. In a 1975 interview publicizing Take Kerr renounced the show The Galloping Gourmet.
What?
Saying, quote, "What I did wasn't art. It was a crime," giving the increasing rate of obesity in the United States. So I guess that's what he was saying. He also apologized for 2 of his trademarks on that show, his wine drinking and his double entendres.
Yes, he was like this British Randy, fucking what little oh God, Cook. Who am I thinking of? Huh?
He was like Peter Cook. I mean, he was just a drunk British guy telling jokes, cooking. I mean, it was great.
A slightly not drunk, but a slightly tipsy, randy British fellow telling jokes and cooking. Sounded like he was more exciting before he got born the second time.
He stated that he was trying to convince TV stations to remove reruns of the show from syndication. Oh, what a killjoy this guy is. All right, so no stroke.
Okay. It was a car wreck.
It was a car wreck that everyone thought was a stroke. I did, at least.
Yeah, well, now we know better. See, what other podcast, ladies and gentlemen, in this holiday season is going to tell you all you need to know about the Galloping Gourmet?
If he's renounced the Galloping Gourmet, does that mean it's up for grabs?
Ooh, can we get Stephen P. New on that?
That's interesting. What if you could be billed as Jim Cornette, the Galloping Gourmet?
I don't know whether I'd rather be a gourmet or a gourmand.
Ah, interesting. Well, that would be a different...
Let's see what the difference is.
Okay.
1 second here. Now you've got me going down that path. There's goon, gotten. Wait a minute. Gore, govern, gown. I'm going to a gourmand, a lover of good food or a gluttonous eater.
Yep.
Yeah. A gourmet is a connoisseur of fine food and drink, whereas a gourmand can also be a gluttonous eater. So I'd like to be the galloping gourmand. But then I'd have a hard time galloping, wouldn't I?
Well, you got to figure the Galloping Gourmet was going through various issues in his life, and this was his way of dealing with it. Maybe he didn't have anyone to talk to, but of course, there are lots of people out there, Jim, going through lots of issues, and luckily there is someone they could talk to.
It sounds like he had a lot of people to talk to before he became an old stick in the mud, but folks, right now at the holiday season, if through no fault of your own, you are not a stick in the mud, but you don't have anybody to talk to, there's no family around, people are in quarantine, locked down, far away, whatever, and something is interfering with your happiness, BetterHelp is there to help. You can start communicating in under 48 hours. It's professional counseling done securely online where they assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist. There's a broad range of expertise available, which may not be locally available in many areas, even if you wanted to venture out into the disease-ridden world. And this service is available for clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your counselor. You get timely responses. You can schedule weekly video or phone sessions. No waiting rooms. It's more affordable than traditional offline counseling. And BetterHelp, the reason for it is because they want you to start living a happier life today. You can visit their website, BetterHelp, that's H-E-L-P, BetterHelp.com, and read the testimonials. They're posted daily. And if you go to BetterHelp.com/JCE, as a special offer for our listeners, you get 10% off your first month's services. That's BetterHelp.com/JCE for 10% off your first month. Join the over 1 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional with BetterHelp. Whether you can gallop to your nearest gourmet or not.
That's right, and let's get back to the fine arts here. The best moments of you talking about Vince McMahon. Let's get back on the omnibus. I guess you can't say on the omnibus. It doesn't work. It's either on the bus.
Let's get back on the bus.
The omnibus is ready to roll again. That works. Let's get back to more stories. We'll talk to you again in a little bit.
bus stop, we and she was giving me said my umbrella. Bus stop. Did I ever tell you the story of Vince and Trump and the plane?
No, I don't think so.
I was not there for this, but I heard this from a source not named Pritchard that was on. Remember when? Well, you don't remember because you weren't there, but you remember reading about when they first went in the 2000s. They went public. They had all the money, and they started flying around a charter plane. And because when I was with Vince, me and Vince, JR, and Bruce, we flew commercial with everybody else. Vince was in first class and I was in coach, but nevertheless, we were still on the same plane and it was commercial. But then they got their own plane. You remember this time period?
Yeah.
So a person who was on the plane told me this story. And as I said, since they were not named Bruce, I feel it's a valid story. When you fly a private plane, even like the little ones that the little one that Crockett had was a Gulfstream, a converted, commuter jet, prop jet, and it was customized inside and everything, and he got it to fly the wrestlers around. But even if you have a big corporate jet or a Learjet or whatever, you fly into a specific part of the airport. It's not just – that's why when you go to see your Aunt Lola off at the airport, you don't have a little private jet next to the fucking Delta plane. The commercial travel gets their gates and their terminals, and the big airports, they have different facilities for private planes, whether they're the little ones or even the big corporate jets. So Vince's jet is sitting there, and they're delayed for some reason. And the person that told me stories on the plane, there's some other people on the plane, but there's a bunch of people standing off the plane. Also, they don't get the jetways. They have to go up the steps. Depending how big your fucking plane is how big the steps are. That's where you see Trump walking up those big steps to Air Force One with toilet paper on his fucking shoe. He doesn't get a jetway because it's not Delta. So there's a bunch of people standing around Vince's big WWE plane, and they're waiting to get on, and they're fucking dicking around. And all of a sudden, they look out the window, and guess who the plane on the other side of them is? Donald Trump with a bigger fucking plane, right? And Trump, this was before he was president, obviously. Trump pulls up in a bigger fucking plane, and Vince looks over and sees him, and they actually see Trump looking out the window waving, right? And somehow, I can't remember the exact method of communication when I heard the story, but it's not like they could roll down the window and yell at each other like two teenage kids side by side in hot rods. But obviously they know each other. So Trump either called Vince or sent a fucking pilot with a message or whatever the fuck. But it was like, hey, Vince, if you don't have enough room for all those people on your plane, we got plenty of room over here. And he said fucking Vince got hot. His plane was bigger than Vince's plane. This is how both of them. I've said this a million times. Vince and Trump are so much alike. If Donald Trump was articulate and could be charming in any situation and was halfway intelligent, he'd be Vince. Because they think the same way. It's just that Trump is a complete unsavory piece of pig shit in every way, whereas Vince you can like and have a good time with, but still secretly down deep he's a businessman and he'll cut your fucking heart out. But at least Vince is, smoother about it. But they both think the same way. Not putting illnesses over, not putting a pandemic over, because it'd be bad for business, or in Trump's case, it'd be bad for my votes. But they're very similar.
Our next question, Jim, sent in to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Tad, the Boston Quarantine Boy.
There's another thing. I don't want to see a wrestling match with a guy named Kip, and I don't think I want to see one with a guy named Tad.
Jim.
Hello, Tad. I'm sorry.
Is Vince a cool guy? What do you consider cool? Could you see yourself ever, in any era of the business, sitting down and having a drink or a burger or whatever, just hanging out with Vince, just two guys shooting the shit?
Well, that's the thing. Vince can be fun and entertaining when you are with him on a personal basis, yes. I can't see myself sitting down having a burger with him because I've done that before. I've sat down, I've had a burger. He was eating a turkey sandwich with mustard, low-fat mustard, I've sat down and had chicken fingers with him while he was eating a turkey sandwich with low-fat mustard. Vince is not anybody that just shoots the shit. There has to be a reason for the conversation. There's something. He's always working. He doesn't shoot shit. He talks about work and then does work. So, I mean, obviously, when you're having conversations or things come up when you're riding in a fucking car 3 hours or whatever, he can be, entertaining in that respect, but it's not like he's just somebody that just hangs out with people.
Back to the question. Is Vince cool?
Well, some of him is, and some of him is crazy, and some of him is an evil asshole. He can be, but we've talked about it. There's no way to really describe it, except to him, the whole thing, business is business. He will just say, okay, fine, cut them, pal. We need to please the stockholders, make stock look good, blah, blah, blah. So fire these guys. And then, the next time he sees them, hey, how are you, pal? It was just business. Sorry your family was out in the street. He did, and he does good things for people. Every once in a while he'd hear of somebody that needed something and he'd send them money or he'd help them out or whatever. And he's kept a lot of guys that were loyal to his dad. He's taken care of the guys that were loyal to his dad better than most of the people that have been loyal to him. You never know. He's very charming. Like I said, he and Trump are a lot alike. If Trump was witty and eloquent and articulate and intelligent and, had any positive qualities, there's a lot of, Vince has a lot of Trump, but he blunts it with some of the good stuff.
Can you go get your hair cut in Kentucky?
Well, I don't know, because I haven't gone to try to get my hair cut. So I guess you can't. I don't know why, I don't know why they would be open. It's not essential. We can all go around looking like savages, I guess. I try to get my hair cut once every 4 weeks.
How many weeks has it been?
It's been 8 weeks now.
Oh, boy.
I was about due when all this shit started happening. Vince, I've told you about Vince's haircuts, right?
In Manhattan.
At the hotel in Manhattan, the $100 haircuts. He would go once a week, except if he was out of town on an extended trip. He would go once a week. He would be driven from Stamford, Connecticut, down into Manhattan to go to this hotel where there was this uppity-tuppity barbershop, and the same guy would cut his hair, and he would give me and Bruce talked about this, $100 for the haircut. This was in 1996, and he'd still tip the guy on top of that. I can't imagine how much it is now. And how much could your hair grow in a week?
And he's always shaving his facial hair, you said.
Well, yeah, he always shaves with the electric razor. Every time he gets in the back seat of the fucking limousine, he's shaving with the electric razor, gouging his face to make sure that any whisker that pops its fucking head up is whacked quicker than a fucking whack-a-mole in Myrtle Beach.
It's almost as if he has some compulsion issues.
It's almost like that, isn't it?
Almost, yeah.
Almost. He wants to control the hair on his own face.
Can you see Vince with a beard at his old age?
No. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. No, the most on our writing days, sometimes where Vince would be in his home, and we'd get there at 9 o'clock, so it's not like he's been out and about, right? He's been up and probably worked out. But he'd be wearing casual clothes or workout sweats or whatever. Every once in a while, it would look like he hadn't shaved that morning. It would look like he hadn't shaved until since the previous night. That was the longest amount of facial growth I ever saw in Vince McMahon in all the years I knew him. Maybe he didn't shave quite that morning before we got there.
He looks awful now because, when he went gray, he embraced it and he looked kind of all right. And now he dyes it, and he just looks like that old man with the dyed hair. He looks awful.
Well, wait a minute. If he went gray and now is dyeing it, now that the people, why? That's like trying to not expose your business after you've exposed your business. If people have seen you gray, they know you're gray. So anytime they see you dark-headed, they know you're bullshit, right?
You would think.
So why would you do that?
And he always had a weird issue. Jesse Ventura said that Vince was like always telling him to make fun of his wig, even though it wasn't a wig.
Well, that's because his hair is always perfect because he gets a $100 haircut once a week.
Once a week.
So people would people would laugh about how perfect his hair was.
All right. Well, let's get another couple questions here on the show.
I guarantee you that Vince has never had anything as great as Manscaped, though.
I would guess that you're probably right. Promo code DRIVE.
Promo code DRIVE. Poor old Vince. He may not be able to take care of all of his wrestlers. You know, it might be feast or famine here pretty soon, because even if he saves all that money on all those wrestlers he fired, Brian, he's being sued for $20 million by Oliver Luck, who apparently has had bad luck in trying to get his money out of Vince. Explain to me how Oliver Luck, I'm going to call him, who the fuck is Oliver Luck? How the fuck is somebody that nobody has ever heard of past his immediate family worth more money than Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker, John Cena, or every other top superstar wrestler that Vince McMahon ever had in his fucking billion-dollar company that was built on wrestling superstars? Who the fuck is Oliver Luck?
Well, he's not a nobody. He is, first of all, he's the father of Andrew Luck, who's a quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, the father of Andrew. Well, that's like being the fucking nicest guy in prison.
But he's a former football player who transitioned to being a executive in football. And I think why he was important to the XFL, although I'm not justifying the $20 million salary, although quite frankly, when it comes to the commissioners of other sports, go look at how much they're being paid. It's ridiculous. But he was the guy who was able to bring some credibility to the fact that Vince McMahon had a football league.
What? But they had credibility?
They had more credibility this time than the first time by far.
Well, that's because the NFL doesn't have as many fucking fans as they did 20 years ago either. At least watching on television. But no, the fucking point, I can understand if the commissioner of the NBA or the NFL or whatever might be making $20 million because they're multi-billion-dollar fucking sports industries, but outlaw football in its first season and you sign a contract with somebody for $20 million fucking dollars? You could have brought Dick Butkus back from the fucking dead to give somebody credibility with football people for $20 million. Reanimate the fucking corpse of goddamn Bronco Nagurski for $20 million. How is this guy potentially, possibly worth $20 million? Why would Vince promise him $20 million? And we know why that Vince doesn't want to pay him $20 million. That's easy to guess. Right. But what the fuck?
I think I said this a couple of weeks ago. Never underestimate Vince McMahon's desire to burn money. To not just say, hey, I'm really good at this. I'm going to make as much money as I can from this and be happy. It's always, I did this, but I want to show everyone I can do more. How many millions can we burn through this time? And I think that's what happened with the XFL here.
I just saw that, and I was like, cumulatively, yes, John Cena's made $20 million from the WWF and WWE. Cumulatively, I'm sure Steve Austin did. I don't know if The Rock stayed around long enough to make the 20, but $20 million in a contract to one motherfucker from Vince McMahon, and it's not Steve Austin, it's not The Rock, it's not The Undertaker or John Cena or even Triple H. It's fucking Oliver Luck. I wish him good luck. He should have been retained by retained Stephen P. New for this. He might have a chance of getting this money out of Vince. Do you see him getting it?
Well, look, I think it is a little suspicious that they fired him. They sent him a termination letter the day before Vince cut the entire league, before he laid off everyone. And then 3 days later, they file for bankruptcy. So I think it is suspicious that all of a sudden they fire him for cause. a day before everyone else is let go and 3 days before they file for bankruptcy. I do think he has a chance to get the money. And there's one thing we've seen, that Jerry McDevitt is very successful unless the other side has a really good case and money. Jesse Ventura, the WWF. So this will be interesting.
What was the cause? Why did they fire him? What did he fuck up?
I have not seen that publicly anywhere, so I don't know if that has been exposed to the public yet.
Well, that will be interesting to see exactly what he fucked up one day before they decided to close the whole goddamn thing.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. The timing is, I think, what damns Vince McMahon here. Yeah. Beyond the bad concept and everything else. Yeah.
Of course, because it's obvious what he's doing. But once again, ladies and gentlemen of the wrestling community, if you sign a contract for 3 years with an out clause every 90 days, then you just signed a 90-day contract. And apparently, even if it doesn't have an out clause, if they want to figure out a reason why they can get rid of you, you're going to have to fucking wrestle them to get your money.
You know, we got a lot of questions about Vince. Should I ask him now, or should we have some buffer topics in between?
Oh God, while we're on Vince's subject, let's go ahead, because I've got an email I want to read you also that's brought up something else we need to talk about. But go ahead.
This was sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Pamela in Bronx, New York. Do you think Vince McMahon's marriage to Linda is genuine or more a business arrangement? It seems Vince has little time for anything else besides running WWE. Outside of business, it appears Vince does not have any other interests or hobbies. So I wonder what kind of marriage or personal relationship someone like Vince would have.
I don't want to comment in front of millions of people around the world on other people's marriages and personal lives. Even Linda has become a public figure. Well, she's, spent $100 million trying to run for Senate, so she wanted to be even more of a public figure than she was. But Vince and Linda were a very happily married couple for quite some time. I don't know that they spend as much time with each other as they used to, since they have their own individual interests. But I believe it's the best thing for business that they probably never get divorced. So there you go.
Okay, very diplomatic. This next Vince question.
I don't want to go into further speculation.
I think your answer will cause further speculation, but this next question sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Mark in Essex, England. Can Jim confirm or deny the rumor that Vince McMahon is awake 24 hours a day and sleeps 1 day a week?
What? No, I've never heard that, but no, that's even ridiculous even for Vince. I would say in the 90s, he might sleep 6 hours a night. But no, he never stayed up and then slept one day. No, that's because then he would be mad he wasted a whole day if he slept one whole day. He prefers to get sleep over like everything else. Just get it over with so we get back to work.
You know, Helio Gracie, I believe, lived to be in his late 90s, and he said that one of the secrets to long life was getting at least, I think, 10 hours of sleep a night. Do you think all the years of not getting enough sleep catch up to someone like Vince?
Well, see, that's a problem again, is that it would catch up to any normal human, but Vince has never been a normal human. So maybe now, that maybe he has aged into normalcy. And yeah, I would think, you would have to, he has to be getting more rest or more sleep or more peace and quiet or just relaxation now than he did then, or elsewise I don't see how he'd still be living.
This next question sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Jay in San Antonio. Corny, lately there's been a lot of questions about Vince McMahon.
Hey, by the way, Jay, are we just on such a familiar basis that you can say, hey, Corny?
Well, there was no hey, it was just Corny.
It's Corny.
Lately there's been a lot of questions about Vince McMahon. He's had a rough 2020 so far. My question to you is, who does he rely on to help him get through the tough times like this? Is it strictly family? Or does he have any close friends he can go to? Does he even have any legitimate friends?
Oh, God. I mean, you're asking me to read his mind as to how he feels about people. The only people that he is around on a regular basis are his family members, and I would think right now, I don't know where Shane is living. He's probably around or associates with Stephanie and Triple H more than anybody else in the family because he works with them. Any friends he has that he sees on a regular basis would either have to be coming to Connecticut or the various events, and they pretty much all work for the WWE also. I'm sure in the wrestling business, you consider people friends. You might not talk to them on the phone for 12 fucking years, but they're still a friend. But I mean, no, he's around the people that work for the company that he works with and his immediate family and whatever grandkids that they have these days. And that's pretty much it.
Our final question here from this Vince section of the program was sent in to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com. I can't even speak. By Travis in New York City. I grew up on the Jersey Shore, so me and my dad always took the train up to Penn Station and watched the house shows at MSG. I'm about to turn 31 at the end of April, but when I was a kid, Stone Cold was hot as shit, and he was always working with Vince McMahon in one way or another. I can't remember when I was a kid, Stone Cold wasn't beating the shit out of Vince. My dad and his friend, who brought his kid to the show as well, always thought for how jacked Vince was and how he had some basic moves in the ring at some point, he had to learn how to work in front of a crowd under a mask. Do you know where or how Vince learned to take basic bumps? My dad has been gone coming up on 4 years now, but for his sake, did Vince work under a mask? Do you know how he learned to take bumps? Did he work under a mask?
Well, no. First of all, no, he did not ever work under a mask.
You've heard that rumor, though. I mean, that was something people used to say way back.
Actually, I've never heard that either.
Vince always wanted to be a wrestler, and his father wouldn't let him do it, but he wanted to show that he could do it. So at some point, he did wrestle under a mask. I don't think it's ever been proven to be true, but it was a rumor.
No, it's proven to be false right now. No, that's never fucking happened. Unless they did an angle when it was on Raw where it was Vince under a mask at some point. Somebody's going to come up with a picture. Maybe he did, but no. Not to anonymously learn how to work. No, Vince never wrestled under a mask. The first in the 90s, in the Attitude Era, when they finally, I can't even remember what the first time he was in a ring for was. Was it Austin?
It was Austin, wasn't it?
It was Austin. Okay. I mean, they talked about it, and I don't even remember whether Vince went to the warehouse at the studio before that or after that. At some point, Vince did go and work out, depending on what the match was, a couple things with a couple of guys at the warehouse. I know Tom Pritchard helped out on a couple of occasions. He wasn't taking wrestling lessons to learn to work from scratch. It was, and obviously his work showed, he knew what this shit was supposed to look like, and he's an athletic guy. So he didn't completely look like, a fucking greenhorn, as they used to say, on everything, and he surprised a lot of people, but that's because he was going to work his ass off and do whatever it fucking took to do it right. But he more or less worked out a few things for each specific match that was coming up, just that he had to know, or that, whatever the fuck, right? A big bump or some shit like that, which is why you can tell his basics kind of suck, but at the same time, his matches were great because he was like he watched Buddy Rogers in person, for fuck's sake. He was the master of wrestling psychology, but he just had never done the shit at the age of fucking 50-something or whatever it was when he first started. So he looked green, but he got by. And plus it's Vince, so it's already going to be over because they'd never seen such a thing before. And then, after the first few years, I'd seen him do a couple of things after that I was like, I wish he hadn't gone that far. But, when you go back and look at those matches, and did he have one with Flair?
I think
on a
wrestled Flair
pay-per-view
at the Royal Rumble and then Hogan at WrestleMania.
Yeah, so they were tearing the fucking house down, even if some of his shit looked shitty, because he knew what he was supposed to be doing and the matches made sense, and it was Vince and he was already over. But no, he never actually just had a match to just have a match. It was all for pay-per-view, big event, things like that.
One last Vince question here. This was sent in to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Dan in Melbourne, Australia. In the past, Jim has touched on various things Vince can't stand, won't allow in his wrestling product. Should say entertainment product. But can Jim shed any light on the style of wrestling and particular matches that Vince personally enjoys? Obviously, as a businessman, we know he likes anything that draws money, but on a personal level, did he ever talk about certain matches or programs that he loved? Or am I foolish to ever think of Vince as a wrestling fan rather than the cutthroat businessman that he is?
Well, now that question is worded that way, I remember Vince, if he liked somebody and somebody had done good business for him, and what a pro he was. Oh, he was just great. He would praise individual people, but I don't remember him past when the match would actually happen. If it was a pay-per-view match, and he's they did a great job, just a great job, or whatever, or he would praise a match. But I don't recall him off the top of my head right now, ever saying the words, wow, I remember this great match so-and-so had, or it was a great angle, or he didn't tell stories about how much he enjoyed a great match from the past or a great angle or whatever. He would praise individual people and he'd say a match was good if it happened on his show and he was there and he watched it. But I don't recall much fondness for great matches of days gone by, because it may not have pertained to whatever the fuck we were talking about, current business, so he didn't bring it up.
He saw Buddy Rogers live. We've all heard the stories about him riding around with Dr. Jerry Graham. Did he ever talk about the wrestlers that he saw when he was a kid?
With the exception of Rogers and Jerry Graham, and even then, he's not going to launch into fucking stories to tell. That's one thing is me and Bruce, if we were sitting by ourselves, we'd tell a bunch of fucking old stories. But Vince was not one to launch into stories. He would reference people in making a larger point. And every once in a while, he'd have some fond one sentence recollection of Dr. Jerry Graham or whatever. But he's not a fucking chit chatter and a recollector. So you didn't get a lot of stories. All
right. Well, we have another Vince question here. This was sent in the CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Christopher James Graham. I came across a series of...
That's a person who sounds way too snooty.
We'll see about that. I came across a series of stories on Twitter about Vince. I was wondering if we can get Jim's thoughts on their veracity and if he's heard any of these before. And I have a Twitter thread here by a friend of the show, Alan Blackstock, on Twitter @Alan_cheapshot. Let's hear if you know any of these stories, if you can confirm or deny them.
All right.
Vince hates sneezing. When someone sneezes, he yells at them and tells them to control themselves. On the rare occasion Vince sneezes, he angrily mutters to himself and loses focus for a few minutes. This was said by Paul Heyman on Chris Jericho's podcast.
I can testify to part of that. I've never actually seen Vince sneeze, I don't believe. It seems like that would stand out. Now it seems like everybody knows that Vince doesn't like sneezing. But nobody actually in 1996 told me specifically, don't ever sneeze around Vince. Because I remember one specific time, I think it was, God, I can't remember, but it may have been in early 97. I remember I was real sick at WrestleMania that year with some kind of bronchial thing or whatever. But anyway, it's a writing day. We go to Vince's, and I knew enough to know that you can't just call in sick with Vince, right? But at the same time, I'm fucking sick. So I'm there, but, I'm ready to do what I'm going to do, but I can't control that I'm coughing and wheezing and sneezing every once in a while and stopped up and just, I'm miserable, right? My eyes are water, whatever. If I've got a bad cold or whatever. So I'm trying to do the old, I'll put up the brave face and I will basically demonstrate my suffering to where that any normal human being would have pity and would say, you know what, you're sick, go home, get some rest, right? So that I can't ask, but I can accept that offer, right? I figure it's just a matter of time before anybody will make this offer. The offer wasn't coming. I really am fucking miserable. I'm not having to sell it too bad, and I'm doing the best I can, but I'm just, and Vince he's giving me all the faces, and he's looking at me, you know, and finally he's, are you all right? I said, oh, I'll be okay, Vince, because you got to fucking, you know, you got to plead your case. You got to be a plaintiff. You got to say, no, I'll be okay, because that's part of the fucking, what, making it look good, right? Then he wouldn't come back with, are you sure? You know, so then a few minutes later, I'll make some more noise. And he, come here. Are you going to be all right there? I said, well, yeah, Vince, I'll make it somehow. And you always, you know the rule of this, Brian. You always wait till the offer is made and you turn the offer down the first time and the offer maker insists, right? That's the way it works. That's the fucking rule. So finally the offer comes. Well, Jim, do you think you need to go home? Oh, no, Vince, I'll be all right. All right, then, page 6. I'm like, motherfucker. He did not insist. He broke the rule. And I had to sit there all day, and I was fucking miserable. I'm sure I fucking had a fever. But no, he, you know, that's his, and then after the fact, you know, became that, you know, he not only doesn't put sickness over, but he doesn't like to see displays of it. Well, he should have told me to go home then. He wouldn't have had to look at it.
Vince once raced former WWE writer Court Bauer on an open highway. Vince boxed in Court so that Court was heading straight for road construction. Court had to slam on his brakes to avoid an accident. Vince sped off, having won the race by almost killing a guy.
That is true. I can't really add anything to it. That's true.
Vince went bowling with an NBC executive. The guy had done something Vince didn't like. Obviously, since they were bowling, they were wearing bowling shoes. Vince sneaked off, got the guy's real shoes from behind the counter, tossed the shoes in the garbage, and left. The guy had no idea where his shoes were and had to go home wearing the gross bowling shoes. Vince contacted him later and said, "That's what you get, pal." The guy wrote a book and said that Vince was the biggest jerk he'd ever met in real life.
No, but wait a minute. He didn't throw the guy's shoes away. Didn't he just take one shoe and take it with him?
I believe so, and I believe the story was it was potentially a birthday party for Dick Ebersol, and the person whose shoes were stolen by Vince and Pat Patterson, I believe, was Frank the Ford.
That's right. Yes, it was. It was a party for Ebersol, but DeFord, the sports writer, got his shoes stolen.
Vince,
but he didn't throw them in the garbage. He actually took them with him so they wouldn't be there.
Vince, as a prank, had real police arrest Jonathan Coachman for running a betting pool at work. Coach said that when the cop car finally turned around and brought him back to WWE headquarters, he openly wept in relief and rage.
Well, yes, and I mean that's the classic have a guy arrested rib. They arrested me in Spartanburg one night. I've told that story before. They had Arn Anderson in the back of a police car in Charlotte at the Coliseum, allegedly on a statutory rape charge. And he was shitting himself until he looked out the back window and there was fucking Flair and Tully and whoever else leaning in laughing at him. And they let him out of the car. It's an old to have one of the boys arrested. It's just you got to get one of the guys that hasn't been around long, so they're not smart to it, and get the cops to go along with it. But in those days, you know, cops were regulars, so yes, that is true also.
Vince got wasted at a strip club and let the Hart Foundation hit their finisher on him, and they hit him really hard.
I don't remember whether it was a strip club or just a hotel bar. Do you?
I don't remember, but I believe it was the Hart Foundation after the Legion of Doom had hit the Doomsday device.
Yeah, well, he wanted this was back in the 80s, but by the time that I knew him in the 90s,
no, this was 92, I believe.
Okay, well, they were the pre-trial era. And I guess that maybe after he had that neck surgery, he didn't take too many of the guy's finishes anymore. But yes, he would occasionally go out and partake in adult beverages with the boys. And on this particular night, somehow or another, he decided he was going to take all the guys' finishes. And somewhere or another, the Road Warriors managed to do the Doomsday device on him to where it didn't fucking kill him. But the Hart Foundation cinched up and were a little snug with him while they had the opportunity.
Vince said something insulting to Kofi Kingston on a plane, and Kofi didn't do anything. As they were getting off the plane, Chris Jericho told Kofi that if he didn't confront and fight Vince immediately, Kofi's career was effectively over in Vince's mind. This was how Vince tested his talent.
Well, that story is true. Jericho's told it. I wasn't there, obviously, at that point in time, but it's almost like if Vince has gotten younger mentally. That because when I knew him, it's not like he would have turned back down from a fight from anybody, but he didn't actively want to fucking fight or fucking whatever with the boys. But somehow in the decade after that, you're always hearing the stories about either somebody has to stand up to him, wrestle him, threaten to fight him, or get on the plane and fucking face lock him or whatever. But that story is true.
Former 90210 writer Larry Molan joined Stephanie's creative team. They were in a meeting with Vince. Vince was talking. Larry was nodding. Stephanie pulled Larry out of the room. She told him, quote, "You need to stop nodding. Vince hates nodding." She explained that if there's one thing Vince hates, it's a yes man. This is extra hilarious because everyone always says that Vince is surrounded by yes men. Poor Larry lasted just a couple of weeks.
Once again, I never saw him yell at anybody for nodding or speak ill of anybody for nodding, but I'm not a big nodder. I don't nod a lot. I don't know that Bruce ever nodded a lot. I didn't see a lot of people around him nodding. Maybe I just caught him at the wrong time with a lot of non-nodders.
So you think that's probably true?
Well, I mean, if they tell that story, because it sounds like something that Stephanie would say. I can't dispute it, is what I'm saying.
Vince invited Mark Henry to a workout session. Bear in mind that Mark Henry's claim as the world's strongest man is based on the fact that he is the only man to have competed at top-level Olympic lifting, powerlifting, and strongman competitions. Vince tried to out-rep him on every exercise. Henry went along with it because he's competitive, and even admitted that Vince tested him a little bit. Mark says that he actually quit before Vince did. Vince phoned Mark in great pain and admitted he had made a terrible mistake. You know anything about this story?
I haven't heard it, but I can believe it. It sounds entirely believable.
Vince was hesitant to hire Gail Kim due to her being Asian. Jim Ross convinced him not only because of her in-ring talent, but the fact that many men are attracted to Asian women, and that there are even lots of Asian porn sites on the internet. This apparently shocked the hell out of Vince, who had no idea Asian porn sites existed.
I've heard JR tell that story, so yes. Well, that's you're talking about a guy that never even saw television. I don't know when he would have time to look at entertainment on the internet. So Vince may be like fucking Quagmire when they tipped him to the fact there was porn on the fucking internet. He didn't know it, and you see him 3 days later, his right arm is 3 times as big around as his left one. But the Vince McMahon's idea of a drop dead gorgeous woman is fucking Sable, as we've mentioned before. And the only thing that I was ever able to glean of Vince's romantic preferences is that he and Shitstain were both all fired up over the idea of seeing Sable wearing white cotton panties. And I just fucking zoned out when they would go into those discussions.
The McMahons playing pool at their holiday home in Boca. Triple H and Stephanie against Vince and Linda. It was supposed to be a fun family game, and Vince turned it into a serious competition. Triple H and Stephanie kept getting lucky and were winning. Vince was getting mad at Linda because she was making their side lose. Eventually, Stephanie ended up potting for the win, and he cracked up and stalked off. Later that night, she called him through the intercom and sang, "You're tied to the whipping post, Dad," to piss him off. And from their bedroom, Steph and Triple H could hear him literally screaming in anger on the other side of the house.
Well, the only person that could have told that story would have been Stephanie, so I would have to believe that because she would have been there.
Tiger Ali Singh complained to Vince about making him wear a turban and traditional Indian garb, telling him it was offensive to his people and a desecration. Vince replied, quote, "You and D'Lo are going to put those fucking turbans on. I don't care about desecration." Is there any truth to that? You would have been there, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know if I was specifically standing in front of him, but yeah, Tiger Ali Singh, I was there for that whole debacle. Tiger Ali Singh was the son of Tiger Jeet Singh. Tiger Jeet Singh was a huge wrestling personality in the Toronto market and the Ontario area in general, and also in Japan, where he'd had a long run with the Inoki's company. Like when the Sheik was Baba's crazy guy, Tiger Jeet Singh was Inoki's crazy guy. He came out with a turban. Tiger Jeet Singh, the father came out with a turban, and what is he, Pakistani or Hindu of some description? And he had a sword, saber type of thing, and he would beat up the fans on the way to the ring. I didn't let you answer that question, Brian. He is a Hindu of some description, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I'm not certain of.
And well, I'm not trying to be racist here, but that's why the name Tiger Jeet Singh. He is from some Middle Eastern country or whatever, and there is a large population in Ontario, especially in Toronto, of his people, which is why that he was very over at one time in Toronto and had all kinds of, sellouts with the Sheik and blah, 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 and made a lot of money there. So anyway, Tiger Jeet Singh is retired at this time. It's 1996 or whatever, 7, but he's a rich guy. I think there's a school in Ontario named after him. Is there not?
There is. I believe it's,
yeah.
In Canada, it's him and, is it Whipper Billy Watson? Or those
him and Whipper Billy Watson, yeah. But, I mean, he's still a name in the community. He's a rich guy. He made money, put it into real estate, whatever. His son wants to get into wrestling. They should have named him George Singh. But anyway, his son is a big, tall, good-looking guy. We see the pictures, and as some way or another, the deal is going to be that not only is, if they take Tiger Ali Singh, the son, and the Ali was to honor Muhammad Ali because they're Muslim, whatever the people, the lineage they are, whatever, they're Muslim. So the Tiger Ali Singh is to honor his father and Muhammad Ali. And not only if we take the son and use him, then Tiger Jeet Singh has some connections in the Middle East that is going to get these huge paid tours, right? And as we know, Vince has always been a big fucking fan of huge paid tours to the Middle East, right? So this was 25 years ago. So, and also there was talk about it, he's so influential in Toronto, but we were already doing fucking big business in Toronto. But they signed Tiger Ali Singh. And he's one of those guys, not only is he's greener than a pepper tree, his dad was not an accomplished worker as far as wrestling. He did his gimmick. He was like the Sheik. He did his gimmick, and if it was anybody else doing it, it was bleh, right? Would you attest to that?
He was not very good in the ring.
And he was not even as over as the Sheik, but he just had those pockets of places, and because of his ethnic heritage, where he was very influential.
Although he looked really cool in the Japanese magazines when you see photos. It was like, wow, this guy has a saber and he's out there doing crazy stuff. But then you'd watch the matches and it was like, oh boy.
Yeah, it was brutal. But anyway, but also Tiger Ali Singh thinks that he should be a big star from the start because he's, imagine if the Sheik telling his son, Captain Ed George, he should be a star times 20. Tiger Ali Singh is determined. He's supposed to be a big star. He's dry on promos. He wasn't an outgoing personality. He got heat with the boys. He had heat because he wasn't very good, and also because they'd signed him and were trying to give him somewhat of a push. And I can't remember whether the turban episode was, they tried him out and his father made some appearances, and then come to find out, wouldn't you know who won the pony? Those paid Middle Eastern appearances didn't actually pan out. Apparently, the way, if they panned out at all, I can't remember, but there wasn't a lot of money in the pan if they did pan out. And suddenly, Tiger Jeet Singh's not making any more appearances, and they've got Tiger Ali Singh on this contract. And I can't remember whether the turban thing, as I said, was either before or after they finally gave up and sent him to Puerto Rico. They had a relationship at the time with whichever, what IWA was what Victor Quinones was with back at that time, right?
Yeah.
So they sent Tiger Ali Singh to Puerto Rico. They sent Russ McCullough, my big 7-foot fucking abortion from OVW. They sent him to Puerto Rico. Whoever they wanted to run off of a developmental deal that they couldn't break any other way because these were the early ones, they sent him to Puerto Rico. Figured they could run him off. And finally, I think they ended up in some kind of lawsuit, if I'm not mistaken, with Tiger Ali Singh by the time that they ended their contractual relationship. So yes, you're going to put these fucking turbans on. At that point, if he wanted him to wear a fucking ballet tutu, they were doing everything they could do to first, they did everything they could with him, and then they did everything they could to get rid of him with old Tiger Ali Singh.
A few years ago, the company had a snow cone party. Kind of weird, I know. This was in the back lot of the TV studio, not the actual large headquarter building that everyone always sees. Well, apparently Vince is a huge snow cone fanatic. So much so that he had a lot of them. Like 10. At one point, he got up and announced in front of everyone in his Mr. McMahon, you're fired voice that he loves snow cones. It was awkward, and I had to fight to hold back my laughter. It was surreal. I'm not sure who said that, but it's in quotes.
I can believe that also. I've never seen Vince eat a snow cone, but I can believe that story might be true.
Vince thinks throwing or pushing someone into a swimming pool while fully clothed is the funniest thing on planet Earth. On planet Earth, excuse me.
I could attest to that being true because I've been one of the people in the pool. It wasn't bad weather, thankfully. It was one of the days that we were riding out by the pool because it was good weather. But toward the end of the day, I can't remember how that I bit on the hook, but it was something to the effect of Bruce was saying, well, there was something. He couldn't believe that Vince had that written on the bottom of the pool. I said, what? Yeah, Vince had whatever the fuck it was he's telling me written on the bottom of the pool. And he said, you can see it from right there. So I go over, and as I'm looking, trying to see, it was just the not 16 foot, but the 6 foot or whatever fucking depth. And I said, and right then there's Vince's hands from behind, whoosh, straight into the fucking pool. Oh God, he loved it. Everybody apparently that has been to, he never did it to Pat, I don't think, but everybody that's been to Vince's house for a work day has been in the pool. Apparently, or at least as of that point they had. And so then I've got no fucking clothes because my clothes are wet, right? I've got to go home. So he said, oh, here, pal. And he got me a sweatshirt and a pair of sweatpants. And it was actually a jacket. I remember I got a jacket to wear home. So it must have been spring briskish as it got dark. And the jacket, I said, I'll bring this back to you. He said, oh, don't worry, pal, keep it. Well, the sleeves looked like a straight jacket because Vince is a lot taller and bigger than me in the upper body. So I had it in the closet for a long time. And then when I moved, I should have kept it. But it was like one of those jackets that probably was a designer jacket, probably not a suit jacket, but a coat. Probably paid $500 for it. And he didn't give a shit. Said, oh, don't worry, keep it. But yes, I've been in the pool.
One time, he got drunk and urinated on Ric Flair's hotel bed.
I have not heard that.
I've heard that.
Okay.
Paul Heyman talked about Vince's competitiveness. Vince supposedly has a world-class thick beard, but shaves constantly. Heyman asked Vince why he doesn't just let the beard grow out and save himself the trouble, and Vince's answer was, I can't let it win.
Well, we've told the shaving story here just recently, so we're not going to talk about it. But yeah, he shaves constantly with his electric razor that he keeps in his briefcase in the back of the limo. He's fucking grinding it on his face. So I can believe that, even if it came from Heyman.
Vince holds a meeting with all of the talent announcing the switch to PG programming. Michael Tarver stands up and asks a question. Vince's response, excellent question, Shelton. Oh my God.
I heard that a long time ago.
See No Evil, the film that Kane did. Vince wants this scene in the movie where Kane's character pulls out his penis, and he wants it to be 3 feet long. I thought there was a connection problem. I said, Greg, can you just back up and repeat that last line for me? He goes, yes, Vince wants Kane's penis to be 3 feet long, and none of the producers are saying anything about it. Well, here's one of your stories. Jim Cornette was at Vince's house, and Vince had somebody from the cable company working on a TV because the sound wouldn't work. The guy came up to Vince holding the remote control and explained to him what a mute button was, and that mute was on. Vince gave him a $100 tip. Is that accurate?
I've witnessed that with my own eyes. And it wasn't like he was working on the TV. So here's the thing. When we'd be there, Linda would be at the office. She still worked in the office on the other end of the 4th floor. And she would go to the office every day. So the only people there in the house would be the couple. And gosh, I can't remember their names. But this man and this woman, they were a married couple. And they lived there and did the cooking and housework and cleaning and things. And they lived in some, I don't know, there was an old building in the back that was like a 3-car garage or whatever, that when Shane got married to Marissa, Vince had that renovated, spent like a couple of $100,000 renovating it and gave it to him for a wedding present. But I think the live-in couple lived in another wing of the actual house. But anyway, otherwise than that, there was nobody there. And if they would be off doing errands or going to shopping or whatever the fuck, it was just us. Well, at one day, but you would see people on a regular basis. They'd be wandering around either on the grounds or in the house because there was always some work going on. Groundskeepers would be there or somebody would be coming in to do something. Well, on this particular day, we're sitting there in the dining room and the doorbell, and I guess Vince goes up because the couple was gone. So Vince goes up and opens it. Oh yeah, pal, come this way. And it's the guy from the cable company. He says, right back there. And he points to the room, the little living room they had around the edge past the kitchen and the dining room. It's where that big painting of Vince is on the wall with that big opulent frame. He's got the big arms and everything. But anyway, he said, back there, pal, there's no sound. So we're sitting there, and the guy comes back around the corner like a minute and a half later with the remote in his hand. And he says, sir, see this, the mute button? That's what the problem was. Oh, thank you, Pat. He reaches in his pocket and hands the guy a $100 bill. But there would be so many people wandering around there sometimes. Vince would look up and just see some guy that he had no idea who the fuck it was walking down his hallway. And he'd shake his head and say, I don't know who these people are. But there, one time, we're working out by the pool. It's me and Bruce and Vince. And Pat's supposed to come over, but he hadn't showed up yet. Well, Vince has to go in and take a private phone call in his study. So me and Bruce are sitting there by the pool. Pat shows up. Well, Pat sits there, and we start out with Pat, where Vince is not the king of chit chat. Vince, you have to be talking about something of substance. Pat just loves to chit chat. And we sat there and we just bullshitting back and forth, enjoying the weather, whatever. But finally, Pat's like, fuck, is he ever going to come out here? He's got that accent. And, it's like he knows. Sometimes you would literally sit there on some writing days. You would sit there for an hour and a half or 2 hours, just twiddle your dick to wait for Vince to come out of some telephonic conference. So we said, I don't know, he's been in there a while. So Pat, I don't know whether he saw a reflection through the window like he thought he was coming, or he just said, well, just watch this. He went around, but he waited for a couple minutes. Around where the pool is, it's landscaped, and there's these bushes. and you can't really see past the barbecue area at the end of the pool. And there was the groundskeepers were doing their work, right? All around you hear the lawnmower down the way, and you hear this guy's raking and doing his thing. Well, Pat goes around the deal. Vince comes out. He doesn't know Pat's there. Pat has gone around to one of these fucking landscapers and got his leaf blower. And it's one of those fucking gasoline-powered leaf blowers where you can really rev that thing up, right, and cause some turbulence in the air. And so as Vince sits down, he starts talking again. He says, all right, where were we? Pat starts revving that thing up behind the bushes. And now, Vince, all morning we've been talking about his Mexican grounds crew, right? The what the fuck was it? His Mexican ground crew had a Italian name because they're in Connecticut. So it's like the Lambrini brothers, but every single one of them's Mexican. So we were laughing about that. So anyway, Pat's got this fucking leaf blower. Vince doesn't know Pat's there. Pat starts revving that thing up right behind the bushes on the other side of the fucking railing from the pool area where we're sitting. And it's like he's doing the work, and Vince has seen him all morning. So he looks over and he kind of disgusted, like, this guy's right on top of us now. And he continues talking, and Pat revs it up louder. And Vince he looks over his shoulder again. He's like, continues talking. And then Pat revs it up louder. He blows through the bushes, and now the wind's coming through the bushes, and it's blowing Vince's shit. And Vince looks over his shoulder. Hey, amigo, por favor, or whatever he's trying to fucking... And in response to this, Pat revs the shit up and just fucking floors the goddamn gasoline leaf blower. It's the loudest thing, and he's shooting the wind straight through the goddamn bushes. And Vince's toupee is almost ready to come off. No, I'm kidding. But his fucking hair and everything, and his shit's flying all off the table. And Vince gets up and goes around like he's going to go on the other side of those bushes and cut a promo on this motherfucker. And he goes, hey, amigo. And just then Pat fucking leans around from the other side of the bushes. And he sees it. And now he's got to laugh because Pat got him. And he loves Pat. So he's fucking horse laughing. But that's the kind of shit that we would occupy ourselves with.
Well, that ends the Vince McMahon portion of the drive-thru today. A lot of people have been fascinated by Vince's behavior the last few weeks, more than...
What? The last few weeks?
Well, we have never received
People have been fascinated about Vince's behavior for 35 fucking years.
The amount of questions that have been coming in have been extraordinary about Vince. Well, there it is, Jimmy. Another zany story. I don't even know which one it was. I'm not even going to try to guess.
Wait a minute. How do you know it was zany? It might have been pithy.
Oh, it could have been.
It might have been pithy, full of pith, full of gravitas, and of substantive content, rather than just some zaniness, wackiness, goofiness.
What's Vince's favorite word? Like, if there's a word you think of, like, oh my God, that's the word that Vince would use all the time. What is it? Batten down the hatches? Did he ever say that? Was that only on the air?
If you notice, Vince uses a lot of, I don't even know, I didn't retain enough of what I learned in English class in school to remember the descriptions of these words, but he uses a lot of words like notwithstanding and nevertheless, and the things that make him sound professorial when he's speaking, especially when he's on one of those conference calls or whatever. He's just got to, especially when for public consumption, he's got that dignified way of speaking where he kind of can go around in circles if he wants to. I think of that sometimes. Well, notwithstanding and as an announcer, he would do the same thing. If you recall. So something like that off the top of my head.
Well, Jim, notwithstanding that answer, let's talk about the top of your head. You got nothing to worry about. Now, some other people, they may have things to worry about.
Well, no, what we were going to mention was, I brought this up because I thought that it was worthy of conversation. Nobody has said anything about Vince's hair lately because everybody's talked about, has Vince had plastic surgery, or is Vince wearing makeup, or why is Vince wearing lipstick? Is it possible that, whatever deal with the devil or experimental medical treatment involving draining all the blood from his body has caused him to have to wear the makeup and the stuff that looks like they put it on with a trowel? But his hair has some salt and pepper in there, but it looks almost as good as it did 25 years ago, while the rest of his faculties may be drooping and wilting. And I'm just wondering if Vince has gone to all the expense that, he will spare no expense. And if he needs to have something, he'll have the best. Has he gone to all the expense and trouble and time and pain of having extra hair stuck into his head in the way that some people do it? Or did he get in on the early, because Vince he's a predatory businessman. Maybe he got in on the early stages of keeps. And that's and now, even though all the rest of his faculties and or bodily functions are headed south on him, he's got a big old head of hair. And I mean, not only, because when he'd be out on TV, we used to joke that even a hurricane or a tornado or whatever, a thunderstorm, couldn't blow that hair because it was carefully sprayed and brushed and coiffed and slackered and nothing was going to harm it on TV days. But when we'd go to his house and, for a writing day, and he'd be in his workout clothes, maybe the Ica Pro shirt with no sleeves and sweatpants, and why, he still had that big old shock of hair that he'd run his hand through every once in a while, and it was just all fluffy and everything. He looked like he was just a hair model waiting to happen. And now, once again, like I said, everything else has gone south. He's still got his hair at almost 80 years old. And we've talked about it. 2 out of 3 men in America, well, I guess around the world, will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35, but there's Vince. He's almost 80. I think he was in on the ground floor of keeps. More than 50 million men in the United States suffer from male pattern baldness. But yet, therefore, there's Vince still with everything growing out, no dry patches, no bald spots that we can see. I think he's on the keeps because actually, folks, Keeps offers the only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss, but they offer the generic versions of them so they won't cause financial loss because the treatments are low cost. They start at just $10 a month. Discreet packaging and proven results. Keeps has more 5-star reviews than any of its competitors, but prevention is the key, folks. Treatments can take 4 to 6 months to see the results. You got to start now, act fast, do what Vince did, start 25 years ago. And when you're 80 years old, you'll still look like the ass end of a peacock. Folks, if you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to Keeps, KEEPS.com/JCE and get your first month of treatment for free. Keeps.com/JCE to get your first month's treatment for free. Be like Vince. Keeps your hair.
That's right. Be like Vince. Keeps your hair. And it's funny, back in the old days, he used to tell the commentators to make fun of he used to call it a wig. Say I'm wearing a wig. They don't make fun of his wig anymore. And now, of course, it's not the real color. I don't know what color it is. But it is a gray head of hair, whatever he does have. But
it's hair there. And he used to, because it was real hair. And because a lot of people may have believed all those wig jokes. His hair was always real. It was just that it was so perfect that the joke was that it couldn't possibly be real. And I don't know if the story is in this program, so I won't go into great detail, but everybody knows that once a week, he used to have a limousine take him from either the office in Stamford or sometimes even his home in Greenwich, where the polo ponies roam free, down to this hotel in New York City to get a haircut from the guy that cut his hair once a week. So how many hairs is he cutting? And the haircut, and this was in the late 90s, cost $100. Plus tip, I assume. So Vince was spending $400 plus tips plus 4 limo rides from Connecticut to New York and back every month 25 years ago on his hair.
He was the fool. He's the one who chose to live in Greenwich. He could have lived anywhere he wanted. Isn't the story that he once said that when he was starting things up, he I read this somewhere. I don't remember where. He was going to live in one of two places, Beverly Hills or Greenwich, Connecticut. He just figured those are the places to be the person I want to be. I would need to live.
I don't know that I ever saw that, but I can't shoot it down as false because it sounds like something he'd say. Except I think probably he obviously always wanted to be in New York, but if it wasn't going to happen there, I'm sure that California would have suited his principles.
Could you see Vince living in a city?
Oh, yes. See, that's the thing. One time we're in the limo, right? Going to something, and for whatever reason, it was just me and him on the way to the shoot. Bruce wasn't there. JR wasn't there. And I'm just looking out the window at the traffic, and at least with the limo, it's not so nerve-wracking. You're not the one driving. I didn't have any fucking financial interest in his limousine. So as long as they didn't kill us, I didn't care whether we got hit or dinged or whatever. And at least if you're sitting there in a limo at a red light or blocked traffic, you're not looking at the ass end of a dump truck. It's a little bit more comfortable. So that's the way to go in New York. But I'm just looking at the traffic and the chaos and the noise and the people. And it's my seventh level of hell, as you know, to be in the middle of New York City.
It's gotten
everything.
Worse.
Well, and it's gotten worse. Yeah.
In terms of driving around the city, it's never been worse.
But I'm not even driving, walking, hanging from a light post, whatever the case may be. To be in a major city is my just horror. And I'm looking and I'm going, oh, geez, it takes so long to get anywhere here. And he's like, but pal, the city, it's nothing like it. You'd get used to it. You can eat anytime you want. You can go anywhere you want. There's always something going on. I said, that's the problem. But he likes that. And that's so, yes. And I think in recent years, in addition to the little place out in Greenwich, he's had some kind of penthouse apartment in Manhattan, or somewhere in New York. I don't know the geography. And also he had a place that for a while he was staying in Stamford when he didn't go all the way home to Greenwich, 12 miles away or whatever. So but then at the same time, the years in the late 90s that I was working for him, it was a rib that we talked about. At Christmas, we would get some form of relief, and that was until Raw started going live every week. We'd get a little relief because it was a tradition. He either 10 or 14 days, he would go to his place in Florida. And that was the holiday vacation that he and Linda and I guess Shane would go, or Stephanie would, depending on what their ages were, whatever. And so you'd have a little relief, right? Even though he'd still call, and he was working there and he'd call people on the phone. But this, I never saw it, but it was described to me as a $10 million mansion in Florida that sat out on, I don't know whether it's down in the Fort Lauderdale area or wherever it was, but some ritzy South Miami, whatever. It sat out on one of those peninsulas, so you literally, the windows, you could see through this house, and there was ocean on three sides of it. And it's just this glorious place. And I said, well, he only goes there 2 weeks a year. It's worth $10 million. It's this beautiful. I said, and I one time I said, why don't they rent it out? Well, then it wouldn't be available if he wanted to go. I thought, God damn it. And that's when I realized that this is a whole new level of, if I had enough money to have a $10 million second home, you'd never see my fat white ass again. That's all I got to say.
Our next question, Jim, was sent in to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Casey. You've said on previous drive-thrus that rich weirdo Vince McMahon never took the time to sit down and enjoy a movie or TV show. So my question is, when you were working closely with Vince McMahon, did the rich weirdo ever listen to any music? And if so, who were his favorite artists?
Oh, God. I mean, he would talk about musicians in conversation when it came up or applied or whatever. I mean, there was, I'm sure, some spirited Elvis discussion when we were talking about Honky Tonk Man once or twice. But
was he a big Elvis fan?
No, I'm not saying he was a big Elvis fan. I'm just, and then you'd start doing the impersonations and everything. Oh, man, hey, Elvis has left the building and all that stuff. He knew who these people were, the major names. I heard the story before I got there. It was one of the SummerSlams. Did they do a SummerSlam in Toronto?
Before you got there? I'm not sure about that. I don't know.
Back in the late 80s, 90s, whatever the point is, I don't know, but there was a SummerSlam where Bruce was always telling this story, and he told it in front of Vince, so it was true, in this case, from Bruce, that Joe Walsh, they could get Joe Walsh to do the national anthem and of the Eagles and fucking Joe Walsh. And Vince had no idea who that was. And he ended up getting somebody else that was like, that he knew who the fuck they were, and it was a bomb or some shit like that. But no, he knew who major entertainers were. But here's the thing. I can't imagine when he would have, I don't remember us turn the radio on in the car, because if we were in the car, we were talking about the TV that we were going to or working in some kind of way. JR, everybody attests to that. Get your books out, guys. The only person who couldn't get his book out was whoever was driving. If you went to the office, if you got there at 9 o'clock, Vince was already in his office. The big executive office on the corner behind the, Beth Zaza was his secretary there, and you'd turn right, and he was already there pretty much before everybody else, and he didn't leave until after everybody else. That's how Russo would sit there until 8:30 in the evening to catch Vince coming out of his office to pitch his shit. On a writing day, we'd get there at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we wouldn't leave until fucking 7 o'clock at night, charitably. And there wasn't even a TV in that room. The radio was never on. And I know that he works out in the mornings, but maybe he listens to music when he works out, but he works out either in his home gym, or he'd sometimes come to the office in those days and work out at the gym there, but that would be in the morning before 9 o'clock. So when would he ever watch television? On fucking taping days, he was one of the first ones in the building, and you wouldn't leave until the show was over. It's not like there were phones where you could watch television on your phone in those days. If there was a monitor in his office, so he could monitor the show that they were shooting that night, but not a television. I don't know when this fucking human being would ever have time to watch television.
And music, you never ever listen to music in the car?
No, because we'd always be talking. I remember listening to music with him when he would get samples or potential new music for new talents. I remember that.
What was that process like?
Well, just everyone. I mean, it wouldn't be like a regular thing, but I remember on several occasions, well, what do you think of this song? Or what do you think of this? They're working on this or whatever. But that would be that wasn't a regular thing. And that would be the only time that he didn't watch TV at the studio. He watched the monitor for whatever the fuck we were shooting at the studio or airing at the studio. That's literally what Vince did. If he was not traveling for work, he was at the office or he was working at home. And with a 2-hour workout, at least once a day, plus a long work day. And I mean, now maybe things are different when you can watch television anywhere now. But in those days, there was literally not time for him to watch television. And when we would leave on those writing days at 7:30, sometimes 8 o'clock at night, after we've been there almost 12 hours or whatever, he had lunch. We'd gone to get lunch at the store down the road from his house, but he still hadn't had dinner, so he's going to have to eat dinner.
Would he go with you to the store?
Yeah, he'd drive. Fuck, yeah, come on, let's go get some lunch. Whenever we get to some type of stopping point, and we'd just pile in one of his vehicles, and he'd drive us down there, and he'd buy the fucking lunch, whether it me and Bruce or me and Shitstain or all of us, whatever, whoever was in the group. And we'd come back and eat it at the dining room table real quick, clean everything off, and get back to work. So he'd be eating the giant white meat turkey sandwich on white bread, but with just the barest bit of mustard to give it some flavor. And I'd be sitting there either eating a greasy cheeseburger or those chicken fingers that they made down there. I'd dip in fucking ranch, and he'd look at me like I was literally scooping shit into my mouth with my hands. And then we'd go back to work. There was no... If it was good weather, we'd sit out by the pool, and then you'd have to have a paperweight because the wind out there, but since they get so little good weather in Connecticut, he'd want to go out by his poolside. So we'd sit on the table out there, and he'd have something sitting on your book to keep the pages from blowing away, and something sitting on your formats and some pens and things and drinks, sat and talk about the same shit out at the pool, which was 50 feet from the dining room. That was as far as you would go, as far as getting away from work.
He wasn't always into steroids and bodybuilding. Did he ever say, like, while you were eating, I used to eat that, or I haven't had a hamburger in years, but I used to love them? Anything?
No, he never put over. He would always talk about, food is fuel. He ate because it was necessary fuel, but he never put over that he used to fucking sneak. I mean, he has cheat things and guilty things, and he binges like what the fuck was it? There's some things
was it Oreos that he binges on?
I think something like that. But but it's very rare because that shows a lack of discipline, and then he treats himself by having whatever the fuck he might want and stuffing his face with it. But he doesn't ever admit that he used to just sit around and eat French fries and have acne.
When it comes to the music, there have been some stories that at times when he tries to sell talent on a new gimmick and potentially new music, he'll do so by standing up and dancing and acting out how they could dance to their song. Did you ever see any Vince dancing, not besides the Too Cold Scorpio story, but whenever he was listening to potential new music, did he ever get up and move around?
Oh, yeah, because the video of him doing Stand Back from the original Slammies or whatever, he loved doing shit like that. He doesn't think he's Tom Jones, but he's doing the Tom Jones shit because he will make fun of himself that way. He will do that. And look at Vince. He's being cool and making fun of himself. He likes that kind of thing. But yeah, every once in a while, he would just briefly, as he was saying something, break into some demonstrative physical action to illustrate that or whatever. But it wasn't a habit. He wasn't just bopping down the fucking hallways like Lisa Simpson playing her fucking sax.
Well, Jim, our next question was sent in via email.
Dead puppies. Don't crack, Brian, don't crack.
At gmail.com from Blake D. The people at home have no idea why I'm laughing right now. Question from Mr. Cornette concerning the genetic jackhammer with balls the size of grapefruits, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. This question is concerning Vince McMahon and his former journey selling bodybuilding supplements. I've heard a rumor for many years, but I've never heard a wrestling talent or someone in the business address this. So my question is, I think he left that in is there any truth to the rumor that Vince McMahon buried 3 million gallons of unsold IcoPro behind Titan Tower? The IcoPro slogan was, "You gotta want it." If this is true, then apparently McMahon didn't want it.
No, you couldn't. Titan Tower doesn't exist on Gilligan's Island where you can just go out in the backyard and dig a fucking hole. It is surrounded by the city of Stamford, Connecticut, and concrete and parking lots and buildings. There's no way to go out behind Titan Tower and bury any, especially millions of gallons of whatever. I don't know what kind of containers it came in, but no, I honestly, I don't know what they did with it. I remember hearing they had a bunch left over. That much is true, but I have no idea what they did with it or how they disposed of it. I still remember Vince McMahon eating IcoPro, what do they call them? Power bars? The fucking thing, it's supposed to look like a candy bar, but it certainly doesn't taste like it. It's supposed to be healthy and give the bodybuilders protein. All in the 90s, all the guys had these power bars in their fucking bags, and they were eating them all the time. like they actually tasted good. That's what Vince would snack on when we were at his house and we were writing or whatever. And it was either not time to go to the little deli down the road to get the lunch sandwiches, or it was mid-afternoon. He'd bite into these goddamn ICA-Pro bars. And one time he said, well, here, try it, and it was like goddamn a chocolate-flavored roofing tile. But I don't know what they did with all that stuff, no. But power bars, that's the thing, power bar, put penciled behind his ear and a power bar in his fucking mouth.
Okay, well.
I was eating Reese's Cups.
Would he eat a power bar on the way to his barber to get his haircut while he's shaving his face?
He couldn't, that's two things he couldn't do. He couldn't either eat a power bar or fucking get a haircut while he was working at the same time as shaving his face. He couldn't do all those things at the same time. He could work and shave his face. He could work and eat a power bar. He could even work and get a haircut. But he couldn't do it more than two of those things at the same time.
Our next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Danny Brown. What do you think? FTR says in 2019 sometime Triple H said a big wave of change is coming. A little while later they said Vince wasn't well for several months. And that's around when he pitched that dumb parody gimmick. Do you think that when Triple H pitched them that, it was kind of saying Vince is on his way out? He doesn't look well, and now we have confirmation he wasn't for an extended period. Dude, I think we may lose Vince in 2022. What are your thoughts on any of this?
I don't know why you came up with 2022, but...
No, 2020.
Oh, 2020 also. And
by the way, the subject line, Triple H knows Vince is dying? Question mark.
Oh, for God's sake. Let's not get that started. Knowing all those individuals, it's not unheard of that if there was conversation in the family that, Vince wasn't feeling well and maybe he was going to cede more responsibility to Triple H, so Triple H would then try to give somebody the Iggy that, hey, just wait, changes are coming. And it could also be that he was just given that standard line because that's what you do when somebody's unhappy in a wrestling business. So I can't validate or shoot the holes out of either one of those theories, to be quite honest. But it seems like Triple H has tried to avoid just outright bullshitting people. He prefers, he lets like the Bruces of the world do that. So it doesn't seem like he would have bullshitted him unless something was going to happen, but that it may have been something else completely that we don't know about. And then they had an idea and a week later they didn't have that idea anymore, because that happens all the fucking time.
We really haven't talked too much about this since the FTR interview. What did you think listening to them talk about their experience the last several years with WWE, Creative, Vince, Bruce, just that whole system? What did you think sitting back and hearing all that?
I think because of, it's a publicly traded company now and all that, they've got human resources, or, everything goes through a variety of levels of corporate now. I think nobody will just come. If you worked for Ole Anderson and you went in and said, hey, Ole, what the fuck? He would be honest with you. He'd either say, you know what? You guys have worked hard. I'm going to put the belts on you next week. Stick with me. I'll take care of you. And he'd do it. Or he'd say, you know what? I just don't like you guys. Or you haven't impressed me, or you've been here too long, or whatever. Maybe you need to go somewhere else. That was booking, and that was the wrestling business. You didn't yank a guy along because you didn't have to. They were yanking these guys along because they knew that they were going to be valuable against, for the opposition against the people who some claim are really the best tag team in wrestling. I don't want to mention their names. We're trying to stay positive here. So they figure, well, we don't want to give these guys a fucking benefit, but we don't like tag team wrestling. We're not going to use them, so we're going to string them along. And they don't really figure it's stringing them along if they're offering them money, because it ain't actually their money out of their pocket. It's money out of the corporation's pocket. So if they're paying them a lot of money and then not letting them do anything, then they are less sympathetic because they're, well, you're making a lot of money. What the fuck? You're just complaining. Well, no, I just want to do something I'm happy fucking doing, motherfucker. So I'll go elsewhere. But that's the problem. Nobody has any balls, and there's not one person making all the decisions. Even Vince can't make every decision, even though Vince knows about anything of any importance, but he doesn't even actively tell guys or tell his people to lie to guys at that level. He really doesn't spend that much time on it. They're just bullshitting on their own because they don't want Vince to hear that they lost these two guys. Vince hears these two guys debuted for AEW, and he go, thought they were working for us. Who was in charge of that? And whether it would have been a Laurinaitis, or it would have been Triple H, or it would have been Bruce, or whoever along that, then they would have had to get yelled at because they lost so-and-so to the opposition. That's why they don't want to do it. It's ridiculous in this day and age, but the point is they're not going to feature tag teams on top. They're just not. So anybody that wants to be a tag team should not fucking go there. And because every tag team that's gone there has been miserable or split up or wanted out.
It's not even about pushing a tag team on top. It's about treating a tag team division with respect. Doesn't have to be the main event.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in a feature position on top, not the actual main event of every show, although it's been proven time and time again that can draw, but it would take years now to reduce and eliminate the damage they've done to the perception of tag team wrestling in their company for it to ever mean anything, and they're not going to ever do that. But no, you could obviously. Well, they're having enough trouble making a fucking star of any kind, single, tag team. They've had better luck with the women. They've just come across better women that have helped them out quite a bit. They might have botched that up too, but you can't just keep making the tag teams meaningless and bottom of the card and the title not featured and etc. and ever draw any money with it. And so anybody who wants to be a tag team should not work for the WWF. Anderson and Gallows. Boy, as soon as they didn't have a fucking option, they fucking cut them loose. Don't even get me started on that. I would go to a motherfucker's house with a can of gasoline and a blowtorch if they talked me out of doing something that I wanted to do on the theory they were going to pay me $750,000 a year, and that lasted for 3 months, and they said, no, I changed my mind. They'd be changing their fucking address. But that's what I got to say about that.
All right. Well, let's get some more questions here on this positive edition of the Drive-Thru.
All right. We've put off the inevitable long enough. Should we talk about some modern wrestling, specifically the weekly, and I say WEAKLY, weekly Wednesday Night Wars? Is it irony? What is it? Is it what I was talking about earlier with the people that are switching sides and they're anti what they're usually pro or pro what they're usually anti? Here's what we've got. From the WWE World Wrestling Entertainment, the undisputed industry leader in cartoon wrestling and bullshit, completely unbelievable cartoon bullshit modern wrestling, is now presenting on USA Network a show that, for all intents and purposes, is the most sports-based presentation of wrestling anywhere in the mainstream, at least, where all the guys are highly trained, highly conditioned, and are at least mostly serious about what they do. This comes from the company where the promoter, the owner of the whole thing, was the first one to actually admit that everything was bullshit. And on the other channel, the lifelong wrestling fan who promised a sports-based presentation has now gone full-blown community theater comedy improv. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around?
Supposed to be. I mean, he's doing community theater, the other one's doing Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Well, yeah, well, and the thing is, I'm wondering if anybody has mentioned to Vince what NXT is doing. He might have put a stop to it by now. They're too serious, pal.
He probably had to be reminded what it was.
I'm thinking they're doing this and hoping Vince doesn't notice. From what I saw from an eye for an eye, I mean, I don't think Vince knows that they're over here trying to actually be serious. Do you? In his current state, he's getting a lot of publicity about it.
He's getting a lot of publicity. I don't know how much of it you've seen. There's been a few different articles, a few different things about investors finally raising the alarms about the way things are being done. There was a big article in Variety I tweeted out.
Well, yeah, that one investment group did a pretty thorough investigation / indictment of if Vince keeps blaming creative. Well, who's creative? It's Vince, ultimately, and he's been doing it for 36 years now. If I was Vince, I'd say, fuck, please find me somebody else that can do this. 36 years?
Well, that's the thing. He keeps telling investors quarter after quarter that, we need to create more stars. The storylines will be improving. They're not going to improve because it's him and Bruce Pritchard behind it. And Bruce Pritchard is just carrying out what he thinks Vince wants. It's such a broken system right now. And anyone you speak to in that company, off the record, will tell you it's a completely broken system. And anyone who leaves that company will,
on the record,
happily tell you it's a broken system. It's a broken system. And the part that's broken the most is Vince McMahon. He wants to work until he dies. Someone needs to tell him to stay home and just do something else.
Oh, God, I swear to God, I thought you were going to say somebody needs to tell him to die already.
No.
No, don't do that.
I'm not wishing death on him, but I think he definitely needs to find something else to do with his time. He is the person, the sole person holding WWE back right now, and it's going to hurt them because people are starting to notice. The investors are starting to notice that, you know what? If these ratings keep dropping, we're not going to be able to get a rights fee anywhere near what we got previously. And there's no sign of the ratings not continuing to drop because the program itself is so horrible. Across the board, Raw or SmackDown.
And the thing is, I don't recognize this Vince that I'm seeing from afar. The Vince McMahon that I knew, even that was 15 years into it instead of 36 years. But, well, actually 9 years through 15 years is when I was working closely with him. He knew how to get guys over. He didn't stop and start pushes. He knew how to pick talent for the most part. He had a better than average record. For every Mabel, there was a lot of stars. He went with too many big guys, but at least he went with them. There's things they're doing now that just violates any rule of getting talent over or pushing somebody or building a big match that I would have learned in large part from Vince, and they're not following it now. I knew the way territory bookers did things, but Vince had a whole different level of doing shit, and it worked for a while. And he's not doing the same thing. I'm not saying do the same things all the time, but the concepts remain the same. You do with different people in an updated way. He's not doing the fundamental same things that he used to do to build and create stars and get angles over. And I can see where you say, well, I just don't have the guys that look like the stars anymore. Nobody looks like Steve Austin and The Rock. But you've got some interesting looking guys, but unfortunately, most of the past several years, they've concentrated on these interchangeable fucking gymnasts. And the only thing that stands out is the really silly shit rather than the really awesome shit, because there ain't no really awesome shit.
I don't even think that's as much the problem as the actual storylines, the tone of the show, the commentator, just the entire presentation of Vince McMahon wrestling in 2020.
It
could be gymnasts. It could be big fat guys. It doesn't matter. It's the actual show and the product that is the problem.
It's clean and sanitized, has no edge to it, has no grit to it, has no credibility to it. It's just movement over and over. Guys have been allowed to have all these matches where they do every fucking thing to each other, and most of the time it's the guys that weigh 170 pounds that are doing everything to each other. So when money-drawing talent does do something, the fucking underneath guys have done much more impressive looking shit, which is something else. I mean, when I first went up there was a sign when you went through the gorilla position, no matching tights. He didn't want fucking opponents wearing the same color on television. Now you can't tell who the heel and who the babyface is, and they're doing all the same moves to each other.
But again, I don't even think that's as much the problem, other than Brock Lesnar. Of all the stuff we've watched over the last year or however long, who hasn't been involved in a wacky or stupid or badly scripted promo? A promo where they can't look at the camera? A promo where they look in a weird direction? Where they talk like human beings would never talk? Who hasn't been involved in an angle that's stupid? It's everything that made pro wrestling work has been dumbed down for an audience that isn't there. For an audience that is the audience of Vince McMahon. Did you see the Moxley quote this week?
I can't even wait to hear it.
Not one to defend Jon Moxley, because he has shown that Jon Moxley Unleashed is not exactly, in my eyes, the greatest professional wrestler. But his quote was, "I'll tell you what pressure is. Pressure is having a 2-page script written by a 74-year-old madman that makes no sense to you, that's going to make you look stupid. And you're on worldwide TV, live, and you got to memorize every single line and somehow try to pull it off and not look like a total jackass. That's pressure."
Yeah, that's pressure.
And that sums up the problem. They're being handed scripts written by Vince, supervised by Vince, that makes sense only to Vince, and it's not connecting with any audience right now. WWE.
Well, and say, here's another thing. You know what Vince doesn't have 36 years experience at? Writing scripts. There were no, until Shitstain came along, there was no such thing that was even referred to as a script. We wrote formats, and those formats contained bullet points. But now, and then they had the whole fucking wave of comedy writers in. So now, yeah, that would be a big fucking problem if Vince is sitting down and actually writing the fucking scripts that they shouldn't have himself and making them memorize them and word for word. Yeah, that's a big fucking problem because it's insane.
Remember when they first tried to push Roman Reigns as a babyface? And again, Roman Reigns was fantastic in the Shield, got over as the badass of the Shield. So, of course, when they make him a babyface, they have to dumb him down. The same way they did with the Ultimate Warrior. You know, even you can say whatever you want negative about the Ultimate Warrior. Diesel. All these guys that were kick-ass crazy men, all of a sudden were smiling, wearing sweaters, and hugging families. And Roman Reigns did that promo that one time where he's like, "This suffering succotash." I mean, it was a line that was written by Vince.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And no one wants to hear a babyface say. I mean, that's the problem. I feel bad for Roman Reigns, because Roman Reigns, his push as a babyface got screwed up because it became, and everyone knew it, Vince wanting to push him as the top babyface. And it was an unnatural feeling, an unnatural push. It didn't work right. But the problem right now with WWE, and it's been this way for a while, but more people are becoming conscious of it, is Vince McMahon. He is the problem. I don't know what the solution is, but he is the problem.
Well, so time takes care of all these things. If that's the nicest way of saying it that I can possibly imagine. I don't wish ill on Vince, but he will never quit. He will never retire. So time takes care of these things.
Our next question, we have time for a couple more, was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Chris Sweeney in Glasgow, Scotland. I was reading about the infamous Vince and Nails altercation, where Vince was attacked in his office by Nails while the Berserker watched the door. According to Shane Douglas, Vince no longer has meetings with wrestlers alone, as Shane was going to Vince's office to punch his teeth down his throat, in quotes, and the room was full of guys, and it's been that way ever since Nails. What do you know about this? Any info on the whole Nails incident and aftermath? Do you think Vince could handle himself if needed to?
Well, Vince couldn't handle himself against Nails at that particular point. I don't think, because Nails had him by a significant height and a significant weight advantage, and also was a lunatic. But no, my apologies to Shane, but no, it hasn't been that way. Maybe it just, I hesitate to say this, but maybe Vince just didn't think that Shane was worthy of a one-on-one meeting. And considering most of Vince's thoughts of Shane Douglas, I would think that would probably be closer to the truth than anything else. I've seen Vince have one-on-one meetings with, Nails was what, 91, 92? I was 92. I was there from 93 to 99 and worked for the company longer, but wasn't watching Vince have meetings. He had tons of one-on-one meetings. Sometimes the old joke where the guys would wait out in the hallway in a line to talk to Vince was true, because everybody at TV knew that was their chance to talk to Vince. Vince was going to be at TV. They were going to see him there or at Madison Square Garden, and it was hard to get Vince's attention at the Garden. So that was the rib. After the production meeting, Vince would go to his office, and there would be a line of wrestlers standing waiting to get some time with him, however much time that might be. What one of the recently departed said, he wasn't going to spend 3 hours standing in a hallway to talk to, Vince McMahon, right? But that's the way the guys got to talk to him. If Vince was in the middle of something and somebody knocked on the door and Vince had Jerry Briscoe or Pat Patterson or Jim Ross or Bruce Prichard or whoever the fuck was in there, if it was somebody that was only going to pitch something or that Vince was going to give a few minutes of his time to out of courtesy and mostly nothing else, then those people were not going to leave that room because they were involved in something that was ongoing. If it was a top guy, Undertaker, Bret Hart, Steve Austin, I could go on, that this conversation was either going to be a little more challenging or a little more meaningful or a little longer or whatever, or a little more sensitive, then Vince would tell whoever, give me some time, and he would sit and talk with that person, or he might keep Jim Ross or Jerry Briscoe or Pat Patterson if they were germane to the topic of the conversation, such as the pay-per-view finish or the contract, JR's and talent relations, or the fucking agent of this thing we're going to do on TV or whatever. But no, there was never any statement made, word out, rule instituted, or scuttlebutt amongst all of us that no, we're not allowed to leave Vince alone with any of the talent anymore. That's ridiculous. And be quite honest, let's see, 25 years ago, if I was Jackie Fargo, I'd say Shane Douglas versus Vince McMahon, 6-5, you pick it.
I see everyone always acts like Vince is Mr. Tough Guy and Vince could have handled himself with all the boys. I didn't say all the boys. I'm saying Vince was bigger, Vince was heavier, Vince was jacked up, and fucking Shane may have been madder, but I'd like to have seen that. Because I'm sorry, but I wasn't aware that Shane Douglas was a member of the Gracie family. That's a good point. That's a good.
I did Barry Horowitz versus Vince. I'd have 6-5 on that one too. This was 25 years ago. Vince was in his late 40s and fucking jacked to the gills. So but
jack doesn't mean you could throw a punch, and jack doesn't mean you could take a punch.
Well, no, and neither does being a mad fucking pro wrestler from Pittsburgh. It mean you can do either one of those things either. I'm just saying it's not like if it had been Steve Blackman going in, I'd say we need to call some people to help Vince out.
Our next question, sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com.
And that's not being disrespectful to Shane as a pro wrestler either, because I have a feeling that unless Ricky Morton particularly got a finger in his fucking eye socket, that Vince could have probably taken Ricky in a shoot also. Having fucking at 6 or 7 inches and fucking 40 or 50 pounds on him. But, but that nevertheless.
Let's get our next question here, Jim. This was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from John Smirka in Masontown, West Virginia.
Oh, so he's smirking at us, eh?
I remember several years ago, Vince taking part in a question and answer panel with fans on the WWE Network. He was asked what his favorite style of wrestling was, and his answer shocked me. He said he could watch Fit Finlay and William Regal wrestle all day. Is this true, or was he ribbing the fans? If it's true, then why have we endured so much crap wrestling over the years?
I think that, first of all, who do you say Fit and who?
William Regal.
Fit and I don't know that he's ever sat and watched them wrestle all day. If he booked the match in his company, he watched that, but I don't know if he watched it more than once. I think that's something that Vince either would like to be true, that's why he said it, or wants people to think that it's true, which is why he said it. But if you asked him to elaborate, he'd probably say, but that's just for folks like us that like the true sport of wrestling, but of course it won't sell. Or something like that. That's what he'd follow it up with. So no, that is totally not the kind of wrestling that he's always had the vision of. But in his mind at that point, that was the answer that he wanted to give. That, like I said, for either he wants it to be true, that's the kind of wrestling that deep down he really likes. But of course, he sees that he could never sell it, so that's why he has to make all these concessions. Or he thought that was the answer that sounded best to the audience that he had.
The style of wrestling that WWE produces, do you think it's the style of wrestling Vince likes, or just the style of wrestling that he truly believes would do the best business-wise?
Well, see, both. He doesn't want to admit it especially to an audience of hardcore fans, because who else is going to be on the network, right? This is not just a guy down at the mall that just wants to see the fucking Austin and the beer truck. So, of course, they want to hear him say that. But I think he would like that to be true, that he, really likes that, and it comes back to him having the genetic jackhammer, having the balls of steel, being a man's man. He would almost say it like reverently when I remember when I was a kid and you'd watch so-and-so and he'd shoot the half. That's a Vince expression also, like shoot a half Nelson to turn the guy over to pin him. It's an amateur wrestling thing. He'd shoot the half and he'd hook the guy and do this and do that. But he never made any attempt at promoting wrestling, anything like that. Even when his father was still alive and still the head of the company and he was an announcer, they weren't promoting the WWF. Had some of the hokiest wrestling in some cases in the country before Vince Jr. came along and got in charge. So they never promoted that, but it is what it is.
Your time around Vince, was there ever a match that he raved about? I mean, was there ever something that you watched and you said, wow, Vince really loves this. This may be his favorite match?
No, he never. I mean, every once in a while he might recall or bring up a match from the past. It wouldn't be in the context of, wow, I remember that as being a great match. It would be in the context of that, of the business aspect of that match, or, something we did there that might work similarly here, or this drew that amount, but not just, wow, that was a great match that I watched as a fan and really enjoyed it. And it's not applicable to what we're talking about here, but golly, I really liked it. No, you never,
Well, not that, but just.
And he liked matches at the time he saw them. He would always praise guys if they had a good match on a pay-per-view. He'd never see that match again. He would, unless it was for some type of television production. I can't imagine that there's ever a match that Vince has gone back and watched again just to see it. It would have to, if he sees something back from the past, it's because of a television or video project that they're working on. So it's not like he ever, I've said he absolutely, and this has been borne out other places, and he's told other people this, that they're now revealing in these interviews. He never watched anybody else's wrestling but his own, and he never really rewatched his own except for work. And then, he had his writing team. We would go through the shows and pick out, things that needed to be VTR'd or just write in the format package. And the folks at the studio would take care of recapping in a minute and a half what went on in that particular segment. So, he's seeing it as it's going out on television is the only time he's ever seen anything again. So he puts guys' matches over, but that's at that point.
Do you think Vince is a fan of wrestling?
No, he's a fan of selling tickets to wrestling. And he remember the quote in one of Bill Apter's magazines in 1986 when he actually did a legitimate interview with Vince. And
Larry
Vince said,
King. It was a Larry King interview.
It was the Larry King interview. But it was a legitimate interview transcript. And he said, I want to be the Walt Disney of wrestling. And that's what, Walt Disney didn't have the most realistic mice, but they sure made the most money off of them. So he's always been about selling the sizzle, not the steak.
But they also don't break kayfabe once you enter the world of Walt Disney World.
Well, that's true. You can tackle one of those fucking mice and kick the shit out of him. He won't take his fucking head off.
I don't know if they still do it, but for years when they hired a executive or a senior executive, they spent a day in Disney World in one of the outfits. So they understood what that was like.
I'd have to make sure I got that job first before I put that.
This question was sent in the CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Chevy from the island.
Chevy, I love when you fall down each Saturday night on my TV. Oh, but Chevy, every time that you fall down, I know that you are falling for me. Jane Curtin, Gilda Radner. Who else was in on that?
Lorraine Newman. And the funny thing is, they all hated him when they're singing that because he was such a prick to everybody. But here's a question from Chevy from the island. Dear Jim, was Vince right? We all have heard that Vince has lost it, and when it comes to the storylines on Raw and SmackDown, he definitely has lost it. But Jim, when it comes to the wrestlers and their place on the card, does Vince know talent? Outside of FTR, no other ex-WWE wrestler's place on the card has changed since going to AEW. Jon Moxley was always at the top of the card, and just like his time in WWE, I still find him boring. Mr. Brody Lee, or Birdie Lee as he put it here, Mr. Birdie Lee is still a boring mid-card wrestler. Miro debuted as a mid-card talent. Sean Spears is still an underneath guy. Just a few examples. So is Vince right? Because if Tony Khan has them in the same place, then why does everyone make it seem like Vince is out of touch with talent placement?
Well, I don't know if one has to do with the other. Those guys would be it wasn't hard to figure out use Jon Moxley in the main event because you paid that much money for him and he is an ex-WWE star and has mainstream television. But as far as the rest of them, I don't know if they're in the same place in AEW or if they're worse off. Because they sure got more out of old Miro in the WWE from what I'm seeing than they are in AEW. You've seen him. You would concur with that. You saw more of him in the WWE than I did, right? I don't see a lot of these guys holding their position that they had in the WWE, except for FTR, which, yeah, they're featuring them, but damn, they're featuring them in such a stupid, convoluted way. Are they baby faces? Are they heels? The guys that everybody was wanting to see them against, the Young Bucks, are now whiny, bitchy, fucking smart-ass heels, right when they actually have a heel team come in to work with them and they need to be baby faces. They were baby faces before. Vince does know talent. As we just talked about earlier, Vince wanted to push Roman Reigns. Problem is he was stubborn and wanted to push him as his top baby face instead of letting the people get to like him by making him a heel first and making them not like him and then switching him. And then because Vince does not know talent in all cases because he has what is it? Is it he doesn't see some guys like Bryan Danielson as a top guy because of the lack of size and or over the top personality. But at the same time, there are exceptions to the rule. I'm the same way in a lot of cases. This group of grade schoolers, in modern day wrestling does not intimidate or inspire anybody to fucking go, wow, look at that guy. But when you've got a guy like Daniel Bryan, that was so good in the ring, was that even though he wasn't very tall, he had the body for his height, and he could perform, and the people saw that he was getting the raw end of the stick, and so they hijacked the whole show in his behalf. Vince has a problem using some guys like that. Vince never saw anything in Chris Candido, which to me, I don't care if he was 5'6". He also could out bench press 80% of the fucking locker room. So, yes, Vince knows talent better than Tony Khan does. That's why he's got most of it. And as far as using them better, it depends on what Vince's personal picadillos are. But I think while Vince's track record is not as good as it used to be with picking and using talent, the right talent in the right way, it's still, unfortunately, a whole lot better than the option. If you want to talk about not only recognizing talent, but using it to the best of your ability, then you have to go to a Ring of Honor or a smaller company, ECW. Look at the fucking guys Paul Lee had when everybody was saying, oh, this is the greatest thing in the world. It was smoke and mirrors. He got fucking Public Enemy over, for God's sake. He knew how to get the most out of the least, and with the smaller companies, that's what you have to do because you have no choice. You can identify all the stars in wrestling, but you can't afford a lot of them, so you have to make your own. But Vince is still winning in the contest of who picks better talent, but it's not anything to write home about like it used to be, and only because the opposition is so shitty at it.
Who do you see in AEW that has not formerly been in the WWE that you think Vince would see and think that's a talent? I want that guy.
I can't imagine he couldn't see what's going on with MJF. I can't imagine he couldn't see that. I think probably the way that MJF circumvented the WWE and any of its system and got to where he is right now is just because he had an MLW contract that prevented him from going anywhere else, but from when he was nobody. And then the timing was right that it was up right when this new company was forming. And that's great because he gets to go and be more of himself than he would have at this stage of the game had he gone to the WWE. Of course, he also has to work with some of the, these goddamn guys that they've just hauled in out of fucking wrestling school. But there's trade-offs with everything. But I'd have to think he'd recognize MJF. God, that's the thing is Vince, I'm sure, has not seen anybody in AEW that has not worked for him previously because he doesn't watch any other wrestling. I wish somebody would show him some of these things, and I wish somebody would record. Talk about people paying to see me watch this show on the internet. I'd pay to see Vince McMahon watch any of these AEW matches and just to see his reaction. I don't know whether it be laughing, head shaking, anger, what it would be, but I can guarantee you that if Vince McMahon watched the AEW television program religiously every week, he would stop offering guys more money not to go there. I can say that without fear of contradiction. The Vince McMahon that I knew, at least.
All
and
right.
Bruce would be right there going, see, Vince, fuck him, let him go. They'll put him in the ring with this fucking midget clown too. And they probably would.
Well, Jim, there are many topics that have come in this week that apparently are very popular because so many people have sent them in. Let's try to get through a bunch of these. This next one was sent in to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Peter Sutherland in Surrey, United Kingdom. Hello, Jim. Hope you are well, with a question
mark.
Hello,
Peter. Hope you are well, too.
But he had a question mark there. Hope you are well?
Well, in that case, I take my statement back and just ask the question. Are you well?
I wondered if you had any thoughts on the announcement during the WWE's Q3 investors call that Netflix and WWE Studios have combined to produce a fly-on-the-wall documentary series following Vince McMahon. Surely, If done properly, this could be the most important documentary series in the history of wrestling. Also, will you be tuning into the show? Kind regards. Once again, it's Peter from Surrey.
So they're not doing a documentary on Vince McMahon as far as a documentary on his life and career. They are doing a documentary series where they follow him around presently, current day.
This email is actually the first I had heard of that. I knew they were doing a documentary series.
Well, which is it? That's what I'm trying to answer. I need to know these things.
I will look into it.
As Vince McMahon used to say to me many times, you can't make a decision in a vacuum. You need to have all the information. So give me the information.
I'm looking right now for the information.
You're looking.
Hold on. Let's see what this says.
Because I'll just jump ahead and say that if it's a documentary series following him around day to day right now, I think morbid curiosity would be the only reason I'd want to fucking... I'd even rather watch if they'd have done something like that. Of course, he would have never allowed it, and I would have been hot about it at the time. But if they'd have done something like that just for me 20 or 25 years ago, that would have been some classic video. To follow him around all day, every day back then. Right now, I'm not so sure, not only with the product and the state it's in, but also from the last several times I've seen Vince on television, he doesn't appear to have as much vigor as he used to, and I don't want him to potentially come off less than the otherworldly being that we all came to know, love, and sometimes hate.
I'm not seeing anything about fly on the wall. What I have seen here, WWE President Nick Khan announced a multi-part Vince McMahon documentary has been sold to Netflix with WWE and Bill Simmons as executive producers. The series is one of Netflix's most expensive of the documentary, on the documentary side. No release date was noted.
Okay, well, that sounds like just a regular documentary.
And that means it'll be completely full of shit.
Well, and I was about to say, now, I would love to see a documentary on Vince McMahon, but I'm not sure I want to see the documentary on Vince McMahon that the WWE will approve.
Or Bill Simmons. Bill Simmons was behind that Andre the Giant documentary. He was behind that Andre the Giant one, which I know a lot of people really liked it. But again, they had that, what was his name, Shoemaker? They had that kid in there they were pretending was a wrestling historian. He either didn't know what he was talking about, so he started making things up, or was just lying. I think he didn't know what he was talking about, so he's making things up. He's the one who said Andre the Giant, as a heel attraction, went to the different territories, and the top babyface would wrestle him.
Yes, I remember that. And we're all going, when they credit him as being a wrestling historian or wrestling expert or whatever, we're like, who? We've never heard of this name before.
Yeah, all the wrestling historians were saying, what?
Well, yeah, but Simmons aside, isn't that, I know NFL Films had a degree of autonomy, to present the good and the bad, but still overall NFL Films pretty much glorified the NFL, did it not? I don't.
It did.
So I don't really see how you can look forward to an independent look at Vince McMahon from a wholly owned subsidiary of the company that he owns to look at the life. I'm going to be interested in seeing it, see what they do. You may be interested in seeing it, see what they don't do that you can take apart, because I'm factually minded also. But if they come up with some cool old shit that we might not have seen before, video, things like that, I like to watch stuff like that. And I honestly, will everyone know pretty much if the WWE is doing it, not to take it as gospel truth, because they'll say, Vince's superior business acumen, transformed a smoky bingo parlor wrestling into a major multi-billion-dollar attraction and all that stuff.
He didn't try to put anyone out of business. He just wanted to compete. He didn't ask any wrestlers to no-show and walk out. He wanted everyone to give notice and do things the right way.
He certainly did. Whenever they were leaving the WWF, he wanted them to give notice and do things the right way.
That's the thing. If you were going to do a documentary on Vince, you can't ignore all the negative stuff, and there's so much of it. For any good thing you want to say about him, he did, using predatory business practices, go after every single other wrestling promoter, every wrestling magazine, anyone who was doing business in the world of wrestling. He went after them. I just found in the Norm Kietzer files, Norm Keitzer's correspondence about all this, and how Vince Jr. told him, if you cover any other wrestling promotion except for mine, you can't have any access anymore. We're done doing business with you. And then Norm Keitzer called Vince Sr., who had been his contact for years, and Vince Sr. said, no, don't listen to him, don't listen to him. And it's exactly what happened. So, I mean, you got to talk about all that. You got to talk about him.
And by the way, let's just, you've run across that very quickly. For the younger folks in the audience, Norm Keitzer, Pro Wrestling Enterprises, the Wrestling News Magazine, et cetera, had been doing the arena programs for the WWWF, the Philly Spectrum, the Baltimore Civic Center, Madison Square Garden, and, all points around the horn for since at least the late 70s.
No, mid-70s.
Mid-70s, okay.
Mid-70s until 83.
And actually had their own, a wholly WWWF version of the Wrestling News Magazine for them to sell in the arenas there, but he didn't want Norman to cover anybody else in the world of wrestling in order to get access to do all the things that he had been doing for his father for so many years.
And by the way, I guess we'll answer this now. I couldn't believe we got questions about this. You made a reference quickly to Mankato, Minnesota.
Yes,
a couple weeks ago. And a bunch of people said, why did you bring that up? That's where Pro Wrestling Enterprises, for the most part, was headquartered. Norman was also in New York and various other places. But it happened to him. Vince McMahon tried to hire Bill Apter, tried to hire George Napolitano. When that didn't go the way he wanted, they were banned from ringside. He brought Jeff Walton in to run his magazine. That didn't last too long. He was not just going after the promoters and the promotions. He wanted to own everything. And the first battle was in 83 against the magazines.
So there you have it.
So that has to be covered. Him messing with Crockett Promotions on pay-per-view. How do you
I have a feeling unless it's a goddamn 18-part documentary of 2-hour episodes apiece, they're not going to cover his war against the wrestling magazines.
Okay, well, what about Black Saturday? Because the previous version WWE put out there in one of their McMahon documentaries, Shane McMahon was saying how Vince did this and the ratings went up and they were doing great and Ted Turner wanted to be a part of it. So we had to get away from there, which is a complete bastardization of the reality, which was the ratings went into the toilet. People wanted Gordon Solie back.
They had more calls and complaints to TBS about taking away their quote-unquote Gordon Solie wrestling than they did about any other programming decision ever made before or since in the history of Turner Network Television.
To the point where Ted Turner brought Bill Watts onto the station, gave him Sunday nights, quickly became the highest-rated show in cable television, put Ole Anderson on Saturday mornings, and, Vince McMahon was about to get kicked off that network until Jim Barnett brokered the deal where Jim Crockett Jr. paid $1 million for the TBS time slot, which ended the talks with Ted Turner and Bill Watts, brought Ole Anderson back into the fold. That funded WrestleMania because Vince was out of money. There was no more money. Between that and the New Japan deal, that funded WrestleMania. So, that in a sense has to be talked about because it's all about Vince gambling on himself and all the usual crap.
They're not going to talk about that.
There's various books right now in production about Vince McMahon and the WWE. And the WWE has a list of people that the people writing the books are not allowed to talk to. And at the top of the list is Dr. D. David Schultz.
I wonder why.
Yeah, that's the point. How do you ignore the Rita Chatterton thing? How do you ignore the 92 scandals? How do you ignore so many different things, which they're about to do? We'll find out very briefly. They're about to do it.
I'm just saying, the reason why I say they're not going to cover those things is because they're not going to delve and maybe I'm going to be wrong. We shall see. But they're not going to delve that deeply into any wrestling history. They are going to quickly gloss over whatever happened before 1983 and primarily concentrate on what Vince's father had done with the WWWF, barely acknowledge that other promotions ever gave them a run for their money or exceeded their business in some places, and then start with what Vince did with his father's small company that was making a fortune and how he built it up into a global sports entertainment juggernaut.
His father's company.
I'm guaranteeing you there will be very little.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
History.
I guarantee you're right. I guarantee we're going to have to do a whole show debunking everything that's on there. And it's going to be the whole, he put all of his money down and he bought his dad's company, not his father gave him a sweetheart deal and he paid for the company out of the company's profits because he took over the company in 82 and then he had 1 year to pay off in installments the partners of Capital Wrestling, and he did so out of the profits of this company that was making tens of millions of dollars a year at least.
Well, it was grossing over that. It wasn't making that. Some people say, well, making means profit. It wasn't making a profit of tens of millions, but it was grossing that. It was grossing more than, because it was the Northeast Population Center. So it was always the biggest grossing territory. But yes, you are correct in that he paid for it out of it was already an ongoing business. All he had to do was not cancel anything that was happening, and it was going to pay for itself. And that's not even diminishing what Vince has done since then, because yes, he made a lot of money and he did a lot of things right. Most of it did not involve the wrestling product, but it involved picking the right people to work for him and in the office, as far as the merchandising and the licensing and all the et cetera. He went overboard in recent years with hiring people with not only no knowledge of, no background in wrestling, probably had never seen it before, to the point where there's sometimes a disconnect between what they actually do and most of the people working in the company. But while, it's classic example of he even said, he sells sizzle, not steak. His wrestling has never been the greatest in the world, but he's made more money at it because he picked the right people in business decisions of who to do these things. And every other promoter, whether it was Jim Crockett keeping his same front office staff in the office on Briar Bend Drive and them just being outmanned and it went too fast for them, or whether it was the ludicrous management of Eric Bischoff in the 90s, where he lucked into it and then lost it because he was paying everybody like a drunken sailor and making all those screwy deals, and half the company or half the Turner umbrella didn't want the wrestling company there to begin with, so everybody wasn't pulling the same rope. Or whether it's in modern times, vanity projects by billionaires' kids and hire everybody that he likes personally instead of people that have experience in the things they're supposed to be doing. That's why Vince has, yes, I'm not saying that he didn't ever have Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, but many times over the last 30 years and more now, Vince has won these battles because he was just in business better, not because he had better wrestling. But they will, and part of that is history is written by the victors, and they will continue to misrepresent. This is another example of like a Hulk Hogan book, isn't it? Where the truth is impressive enough. Do you have to lie about shit when you were already the biggest box office attraction at one point in the business? Do you have to tell people that you worked 450 days or 500 days a year because when you were in Japan and the United States at the same time, you'd fly across this was actually in Hulk Hogan's book. He would fly across the international date line from here to Japan so that he would actually work twice in two different countries in the same day. And he worked 500 times a year or whatever. Point is, ignoring the fact that if he flew back the opposite direction, he'd lose the day he just gained. So it doesn't make any sense on the face of it. But the truth should be impressive enough. He won, but they can't even tell it correctly and with accuracy on all sides.
Yeah, they won't. It'll be a big lie.
Oh, no.
Lie. Ted Turner was obsessed with me. He just wanted to put me out of business. Never heard Ted Turner say Vince McMahon's name ever.
He did a couple times on the phone. Hey, Vince, I'm in the wrestling business. I think that's what it's like. It's like Trump being, jealous of Obama and wanting to erase everything he did, because I think it pissed Vince off that bad. I'm in the wrestling business too now. We got to address it. Vince McMahon had so much makeup on, he looked like one of the Twilight Zone characters where you start pounding on his, in House of Wax, pounding on his face and it's going to crack. And for some reason, his eyebrows resembled Mark Leonard in the episode where he played Spock's father in Star Trek.
Uncle Leo on Seinfeld.
Uncle Leo on Seinfeld, but if Uncle Leo was from the planet Vulcan.
Did you see what Jeremy Bagley tweeted out?
No, I didn't.
I don't like to speak ill of the dead, but it looks like The Undertaker's last act in WWE was to taxidermy Vince.
Oh, my God. And I mean, he's smaller and he was being gracious, Vince, but he's aged. It wasn't a commanding performance like the days of old where he commanded your attention and he commanded the ring and you could tell he had full, control of everybody and everything in his palm of his hand, from the cadence of his voice to the way that, it ain't there anymore, is it? He looks like Vince Sr.
No, he looks worse than Vince Sr. And Vince Sr. was younger when he passed away.
But I was about to say, Vince looks now like Vince Sr. looked when he was in his mid-50s. So, I mean, Vince has definitely taken much better care of himself and genetics and whatever the fuck else, but it's finally happening eventually.
He looked really bad, and the makeup was just bizarre looking at his face, and I'd focus on a different thing, like, okay, his eyebrows, what the hell's going on there? And then, is he wearing lipstick? Or is it everything around his lips that make his lips look like, he looked really bizarre. His hair dye, just everything. And his voice is obviously shot. It's been a slow thing that we've seen happen over the years, but at this point, his voice is gone. And I hate to say it, but I keep thinking, this is the guy running the creative show now there. We all think of Vince McMahon. If you don't see him, you think of one thing. But when you see him and you see him like this and he's a shriveled up old man, it didn't have the impact that I think he wanted it to have.
I wish Vince would get more rest. I really do.
Did you see the bags under his eyes? I've never noticed it before, but the makeup made it really pop out, especially when he turned it aside. Massive bags under his eyes.
That's what I'm afraid. I don't know. I hadn't been around him in ages on a regular and personal basis, but I'm afraid he's still trying to keep the same kind of schedule as he did 20 years ago, now that he's in his mid 70s. And I wish he'd just rest and relax every once in a while. It made me feel bad. That's all I got, Brian. This is your show.
All right. Well, let's get to some questions finally. It's only been 45 minutes.
How much longer can we go without having to talk about anything going on in the modern world?
Well, this first question was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Zishan in Karachi, Pakistan. Why is Vince McMahon insistent on scripted promos when he himself knows that the best promos wrestlers did were not scripted by him or anyone else? Case in point, Austin 316, or If You Smell What The Rock Is Cooking, etc. Plus, it also robs the wrestler of his personality.
Well, I agree with all of that. And Vince knew that 25 years ago, and it wasn't like that one day he just suddenly changed his mind. We've forgotten this was a process. The whole idea of exchanging is still until myself and Bruce Pritchard were both off creative and Shitstain and Ferrara took over. And well, they didn't take over because it was Vince's crew. But when Vince started the nucleus of them writing the shows, that's the first time that non-wrestling people had been allowed to be his creative team. There may have been one on a team at some point in time. I don't know, but I can't even call that person's name. But non-wrestling people, and then they do it for a while, and then when they leave and go to WCW, then he's getting. Meanwhile, he's had a few other people filter in there. He's went the direction of Stephanie, who had just graduated college. So, well, let's make her the head of creative. And that's not even a knock on Stephanie. I just don't see how, that wouldn't have happened without her proper last name, that she would suddenly take over creative when I can't remember what she studied in college, but I don't even think it was writing, was it? She just was around now. But anyway,
I believe it was botany.
Botany. There you go. And then, of course, she wants it to be a television company and starts hiring not only, TV writers, but non-wrestling people who have degrees in these things. And Vince is still at that time knew the top guys that can talk and have personalities. You let them do their thing, but gradually it started from the bottom up. Well, the fucking underneath guys will script this stuff because Vince doesn't care anyway. It's not that he doesn't care whether the guy lives or dies, but he doesn't care what. I guarantee you during the Attitude Era, it was very difficult to get Vince McMahon to listen to what fucking Kai and Tai might be going to do on the program. As long as the, pay-per-view was getting sold and the main event stars were taken care of, he'd let other people fill that shit in. So then it started gradually as it was never a thing that we did in OVW developmental, but as they started their own developmental, that was a thing. They started training guys that here's your script. And they started even letting guys call it a script. I used to threaten guys with fines if they called a television format in the wrestling industry a script. And it was a slow, it like crept up like fungus grows. And also it was aided by so many more guys getting in the business and not having any fucking personality. Because we hit the fucking trained monkey era where everybody wanted to be the flying Walindas on the trapeze and get into business to do cool moves in front of their friends in the rec center. And though, so they need to be told what to say. Some of them on NXT still obviously need to be told what to say. So it just took over. It took years and years, but that's kind of the way it happened. The conditions just got right that people outside wrestling were given for the first time creative positions within it, and then it was fostered by the new younger generation of McMahons thinking that they were, they're going to be a big television company and not just wrestling anymore. And then a bunch of colorless jackoffs that want to get into business that can't tell a goddamn story to save their life and sit on their phone and fucking noodle all day instead of fucking figuring out how to get themselves over as some kind of personality. And then they pay the writers a lot of money, so they got to justify their existence. And that's how it happened.
How much of it do you think is a control thing from Vince?
Well, at this point, he probably is, instead of that, he's probably going, God, I wish I had guys like Hulk. They could really just take this shit and run with it. He probably wants somebody to come out there and fucking do better shit than is written for him. But it still needs to, be within the parameters of what Vince wants. And that's, that used to be a great thing. It's the same thing Austin did. The same thing all those guys did. But now I don't know what he wants. Maybe he don't know what he wants. And none of these guys look like, for the most part, they can give it to him. If Damian Priest, could probably fucking cut loose and be something. But the rest of it, Vince probably looks like, God damn, what am I running here? Make-A-Wish?
Did anyone ever say anything to you when you were up there about what it was like when they were doing Saturday Night's Main Event on NBC? Because those were, I believe, scripted promos that were on that show, which was obviously produced by Dick Ebersol.
Yes.
Was anything ever said to you about that?
Well, yeah, and Bruce did a lot of those. Or produced, stuff for a lot of those, or was involved as Brother Love or whatever. And hey, they liked that shit because it was network TV and blah, blah, blah. And I get NBC was not going to let just a bunch of fucking wrestlers make shit up. I think they even have run-throughs of Saturday Night Live and still get shit by, right? But But they always liked it that way because it was real television, network TV, and, blah, blah, blah. It's always the direction that Bruce loved that kind of shit. They wanted the show business. I wanted the wrestling and just, broadcast it to a wide audience. They wanted the show business.
Speaking of Vince McMahon, our next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Denny in Birmingham, England. I noticed your last comments on Vince McMahon's appearance on Survivor Series, but neither you or Brian mentioned the blatant plastic surgery Vince has had. He looked weird because he didn't look natural. My question is, Jim, do you know, other than Buff Bagwell's ridiculous calf implants, do you know of any of the boys that took plastic surgery or cosmetic alteration to make them look better? By the way, Vince McMahon was clearly plastic surgeryed up. Not makeup boy, what does this say? Not makeup boy hundreds of thousands of dollars on plastic surgery, but I'm surprised you guys didn't mention it.
Well, I'm not an expert, so I was impressed. It made an impression on me of how much makeup he was wearing, and that he seems to have lost a little oomph in his face, and he looks more like his dad did, even though it's taken him, 20 years longer to get there, and just wasn't a commanding presence like he used to be. What would he have had plastic surgery on? Maybe his eyes, but it's not, he still has wrinkles. So it doesn't look like that cat woman that, try to get transformed into a cat or whatever. What do you think he's had worked on?
I don't know. There's clearly a lot going on with his face right now.
Well, because I hadn't seen him in years, and then I saw him. I don't know, people age. He's 75 or whatever. I don't know what he has had or would have had worked on.
He really looks like, it's funny this happened, he really looks like that puppet on Firefly Funhouse. He's literally turned into that. That's what he looks like now.
I don't remember anybody else. Maybe it's because in wrestling, nobody ever stayed in the public eye this long. Can you think of another big star, major? Because I consider Vince a star in wrestling. Well, God damn it.
Jericho.
No.
He's got Botox forehead.
But you don't know where I was going.
Oh.
With that, we've seen a bunch of people become past their prime expiration date canned hams of the world, as poor Chris is now. But I'm talking about, has any major wrestling star ever still been on television and, involved in some way when they were actually as 75 and had changed so much and had transformed? That's what I'm trying to think of. Vince has had more longevity than just about anybody.
There have been guys.
Lawler's only 5 years younger than Vince is, but Lawler's Lawler. I'm sure he's.
I was going to say Lawler,
he's had some things worked on, but fuck, he doesn't have anything bionic. Lawler still can have a fucking match and throw a drop kick. I think he'll look better at 75 than Vince does now, even though Vince had the physique advantage all those years. Maybe that's the reason why Lawler looks better now.
And I think Lawler had a good doctor, because it appears that Lawler and Ric Flair both had face work done, but Lawler just looks like another version of Lawler. Flair, it did radically change the way he looked, I thought.
I just, what did he have done? 'Cause I don't know these things.
His face.
Well, what part of he still got a
facelift?
He would. If you would have told people 30 years ago he was going to have anything done, Arn would have said, well, get that fucking nose shaved down. He used to call Flair Beak. Hey, Beak.
Did he have a nickname for everyone?
He had a nickname for everybody. Nikita was Cue Ball, and then when we started wearing the nice, expensive suits, he became GQ Ball. And
Tully was Wombat.
Wombat. Or Eddie Munster, depending on the fucking... and Bobby was Butte. But anyway, nevertheless, I don't know. But all I'm saying is Lawler has somehow managed physically to defy time to that level, and even died. Still didn't fucking hurt him. But Vince he had that commanding presence, whether on television or in person. When he walked in the room and he had the voice and he stood up straight and you knew it. And he was always had this serious gravitas to him. And now it's a shocking change, and I feel bad for him.
He kind of looks like Mr. Peanut now.
With the monocle and a top hat?
Looks like shriveled up. He's like a shriveled up old Vince McMahon.
Come on. He can still kick the shit out of any other 75-year-old man except for Vern Gagne.
I'm off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of 75-year-olds who I would put up against Vince. I don't know.
It's tough. Well, wait a minute.
I'll put Sylvester Stallone against Vince.
Hold
I'll take
on.
Stallone.
I'm just thinking Dundee, I think, is 75 now. Bill Dundee, if he hit Vince with one of his working punches, he'd go down still to this day.
I would take Dundee over Vince in a fight right now.
Yeah. You would, because...
Here's a big question for you. Bill Watts has cracked 80. Do you think Watts...
That's right.
Do you think he could still throw a punch?
I'm pretty sure he could. I'm pretty sure. Well, a working punch or a real punch?
A punch.
Or both.
Was there a difference? A real punch. A real punch.
I was going to say, at least he would try not to hurt you. The result would be similar, but he'd try with a working punch not to. Actually, you know what? Drop kick. It was a rip. I can't remember who he was working with when he did this, but he told Bobby and Dennis the story before the last Stampede matches, so they knew what was up when he called it. But apparently he had been working with a guy, and as he shot the guy off, it was a main event, and it was somebody that he was fucking, on the same level as Watts, wasn't just telling the boss what to do or whatever. He's shooting the guy off, and the guy said, "Hit me with a drop kick." And so when the guy came back, Watts just drew back and punched him right in the fucking face. He said, "That's my drop kick, motherfucker." So he started it when he's making his comeback after Dog would give him the iceberg tag, because Dog at that point was fucking coked out and was not present mentally in some of those matches. But Watson started making his comeback, boom, 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 and he'd shoot Bobby or Dennis, either one off, and he'd say, "Drop kick," and they'd, "Oh, shit," and they'd come back and he'd punch him right in the fucking face. And then he had this spot he wanted to do for Dennis to get his color, right, where he would punch Dennis, and Dennis take a bump and turn over on his hands and knees, and Watts would come and throw a football kick to Dennis's forehead. And he was like, oh, he was going to come right over the edge of the forehead, right? He said, "You'll never feel it." First time he did it, bam! Dennis said he saw so many stars he couldn't find his fucking blade. And so every night for the first 3 or 4 nights, he'd get his juice that way, because he got juice on Bobby and Dennis in each match of what do we have, 15, double juice on both of them in each one of the matches. But the people had to get what they paid for. Anyway, by the 3rd or 4th match, no, God, it was deeper into it than that. But still, with like 6 or 7 of them left, Watts tore his hamstring. And that's what we went in the Superdome, the tape from the Superdome that still exists of that match. Watts has his thigh taped from the knee to his fucking crotch, because he had tore his fucking thigh muscle, his quad or whatever. And so Dennis said, "God damn it." He said he was kicking me in the head so hard it tore his fucking muscle. So then Dennis had to get on his hands and knees even lower for Watts to kick him, because he couldn't get his foot up off the ground. But anyway, drop kick.
Do you think anyone has the guts to say to Vince, "Vince, you look ridiculous, that you got to do something else if you're going to be on camera"?
No, well, he doesn't look ridiculous. He's not wearing the New Day's, entrance costume.
Did you see his eyebrows?
I saw the eyebrows were ridiculous. He looks like an old man, and the one guy that everybody that knew him thought would never age, and the one guy that they've seen with all that vim and vigor on television, even if you've never met him or seen him in person, I think it's just, at this point, it may be to have him stand in the ring and do the same type of delivery, or to deliver the message the same kind of way. It might be it's a bummer now. Maybe he should be in a boardroom setting with the table and the chair or whatever. I mean, make use of, he's the most famous wrestling personality they still have in the company. Make use of him, but don't have him doing the same kind of shit he used to do, because then you're comparing it to 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And anybody's going to lose something.
Well, Jim, let's get to another question. And this is another very popular topic that many people...
Another popular popular topic?
A very popular topic that many people... Many people have sent in questions about it on Twitter.
Do you pop out at parties? Are you unpopular?
Many people have sent in questions in various fashion to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com, but we'll use one from Twitter here. This was sent in on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru from Heel Champa. What are your thoughts on the news that WWE sent Keith Lee back to the Performance Center? I thought Lee's work and agility were amazing considering his size, but I would like to hear your take on this one, and we've received a ton of questions about this. I have an article pulled up too. Apparently, Keith Lee...
Okay, well, fill us all in. For those of us who do not live and die by this information, fill us in exactly what's going on here.
Well, let me just ask you before I go forward. Do you know anything about this already?
I do not know anything about Keith Lee.
Okay.
So, no.
Well, here's an article. I'll pull it up from the Wrestling Observer site.
I thought he had just gone to the main roster, right? Did they just send him back?
He did. Well, here's the article. This one's from the Wrestling Observer site. Not written by Dave. Someone else wrote this, Josh Nason. As reported by Dave Meltzer in this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter, WWE Chairman Vince McMahon recently, quote, threw a fit about the working ability of certain main roster talent, ordering some of those in his crosshairs to do additional training at the Performance Center. Meltzer noted in particular, some of the talent that drew McMahon's ire are of the larger variety. PW Insider's Mike Johnson put some names to that on Friday, reporting Keith Lee, Otis, Dabo Kato, Dio Madden, and Omos, I think that's how you pronounce that.
Omos? Is it almost?
AJ Styles' bodyguard,
almost,
are among those who are taking classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays with Adam Pearce and Drew Gulak. Arturo Ruas was another wrestler that is believed to need additional work, but he is currently injured. Following his NXT Championship loss to Karrion Kross, Lee was called up after SummerSlam and immediately began a feud with Randy Orton. He has been a fixture on Raw, but recently made his main event debut in a win against Angel Garza.
Okay, but so he hasn't been sent back.
He's not back at NXT, but he's
to
taking
NXT
classes.
Or developmental, but he's back. Okay, well, there's several things. Number one, that was not unusual with guys in the OVW days. That guys would be, I mean, not guys that have been on the roster for, main roster for years would suddenly be splitting their time between both, but guys who had been brought up would still, there'd be a transition period sometime, or maybe they'd say, well, hey, we'll have them hang out in Louisville the 3 days a week or whatever and still go to class. But so this is not revolutionary. Secondly, obviously nobody's saying that Keith Lee and Dabo Kato and Famous Amos and all of those people are at the same level of experience or talent or the amount of progress in their in-ring career, whatever the fuck. They're not at the same level. But what I'm seeing here, especially since a lot of it is big guys, is Vince. I'm just trying to read the mental telepathy that he sends out. That's how he used to tell us how to do a lot of things, by mental telepathy, and we wouldn't pick up on it. And then he'd say, God damn it, I wanted it done this way. He doesn't think any of these big guys can work like big guys and get over like big guys anymore. And so he might have seen something that one or two guys did and just said, you know what, all these guys, make sure they're having a class with Adam Pearce. Tell them how to work like fucking giants. That's as possible as anything. And also the way that they have phrased that, not happy with their work, it's because it's such a one-dimensional way to write this article, because they don't really understand the difference. Vince is not talking about, I'm sure that he feels that Keith Lee's power slam is just wonderful, and his splash off the top rope is great and doesn't hurt anybody or whatever. He's not talking about teach these guys. Well, maybe in Dabicato's case, we haven't seen much of him. I don't know how he is. Maybe, but and Otis. Otis is a guy we said, wow, look at some of the things he's done, which has probably come back to bite him in the ass because that guy shouldn't do a lot of the things he can do unless it may be the main event at WrestleMania. But he's not having them teach them more moves or how to do the moves better or perform the moves, which is what a lot of people think when they hear teach them how to work. We've said before, Keith Lee is an amazing athlete, but he works with some guys that are 150 pounds lighter than he is, like it's equal, like it's even, like it's supposed to be even. We've said that on several occasions that he has the potential to be a huge star, but that he needs to be a more fearsome giant. Maybe Vince don't like that cheerful, Fraser Crane delivery. I don't fucking know, but that's what probably I would have to say if they're giving him to Adam Pearce. And who else did you say?
Drew Gulak.
Haven't met Drew, but if they're giving him to Adam Pearce, Vince is wanting to teach them more thought about what they're doing and why and what they should do and shouldn't and how to get over as big guys and as impressive big guys. And in that vein, that's what they're doing. And I can't say that shouldn't be done. But I can pretty much guarantee you that Vince just saw one guy maybe do and just said, I've had enough. Because I've seen this all over the place and blah, blah, blah. And these guys need to learn how to fucking work.
And if there's one thing we know Vince loves is big guys.
Yes, these are guys that he will, if they give him anything, he'll make them $1 million fucking dollars. Because he's predisposed to like them already, but they can't go out there and have. Didn't we see Keith Lee at one point working fairly competitively with Johnny Sameface on NXT?
He did, but you can't blame him for that if they're putting him in there with Johnny Sameface and they're telling him, he's a main event guy. You have to work with him like he's the size of Damian Priest.
And that's why Vince is sending him back down, because I didn't say they were teaching him right. That's what the unnamed AEW guy said. We're doing what we were taught. Who fucking taught you this shit? That's the fault of the inexperienced promoter and booker allowing himself to be misled on talent. If they come from schools where they were taught to do all that shit, they didn't come from very good fucking schools. I can say that as someone who personally had a hand in training most of the big stars in the WWE the last 20 years, I not only can never remember teaching someone how to do a dive outside the ring, I can't remember ever calling one in a finish. And all those guys made millions of dollars. So I don't know what schools all these people are going to.
This next one was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Roberto Rivera. My question for you, Jim, is what is the single worst thing Vince McMahon has ever done to professional wrestling that has been a detriment to the business?
Oh, come on. Just off the top of I'm going to do the Sports Illustrated guy. Just off the top of my head, I am going to quantify all the things that Vince has ever done and instantly come up with a number one.
I think it's not as bad as you think in terms of what is the single worst thing that's been a detriment to the entire wrestling business.
Humoring shit stain, going toward garbage wrestling in the 90s instead of focusing on the stars they had that was the real backbone of the Attitude Era. That wasn't just one stupid gimmick or one stupid finish, but stuff that had long-lasting effects. Allowing the proliferation of all the tables and ladders and chairs and thumbtacks and stupid furniture matches until that you used to have to sell him on breaking a table, and it was only to be done on a big angle or on a pay-per-view, and now they've got them stacked up under the ring like playing cards. So, I mean, I don't know how to answer something like that.
I'm going to go with putting the different promotions around the country, the territories, out of business.
Well,
because
that would be a good one.
In terms of a long-term detriment, recently, and I was surprised to hear this on a 1990 episode of John Arezzi's show that we cover on Pro Wrestling Spotlight Then and Now, John was talking about some of the problems with WWE losing some talent and not having talent come in, and the NWA's talent issues. And in 1990, this is just 5 years after the expansion, he's saying, well, Vince put all these companies out of business. There's nowhere to get top flight talent anymore. So I think that may be the single biggest detriment, was just making it so you need your NXT. You need everyone to be trained the same way by the same people to work in the same system, as opposed to guys developing their craft, working many different places before they get onto a national stage.
Good thinning, Brian. And also, but here's another thing. The training doesn't have to be so cookie cutter, because we didn't do that in OVW. Everybody, you were taught to work safely and the best ways to bump or to execute particular moves so that you wouldn't hurt yourself or whoever you were giving them to. I mean, that's kind of standard. There's some leeway in there, but it's a lot of standardized business. But we didn't specifically make everybody talk the same and act the same and dress the same and cut their hair the same. When they used to cut the guy's hair, I'd have guys that looked like rock and roll stars. Seth Skyfire, Nova, Doug Basham, and they'd come back bald or with some fucking haircut that looked like they worked at a bank. So just because a lot of guys are being trained in the same place doesn't mean that they need to come out of that place looking the same, acting the same, and talking the same. I don't know what they're doing to them now, but it's not necessarily, it doesn't follow that the same training location turns out guys that all work the same. It's being done now on purpose, I guess. But your point was right. Probably the original sin was the reason why the wrestling business worked that way for so long was fairly obvious when you look back at what they did to it afterwards, because that's the way it operated the best, the most profitably for everybody, the most advantageously for the wrestlers and the promoters. Regional territories, there's always fresh talent. There's never a lack of fucking stars, and everybody prospers.
1985, Vince is still able to pull talent from Memphis, from Mid-South, from Crockett, from Florida, from Vern. 1990, where's he pulling talent from? That was
nowhere.
That was the problem.
and then, for a while, there was a moratorium on bringing anybody from WCW because he didn't want anybody to go there in the first place. So therefore, they figured if we don't hire people from there, then nobody will want to go there because they're doing such shitty business. That was the first half of the decade. But then
he didn't realize how much guys like guaranteed contracts.
Well, but in all honesty, he had the last laugh anyway on a lot of them. But toward the end of the decade, they just ended up cannibalizing themselves, which along with all the other hot shotting, was interesting for a couple of years until it wasn't anymore, because then even that lost its impact. So, and then they had to open their own training facility. Well, they didn't have to. They needed a place, a training facility they could get talent from, which was the whole idea of OVW. Then they had to open their own because they couldn't leave anybody else alone when they were training talent.
This next question was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Fausty Walnuts in San Jose, California. On a recent podcast...
Hey, I've heard, by the way, those are some of the finest walnuts in San Jose.
On a recent podcast...
Brian, let me ask you this. You know what you got when you got nuts on the wall?
What's that?
Walnuts. You know what you got when you got nuts on your chest?
Chestnuts.
Chestnuts. You know what you got when you got nuts on your chin?
No, I do not.
A dick in your mouth. Go ahead.
On a recent podcast...
Hey, let me ask you this. You know what you call a guy with no arms and no legs sitting on the porch? Matt. You know what you call a guy with no arms and no legs hanging on the wall? Art. You know what you call a guy with no arms and no legs in a bathtub? Bob.
This is awful.
You know what you call a dog with no legs? It don't matter. He won't come anyway.
I will add this one. It is a Jackie Martling joke I heard years ago. Your humor there reminded me of it. What do you say to a woman with no arms?
I don't know.
Nice tits. Well, let's get through this question sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Fausty Walnuts in San Jose, California. On a recent podcast, Vince Russo was discussing February 1997.
I'm sure he was.
And getting more involved working with you and Bruce Pritchard on creative.
Yeah, that's about the time it happened.
He went on a 5-minute rant questioning the credibility of the stories Bruce tells due to his history of alcohol and pills.
God damn it.
He even says, quote, Bruce would tell me during the height of WrestleMania, he would tell me stories of him and freaking Vince snorting cocaine in the back of the limousine. I've heard stories of Vince having bottles of wine on his private jet. But did you ever do or witness Vince McMahon doing rails of coke in the back of his limo?
No. And not only that, but I've known Bruce Pritchard about 15 years longer than Shitstain has known him. And Bruce never told me he was in the back of a limo with fucking Vince McMahon doing lines of coke either. And we spent a lot of time together, just like, as a matter of fact, I spent more one-on-one time with Bruce Pritchard. That almost sounds dirty now. Than Shitstain did, because when I was working with Bruce was the period of time where we would most of the time spend the day at his house playing with his dog, acting like we were working if the office called. And then once a week we'd go to Vince's where he'd tell us what we were supposed to write. And that did not come up. He did share with me that he had done other substances with other talent, which is not germane to this particular point, so we will not give those names. But none of them were Vince McMahon. So here's another thing. Yes, Bruce has mentioned that he has done some substances in the past, but I don't say that he's making up stories or can't remember the stories because of his substance use. I just say that sometimes he makes up stories because they sound better, at least to him, than the actual stories the way they happened. But Shitstain's one to talk about somebody not being able to tell their stories right when his change constantly. At least Bruce's bullshit's fairly consistent. But Shitstain's changes depending on his audience or the way the story was received the last time he told it. He tweaks things so often to make himself sound better. But no, I believe, because it's true, Vince drunk in the fucking bar and the guys giving him their finishes and the fucking plane ride stories and the other stuff. But no, just as a statement, I guess Bruce just liked Shitstain a lot more than me, because all that time that we were alone together, he never confided in me that he used to do lines of cocaine with Vince McMahon in his limousine.
Not to say Vince McMahon has never done cocaine.
I have no knowledge that he ever has, but I didn't say that. I didn't make that blanket statement. I said, if he and Bruce did it, I never heard about it, and I don't know why I wouldn't have heard about it if Shitstain did hear about it, because he wasn't around when it was happening either.
You know, there are pretty famous stories about Vince getting drunk a couple times with the boys and taking the doomsday device in a bar and taking... And see, that's, by the way, by the time that I got around, and especially 96, when I was up there and on a regular basis around him, that was mostly a thing of the past also, until they started getting their own plane where they could act up and not be in public. But I didn't get to witness all of that activity by Vince either. He was fairly straight-laced at that point. Well, that's what I was going to ask you, and you say fairly straight-laced. Did you ever see Vince drunk?
No.
Never once?
No.
All right.
I mean, that's a blanket statement. I'm trying to remember in that period of time. I mean, you know, and I didn't go and sit at the goddamn hotel bar till it closed like a bunch of the guys because they're fucking bored or whatever. I was happy once I got out of TVs or wherever to go to my room, get a pizza, watch some TV, and possibly have some company. But I was not a social butterfly. But in working with Vince, in being at Vince's house on the days we worked there in driving 3 and 4 hour trips from one place to another in the car with Vince, where we'd leave at, 9 o'clock in the morning and get to the TV at noon and leave at almost midnight and get back to the hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever the fuck. I don't remember seeing him drink alcohol. Maybe a cocktail, 2 cocktails if we went to like the steakhouse, or what was it, a Smith and Walensky's that he liked to go to in New York, or a fancy dinner at a steak place like that, something like that. He might have a drink. I can't remember specifically that I saw him do it, but I'm not going to deny that he did do it. But I've never seen Vince McMahon drunk. I've never seen Vince McMahon either. I don't know that I ever saw him take not saw him take a pill, but was around him after he had taken a pill of any kind. I wasn't around him during his surgery. He had the quads reattached or whatever. I'm sure he might have taken some pain medication, but it's not like he just said, wow, boy, I just had that Vicodin and I'm fucking loopy or anything like that. It's just, no. The drunk in the bar wanting to be one of the boys, Vince, probably mostly ended in that era with the steroid trials. And then whatever he was doing when they all got to be billionaires and got their own plane, I have no idea. I had escaped the asylum by then.
These stories about Vince being able to work on no sleep, and everyone says, oh, he's like a robot or an android or a monster. How's he doing this? Do you think it's the cocaine?
No. Again, no. It's just he's miserable if he can't work. And he doesn't like to sleep because it keeps him from working. We'd go in there on a Wednesday. We're supposed to get there at 9 o'clock in the morning, right? Well, that's a fucking 2-hour drive from where we lived, me and Bruce, in those days. So we're in the car at 7 o'clock, but we got up at 6:30 and fucking jumped in the car to go down there and hopefully not be late. We'd come in. Vince has already been up. He's already had his coffee. He's already had his workout in his home gym. He's already got the paperwork spread out on the fucking dining room table. And if you are late, even though he's lived there for 20 years and he knows very well that it can take you 2 hours to go 30 miles in that fucking shithole, he looks down his fucking reading glasses at you and looks at his watch like, what time is it, pal? A lot of traffic? Like that. He was always, and he never wanted to get rid of us. He would not let us leave. 7 o'clock that night would come around. It'd be dark, depending on what time of year it was. And we're still talking about this horse shit. What's Mark Merrow going to do about whatever? And I'm going to tear my hair out of my fucking head. And he would never want you to leave. And if, all right, I guess that's it. Good place to stop. Finally, you get the fuck out of there. And then he'll go and fucking do more shit. So, and it's not like he wasn't at his office 12 hours a day when he was in Stamford. If he was on the road, he's got his book out. There was 2 reasons he never drove. Number 1, because nobody wanted to ride with him driving because he's crazy. And number 2, that way he can sit in the front seat, in the passenger seat with his book out and fucking book or talk about booking. So he's just, that's him. And he had the famous quote, and it's true, unfortunately. He said I can't remember what interview or publication it was, but he said, when I die, I will die a very frustrated man because there's so much left to do. I'm just going to say, check with me when I'm a fucking billionaire and see if my fat ass wants to do anything.
Did you ever see Vince eat any Magic Spoon?
Well, no, but I'll tell you what, I've seen Vince attacks food. I will say this, and then we will talk about the wonderful people at Magic Spoon. He doesn't want to enjoy it. He wants to get it over with, right? Even if it's a nice steak dinner, he'll go to the best steakhouse in New York, but he takes big bites and he barely chews. When we would go down the road to the little lunch place, a little like a deli and a little store down the road from his palatial estate, for lunch when we were over there, he would always get the same thing, a fucking turkey sandwich with light mustard, just a giant thick, one of those northeast deli, giant thick 2-inch turkey sandwiches with a little mayonnaise. And he would eat the thing in 5 bites while he's looking at his book at the fucking dining room table. It's fuel to him. He doesn't want to enjoy it. He needs it. He needs the intake for his muscle building, but otherwise he wants to get the process over because it keeps him from fucking working with both hands.
Well, Jim, let's get some questions here on the show. This first one was sent on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru from Mark in Dryden. What does Jim think about Stephanie McMahon's comments about who will replace Vince? And I have an article here from...
I was about to say, what are Stephanie's comments about who will replace Vince?
This is an article from comicbook.com by Connor Casey. I'll read this. The question of what will happen once Vince McMahon steps down as WWE chairman and CEO has been on the minds of WWE fans for years. No kidding, especially lately.
Now be nice. Would you stop?
Many assume that the couple of Triple H and Stephanie McMahon will both step in to fill the role given their heavy involvement on WWE corporate side for over a decade. Stephanie McMahon was asked about that topic while on the Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast over the weekend and put a damper on that fan theory. I don't think there will ever be a person-to-person replacement for Vince McMahon. He does too much. The landscape would look different however it shakes out, McMahon said. I do think a lot of the institutional knowledge is important, particularly with regards towards the core content. But it's also surrounding our business with strong, smart executives. And that's exactly what we have. So I do think it's the marriage of institutional knowledge, the incredible production value, the creation of talent IP, and storylines, and really strong business executives to help us expand. I think it's a combination of things. It's really remarkable when you think about our history and what Vince accomplished. Think about what he's done. He took what was a regional business and had the vision to go around and create one organization, nationally and ultimately globally. My father saw the opportunity for syndication. He saw the opportunity for advertising. Ultimately, he saw the opportunity to really create something that had never risen to the level of popularity it had never been. That's a weird sentence.
Okay.
What are your thoughts?
Well, who knows who's transcribing these things?
Yeah, that's right. Comicbook.com.
Have you noticed everybody in a large corporation or publicly traded company masters the art of speaking forever without ever actually saying a goddamn thing? I will agree you can't replace Vince with one person because there's never going to be another Vince McMahon. But right now, even the Vince McMahon that exists, obviously, is at best spread too thin. I don't know what the fuck's going on up there. I've mentioned it a few times on this program. The things that I see, I can see the Vince McMahon that I knew being aghast over it airing on his television program. So Vince was an integral part of everything, even the tiny, minute stuff that would be done in the company that Vince wouldn't know about. He would have had somewhat of a system in place, or you would know, even if it wasn't something you needed to consult with Vince on, most of the time people knew not to do shit that Vince wouldn't like. So he was in everything, for good, bad, and indifferent, but for all those years, a lot of it was good, because he did get bigger and expand and increase and blah, blah, blah. But this downhill side has been going on for a while. And I don't know. Everybody says, well, it's all Vince. It's all Vince. At some point, goddamn, is even the one guy in charge of the company to blame for everything here? Or did they just take and run with the fact that everything's the shits? And so I don't see how one person could replace Vince. I don't think Triple H wouldn't want to replace Vince otherwise than running the wrestling part of the company. I'm sure there's a lot of the things that Vince has done over the years that Triple H would be more than happy to stay away from. And also because you've got to remember that any other one person would be a normal human being. And we've joked about how for so many years Vince never fucking slept. Nobody else is going to do that. I'm sure now maybe that's what the problem is. At some point, Vince has had to start sleeping. Maybe that's when things started going downhill. I don't fucking know. But it also with Peacock and NBC and all this other stuff, no one person can run the company anymore. So Stephanie will probably have some department. Triple H will probably be over the wrestling department. They've hired executives to do, most of the business, and then they'll probably all be trying to sell it for $5 billion, as we've talked about, as soon as Vince is gone. So that,
See, I disagree with you there. I think Vince is going to be the one to sell it.
Well, I'm saying if Vince is gone, if he's gone and they still own it, I thought that was the presumption that we're bearing up under. Who would replace Vince?
I think Vince,
because if Vince sells it, somebody's replacing Vince, whether they want it or not.
If Vince sold it today, let's say, I think you'd have Nick Khan running the business end. You'd have Triple H running the wrestling end. The question is, do you have an overall CEO that they both report into, or does someone like Nick Khan get elevated to that position? I think Nick Khan's there to sell the company. I absolutely believe that.
I can see that. And the thing is, you can't even say, well, it'll be the end of wrestling as we know it, because that horse already left the barn and the barn burned down as a result of the Fiend's pyromania. So what difference does it make? We've already lost the fucking fight. It's gone. So the question is it going to be shittier once Vince is gone under Nick Khan or corporate ownership to be determined, or is it just going to continue to be kind of as shitty?
That's what you don't know. Like Disney bought Marvel and they left a lot of the Marvel people alone. They tried to stay true to the Marvel vision with the movies, and it's been a major success. With George Lucas selling Lucasfilm to Disney, Disney made a lot of Star Wars fans happy, although some not so much, by going in and developing more Star Wars material. George Lucas isn't so happy because they're not doing things that were his vision. But Star Wars fans are a bit happier because they're getting Baby Yoda and they're getting, the Mandalorian, and they're getting all these different things. So that's the thing. If NBC Universal buys WWE, and if it's NBC, they're buying it strictly because it's a content producer, what's going to happen? I mean, we all assume Triple H. We assume that Vince will sell it with the idea that you got to take care of my kids, and I'm counting Triple H as one of them. What if it's not Triple H? What if some executive comes and he's the new CEO and he needs a wrestling person who has the institutional knowledge? Stephanie's right about that. You do need that. But what if that person starts talking to Johnny Ace and thinks this is the guy? You know what I mean? Like, what if he starts talking to the wrong person and thinking this is someone who really knows what they're talking about?
Well, then in that case, they'd be talking to Tony Khan. Because if they want somebody that they can go to that will really fucking wind them up for a good wrestling company, they need to go directly to Tony Khan and quit worrying about Vince McMahon or Triple H or Stephanie or all that stuff. He'll give them something. I just have no optimism whatsoever. I'm looking at, the WWE has run most of these fans off because there was no other option. And it's so fake. And the people who like fake wrestling but just don't like the evil empire, we know how many of them there are. There's 750,000, and they're watching the other show on Wednesday nights, which is abysmal. And there's almost no way now to do wrestling properly because everybody considers it a fucking joke. It would be like trying to do Hogan's Heroes as a drama. So I don't really think it matters who's running the thing by the time Vince is gone. Even if it's only a few years from now, by then, will anybody be watching?
What do you think of Stephanie calling her father Vince as opposed to my dad?
Oh, she does that all the time. Well, I mean, it's not like she doesn't also sometimes refer to him as my dad, but everybody says Vince, even family members.
Well, let's stay on the topic of Vince. Our next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Halvey in the state of Minnesota.
Who? What?
Halvey.
Halvey.
On a recent drive-thru, Jim mentioned that Vince Jr. held a personal grudge against Crockett Jr. and Vern Gagne. Jim explained why Vince Jr. held the grudge against Crockett, but not Vern. What was the personal issue between Vince McMahon and Vern Gagne?
Well, did I use that terminology, he held a personal grudge? Or it just seemed like that was the most delight he took?
I mean, we definitely talked about the idea that he did seem to take delight in crushing Crockett Jr. and Vern.
Yes. Well, I just more enjoyment then. It was not necessarily a grudge. It's just a byproduct with him. I don't know that Vince had a lot of grudges, but with Vern, it was
a grudge. It was a grudge. Absolutely.
Well, yeah. And also, but he got the idea for Hogan. And then because Hogan was working for Vern at the time and was his, top box office attraction, not only did he fuck Vern, but also when Hogan wanted to bring all the people that he was comfortable working with, David Schultz as an opponent, Mean Gene Okerlund, blah, 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 they decimated Vern's roster. He would have probably have done that just to get what he wanted anyway. But then, of course, Vern was not a shrinking violet and said a lot of things. So I'm sure that, it wasn't like Vince didn't give a fuck about poor old Don Owens in Portland. He didn't care about putting Don Owens out of business. And as we've mentioned, he didn't try to put Jerry Jarrett out of business because,
because neither one of them owned the Midwest.
Yeah, none of those territories were a threat or to him or a place that he wanted to take over or invade. So, he left, but he sodomized the territories that he wanted to get a foothold in or get their talent.
Well, the other thing is the story has always been that Vern and possibly even Greg kind of laughed off Vince in the summer of '83 when he offered to buy the AWA.
Oh, I'd forgot about that. Yeah, but everybody else would have too, because they were used to Vince Jr.'s the announcer for his dad. All of a sudden, hey, I want to buy your company you've been running for 30 years. What?
Yeah, and a lot of people, even in the summer of '83, were still unaware that he had purchased the company from Vince Sr. and the other partners in Capital Wrestling. Everyone didn't know that he owned the company yet.
Yeah. So, that's the thing is, at first, Vince did remember unkindly people who didn't take him seriously.
And maybe Vern was right, because if you look at who Vince made that offer to, notwithstanding Fritz, who didn't go for it, and, Vince couldn't do anything to hurt Fritz, that Fritz and his booking and his family issues didn't hurt that territory enough on its own.
Yeah.
But Vince, the partners in Capital Wrestling got paid, although when you look at the value of what that company was worth, he got a sweetheart deal with them. Tunney got paid and got set up for life or for the next 20 years. Stu got screwed. Mike LaBelle got screwed. Who's to say Vince doesn't go and offer Vern, who had the biggest territory of all those guys and had top-level talent, hey, I'm going to give you X amount of millions of dollars, and then he reneges on it after 6 months, after he gets everything he wants, including the TV and the wrestlers. Because that's what he did. He went there and he went after his TV, and he went after his top talent. He went after the producers. He went after the C-level commentators. He went after everyone. If you wanted a WWE deal, all you had to do is go work for the AWA.
I agree.
No extra insight. Okay, I got you.
No extra insight.
Well,
we've been down that road and back a few times. I know all the fucking pictures on the wall of the bathroom at that gas station.
Our next question, Jim, sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Tom Cedric. My name is Tom Cedric.
Well, now that we've got that established, I think we can move on.
My name is Tom Cedric, and I was a maintenance executive, yes, a real thing, at the American Airlines Arena from 2004 to 2010. In April of 2008, WWE did a taping of ECW and SmackDown in Miami. In preparation of Vince's arrival, the maintenance crew was told to eradicate all mirrors from his office. When we asked why, we were told Vince hadn't been a huge fan of mirrors since 2006. Very specific and odd date. Then they warned us that we needed to keep a roped-off space in the parking garage for him because he has a superstition that when two or more cars are in close proximity to one another, they can communicate.
What?
Since I'm still, to this day, not sure if it was a rib, can you please give us any info about these weird phobias?
No. No. I mean, all I can tell you is Vince's office in any arena that they're in, that's one of the prime locations that they rope off, not rope off, but they pick out first is where Vince's office is going to be, because in the major arenas, there are a labyrinth of, offices and private dressing rooms and locker rooms or rooms with a mirror and lights and a adjoining bathroom that talent can be in privately because of all the concerts and the, pro sports and the things and television productions that these major arenas do. In the smaller buildings, I've mentioned before in the early days of Raw, when we would go to some real fucking doozies, then it was a little harder to find a good place, but wherever they would always get a room that was big enough for Vince and or if several people to have a meeting in, for Vince to have all of his stuff, have his books, and that's the inner sanctum where you go and talk to Vince, or you're summoned to talk to Vince or whatever. You stand out, if you're the boys, you stand out in a line outside when he's receiving. We've all heard those stories. It needs to be somewhere near Gorilla, so it's not like all the way hell and gone from the, it needs to be convenient for him. But I never once heard of a mirror needing to be removed or saw a mirror removed from any of the rooms that he ever used as an office. I have ridden with Vince and I've driven Vince in cars, and we always got preferential parking because he's fucking Vince McMahon and he's either renting the building or owning the company, or as mentioned, he had some kind of goddamn gimmick Hertz card that I've never heard of and I don't even know was an actual publicly acknowledged thing where he could rent a car from Hertz and just leave it sitting anywhere. Outside baggage claim at the airport, at a fucking hotel, downtown at the parking lot, and they would come and get it. So he always had preferential parking of some description, but he never once told me, or did I observe him parking away from other cars to prevent them from communicating with each other?
The exact line here is, he has a superstition that when two or more cars are in close proximity to one another, they can communicate.
He's got more than two cars in his fucking garage.
Apparently they talk to each other.
At the mansion in Greenwich, it's either a 3 or 4 car garage. I can't remember which, but it's in a bricked in beautiful brickwork compound where you drive into it looks like a goddamn, funeral home of some description. It's so stately. And all of his cars are there in the garage, and I never observed any of them having a conversation with each other. There was the one time, he is short-tempered. He's by himself one time. He told us this story, me and Bruce. He's by himself one time. He gets in his he had like some kind of, I'm not good with vehicles, but one of the, not an SUV because they didn't have them 25 years ago or whatever, but one of those, not a Jeep, not like just a sloppy little shitty, but one of those Jeep-like vehicles that cost money. And he fucking hits his goddamn, he gets in it, he's going to go down to the little store down the street and get him some lunch or whatever, the turkey sandwich with light mustard. And he hits his garage door opener thing and starts his car and pops it into fucking reverse without looking and steps on the gas and assumes the door is open, but the garage door opener thing, either he didn't hit it right or it didn't fucking connect and he backed into his garage door. Boom. And then he looked up and he saw it. He got mad. He pulled up and put it in reverse and backed up again, back through the motherfucker. And went to the store and got fucking lunch and then came back and called somebody and had a new garage door put on. How did we get there?
Vince is afraid of mirrors and he thinks cars talk to each other.
No, it had to be some jolly jokers on his staff telling this poor event or arena guy, oh yeah, and the brown M&Ms and don't do this or that. I've never heard anything like that.
I want to believe it.
I would like to believe
I really want to believe it.
Something happened to Vince in the fucking 5 or 6 years that, I was not around him on a regular basis that caused him to be afraid of mirrors. Come to think of it, it's funny thing. He does have a lot of mirrors in his house, but every time I'd be standing there talking to him, I wouldn't see him in the mirror.
Ah. See, you're focusing on the mirrors. I think the funnier thing is that cars are communicating with one another. And you can't let his car communicate or be near these communicating cars.
But here's the thing. Did they make this guy legitimately take them? Because I can't remember the specific layout of the American Airlines Arena in Miami, but it's a major NBA arena. I have been in a bunch of them and in these various office rooms and locker rooms, and these mirrors are mounted to the walls. They're part of framework or part of the design. Did this poor guy have to come in and get some kind of maintenance guy to come in and physically remove these giant mirrors that are fixed onto the wall and in these dressing facilities and bathrooms just because somebody was yanking his chain about Vince's picadillos? Did he do it?
I think he said they did it.
Oh my God. And that's something. The building would.
The other funny part is thinking Vince is like, why aren't there any mirrors in here? Where are the mirrors?
But I know that's the thing. That's because goddamn Vince is so. The one picadillo he does have, by God, is that he is fastidious about his appearance. I can't believe it. What would he be saying if he's in a room with no fucking mirrors? Was the staff ribbing Vince that he couldn't fucking? I mean, he shaves in the car in the back seat with his electric razor without looking in the mirror. He just does that as a thing like other people play with change or like his dad played with quarters or whatever. He shaves with the electric razor, but he ties his tie, he sprays his hair. He, apparently does his makeup or has it done these days. He needs... And they billed them for that. That would have been on the settlement statement from the arena, taking out mirrors, reinstalling mirrors after you leave. Well, I'm at a loss. Anyway, you were doing an introduction of some description.
Of some description. I think I had an ending of some description. I can think of a few descriptive words for that ending.
It was basically left to me, and I just wandered off, right?
Well, it was thrown in your direction, but WrestleMania...
I managed to dodge it.
You did. WrestleMania 37 in, was it Tampa or Tampa Bay? I don't know what it was, but...
Well, it's Tampa, but they had to get because there was a ship there, because there were pirates. Except all the pirates, they were given the accent like that. I thought the pirates all came from Somalia now. They don't sound like the old...
they're celebrating the classic pirate.
The classic pirate.
The pirate of yesteryear.
The pirate of yesteryear was being honored by this 2-night extravaganza in the middle of a goddamn global pandemic. But night one started off, it was appropriate there for Vince with all of the talent on the stage. As we all know, it's all phony now anyway, and they're about to pretend to be mad at each other. What the fuck? To welcome back the fans after a year and whatever. That I can see that. We probably would have told Vince that's something you should do back in the day. That was the right place for it, and it was short and to the point. So, because I don't know now whether Vince is trying to put on his gravelly voice or whether that is his voice now. Because he always has the public Vince voices, like as Bruce used to joke about, the Queen of Soul. But
no,
he's just
that is his
so
voice
gravelly
now.
These days.
That is his voice now, yeah.
But it was short and to the point. And then, what was her name? BB Double D? It sang America the Beautiful. I'm from the Twin Peaks of the mountains to the valleys. Her valleys were certainly peaking. I don't know who the fuck she was. I don't know.
I can't help you.
Is she someone?
Well, she's someone. Who? I don't know.
She is a bird in this world.
She appears to be a celebrity of some sort. It's like, remember when Randy Savage had all the managers trying to get him in WWF, and he finally reveals that it won't be Bobby Heenan. It won't be Luscious Johnny.
Yeah.
It's going to be this woman. And Elizabeth walks out. They don't say who she is. And Bruno Sammartino's response is, who is that? Some sort of movie star? Yes, Bruno. It's some sort of movie star.
And then Bruno followed it up with, and she's standing next to a box-like structure. Anyway, and now is the Stewie Griffin compliment. We're just going to be silly today, folks, because I haven't had a lot of sleep, and I've had a lot of shit on my mind, and watching this stuff just sent me over the edge. But we'll start with the Stewie Griffin compliment sandwich. The WrestleMania cold open. State of the art. As always, this is network television. This is NFL Films kind of stuff. The graphics they do, the editing, the shots that they get to build these things, the voiceover, the voiceover writing, the voiceover talents. This was tongue in cheek, but it wasn't done silly like amateur kids on a cable access show. It was fucking halfway entertaining and didn't make the business look any particularly more silly than they usually make it look. This studio knows what they're doing. And then they revamped it for night 2. Overnight, they had edited in highlights of night 1 in places that it made sense to do so. And so they didn't, even though they reused the body of the cold open, they still altered it for the next night showing. But I mean, just the money they spend, the equipment they've got, and the people that they have that operate this shit, having nothing to do with wrestling. I'm just, from my interest in and experience in the television business, I just marvel at some of the things they can put together. If this was about, fucking Roland Martin's fishing show, it's just such quality. What'd you think?
How would I Rowan and Martin's fishing show? That might be funny.
I didn't know Roland Martin. You remember
I'm thinking of a
Martin's
funny take of it.
Show.
Laughing on the water. I think it could be great.
All right.
This next question sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Justin in Connecticut. Is Vince at his best when he's producing someone else's ideas? You look at the most successful times of WWE, he was always producing someone else's ideas. For instance, Pritchard and Cornette, Russo and Ferrara, Paul Heyman, etc.
Patterson.
Vince's original ideas gave us Gobbledygooker, Isaac Yankem, $1 Million Mania, Katie Vick, and Fake Diesel. Is Vince McMahon the Rick Rubin of wrestling?
Now what? Why would
better at producing someone else than being the artist himself?
Okay, well, I don't know if Rubin ever tried to be an artist. I don't know if he can play any instrument.
He was a DJ. That's how Def Jam started. He was a DJ.
Well, but that's just playing other people's shit.
But it's putting it in a new way to create a new song.
Horseshit.
Whether or not you pay for the royalties to use the song you're sampling.
Hey, I like what Ruben told me one time when I said, are we going to get in trouble if we don't pay any royalties on this music we're using on Smoky Mountain Wrestling? He said, I make rap records. We take other people's music and sell it. Just do it until somebody tells you not to. Anyway, Well, I mean, yeah, that kind of actually that question, the answer is yes. And it's not even as something you need to think about as long as you might think. Vince was never a booker in that he would figure out a program and he would start it with this angle and it would be over this issue, or he would come up with a finish. It would put one foot in front of another finish rather than, yeah, in the finish, I want to see him fuck him. Okay, well, everybody can come up with that, but exactly how? Vince sees the big picture. Vince sees talent. Vince sees things he can promote. Like I said, whether it be the WrestleMania main event that used to be the most important thing in his life is, what's the main event for WrestleMania? I want to know it, if I can, a year out, certainly 3 to 6 months, have it set in stone by then. And he agonized over the thought. And when he would rethink things, remember when 97, the worst WrestleMania buy rate of all time, but he didn't get what he wanted with Brett and Shawn because they were having their shit, and he went back to the big guys, and we got Taker and Diesel, and that sucked. Or not 97, but goddamn, what was it? 97, Taker and Sid is what I'm trying to say. So yes, he's better producing other people's ideas, because then if you have guys that can come up with finishes, or if you have guys that can come up with angles, or if you have guys that do say, well, I've done this in the past or that in the past, because Vince was never a performer, as we all know, until the Attitude Era. So he didn't have, most bookers were wrestlers, or at least were performers in the business. And so they had a mental Rolodex of finishes they'd been involved in, angles they had done, things they'd seen in the territories they'd worked, whatever. Vince never watched any other wrestling besides his. He obviously saw plenty of WWF, but that led to repetition over time. And WWF style booking was repetitious to begin with. So Pat Patterson was an entirely new way for him to look at things in the mid 80s and 90s. And then whether it was Bruce or me or even Shitstain, it was a different way of looking at shit, that's for sure. But he always did that with everybody that was working with him, and he would pick out the things that he liked the best to make the final say as the boss. And then he usually liked the things that he, in his mind, could see, this is the tagline, this is the promotion, this is the promotional push. The 4th of July, yeah, he'll slam the evil foreign giant on the deck of the Intrepid for the 4th of July, and then we'll get him a bus and dress him in red, white, and blue. Vince had promotional ideas like that. Vince didn't have wrestling ideas. So the wrestling was all had to be done by the wrestlers and his staff.
How would you compare? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I don't think I ever heard Vince say, this is a finish I want to do, and then call an actual finish like you do in a locker room. I don't think I ever heard it once.
How would you compare Vince with this process to Bill Watts? Because although Bill Watts was an extremely talented booker and had great success, look at what he did in Florida. When you were in Mid-South, and for several years before that and after that, he had a booker. So How would you compare him producing his booker to Vince producing his?
Well, but see, there's almost completely the opposite, to the point where Watts was usually a better booker than his booker. So what it would be was Watts would have a booker because he got to the point, he had been a booker for other people. He booked Atlanta, he booked Florida, he booked for Leroy McGurk. But when you're running the company and you own the whole thing and you don't want to be on the road anymore, going to the towns every night, that's when you hire a booker. But it may kind of like be Rick Rubin hiring an assistant producer. Just to, or
an engineer, or some of the credit that engineer gets. Yeah,
an engineer, because, and the guy gets an engineer credit because Rubin he's the producer. Watts ran his, and Watts was the complete opposite of Vince in that sometimes if it didn't work for him wrestling wise, he wouldn't care whether he could promote it or not, because it didn't work for him wrestling wise. It wasn't something that he thought that he should promote as wrestling or that people would buy. He was wanting to get the wrestling right and then promote what the wrestling was, whereas Vince didn't give a fuck about whether the talent was going to have a good match or whether the angle was going to be believable or whatever, as long as he could figure out a way to promote it and get people to buy it. The sizzle over the steak. Watts was a lot of steak and a little sizzle. Vince was a lot of sizzle and very little steak. They had two completely different philosophies about how to go about it, but they were able to work together that brief time because they respected each other's various talents and success they'd had. But then in the end, in that situation, Vince had to have the final say, and Watts was not going to coexist, put up with, or acquiesce to that, somebody overruling him about wrestling. And that's when he said, okay, Vince, in that case, I'm going home because there's only room for one Titan in Titan Sports. We're not mad. We're not fighting. But same thing in Atlanta. They said he had the final say, and then he found out he didn't have the final say. And you will find with perfectionists and people that, let's face it, Bill Watts was probably at the time in the 80s, if not the best booker in the business, one of the best 2 or 3. And when you find people that are confident in their ability and not only know that they're the best at what they do, but have a track record of it, they don't want to be told anything different in their specialty. And so that's why they prefer to do their own thing rather than things for other people, because it's too much fucking headache dumbing your shit down for the people you're working for. And by the way, as you can tell, I've experienced a bit of that myself.
I was going to say, who would a booker become more frustrated working under, Vince or Watts?
Vince. Vince was always frustrating to work under, even when he was nice to you, because goddamn the last minute mind changes and just the things that he comes up with, and he said, okay, this is our mystery. Now, after I've already written the crime for you, you solve it. Well, Vince is more frustrated for a booker. Watts would demand perfection, but you would learn so much about the actual booking that to me it would be fun. It would be fun. It wouldn't be a chore at all, even though, you would be expected to produce or you'd be out on your ear. But again, I didn't work in the office with Watts, but I worked as a talent for Bill Watts for a year, and it was never frustrating. I never learned so much in one compact period about the wrestling business in my life. Whereas Vince, be very fucking frustrating. I learned tons about promotion and television and dealing with things like that from Vince. I never learned anything about wrestling from Vince McMahon. Not wrestling itself or the performance of it, but promotion of it, television broadcasting of it, formatting of it, yes, but not anything about wrestling.
Our next question, Jim, sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Richard Collins in Sydney, Australia. Recently released wrestler Chelsea Green has posted a selfie in front of Vince McMahon's office with a piece of paper that appears to include things banned from the room. Have you seen this image, Jim?
No, I have not. Please tell me, what is this seriously a thing?
Apparently so. It's an oldish graphic, if we're assuming this is real. It's Chelsea Green pulling out her face mask, standing in front of it. It says Vince's office, and there is a picture of a cigarette with one of those, what do you call them, the Ghostbusters sash. Cigarettes.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
There's also a cup of coffee and a pencil. Although those aren't crossed out, I think people are assuming that pencils and coffee are banned from the room as well.
Well, see, now that doesn't make sense, because one of the things that you're supposed to have in your briefcase, along with your booking book, you specifically have Vince's secretary, Beth, order from the place that everybody gets their booking books from. You're also supposed to have a box of sharpened number 2 pencils, the kind that erase easy, along. Believe me, I'm not bullshitting you here. they had a special kind of pencil that you would get so it erased real easy because you did that a lot. And you're supposed to have those with. So, and I'm trying to think. I don't know if Vince has a thing for or against coffee. I'm trying to remember if I always saw him drinking bottled water, but I don't remember any major coffee aversion. What else is on there, Brian?
That was it.
That's it?
It's just the cigarettes crossed out and then a cup of coffee and a pencil. We've already heard rumors that he hates mirrors and talking cars as well.
I figured there'd be this whole long list of things you're not supposed to bring in, probably like pigs. After the hog pen match, and Owen led the pig wrangler into putting the pigs in Vince's office, they probably banned pigs. And I don't know. You know, again, the last time I was around was the Hall of Fame deal, and I was in Vince's office at that arena, the Amway Center in Orlando. We've mentioned it's not like he has a traveling office. They give Vince an office and a room that he has all of his amenities in and can do what he wants to do in. And so I was in it, and there were the normal signs outside, catering this way and production that way and pre-tapes that way or whatever, but I didn't see any written instructions on what to do or not do when you went into Vince's office. I don't know what's going on around there these days.
There's another interview that's been going around, and I don't think it's a new story, but I believe it's a Stephanie interview where she talks about how or why her father hates nodding. Was that a thing?
I've seen that. Nobody ever said that. I've never been a nodder, right? Except, you know, if I'm telling my own story, I might be nodding, right? Whatever, but I'm not just going to sit there and nod my head up and down. I'm listening to him, right? So I was never cautioned against it because I didn't really do it. But again, it's not like something that was shared around with everybody. Don't nod. Whatever you do, don't nod. You know, definitely, he's always been, he would blister Pat Patterson or Jim Ross or anybody. He doesn't want to be around smoking. And he's always had the quirks that we've talked about with the fact that he just eats just because you have to. and he attacks the food, and he does the thing with the shaver where he shaves constantly. And he doesn't sneeze or recognize sickness. Even if you're literally fucking flatlining in front of him, he will not be the first one to suggest you go home early from the office or whatever. But a lot of the weird stuff that they're talking about that apparently there seems to be some evidence of, including things that Stephanie says or the pictures or whatever, there's more things coming up that's a picadillo to Vince than I experienced when I was around him.
This could be good the next few years. A diminished capacity Vince with Bruce and Johnny Ace on either side versus Stephanie and Triple H in a battle over who wins Nick Khan's heart. Could be interesting.
I'll tell you what, if they make a movie about that, I can hear one of our artists here on the Drive-Thru doing the theme song.
This next question sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Adonis Weed. Recently, I have discovered a video on YouTube where Ric Flair basically takes over a WWE 2K14 event and completely ignores Jim Ross's panel moderation, which was allegedly the reason why WWE fired Jim Ross for not having any control over the event. Now, my question here is, was that the final drop that spilled the glass, or was it a knee-jerk reaction by Vince? Either way, does Vince hate Jim Ross?
No, he doesn't, but Vince, when you have Vince as your friend, it can almost be as dangerous as having him as your enemy sometimes. But no, they did fire JR over that, because Flair, and from what I understand, Flair was being Flair, and the people loved it that were there and listening to panel and the whole 9 yards. And from the way that I have heard it, even the video game people were not up in arms or upset or whatever, but Flair just commandeered the whole thing. There had been a couple of kamikazes involved, most probably. And since JR was the host, he took the heat. And he even said on one of his programs, he said, they fired me because I couldn't control Ric Flair. Well, explain to me who they were going to get to fill that fucking job. And that was the thing. But everybody except The Office, apparently, The Office was mortified, while the fans in attendance and the people and the civilians and the sponsors all loved it because it was Flair being Flair. And you can't control Flair. But he was telling a bunch of stories and just having a high old time, but it didn't follow the agenda that had been set out apparently by the marketing team there.
Well, going back to the question of does Vince hate Jim Ross, how would you describe their relationship from what you saw?
Well, here's Vince has that weird sense of humor, and where he loves to, what would be the word, persecute, prosecute, perpetrate. He loves to fuck with people that he likes. And it's not even, sometimes you can't even really take it as good natured, but he means it that way in his own warped way. If you asked Vince McMahon, if he was sitting at his dining room table, what do you think of Howard Finkel? He would genuinely, honestly say, I love Fink. Fink has been a prince to us. He's so dedicated. What a great guy Fink is. And then they would just fucking make him miserable, doing angles and things where he had to be stripped naked down to his underwear on Raw, or they'd beat up his car in the parking lot or whatever. The constant ribs, the ribbages. With Jim Ross, yeah, JR and Vince have been contentious sometimes because JR was one of the small group of people that would bow up at Vince in terms of, Vince, listen to this. Here's my side of this. Here's how I look at this, instead of just saying yes, 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 whatever. But at the same time, if you would ask, Vince, I love JR. He's been a valuable part of this organization. But he made him kiss his ass on TV and made fucking Dr. Heine jokes when JR had like 10 feet of his fucking intestines taken out. So for the people who have been around him for a long time, they know that's Vince, and you don't take it all the way to heart. But that's why a lot of the boys, are not fans. And that's why Vince has such a reputation as just being weird, because even if he really likes you, he will unnecessarily fuck with you and get entertainment out of it. And if everybody's not laughing, I mean, the push in the pool thing is not a horrible rib, but that's one of the examples. He has, if nobody's ever pushed Vince in the pool, as far as I know. I don't know how he would react to that. But, he's always wanting to fuck with somebody or do something, even in the production meetings or whatever, to call attention to something that somebody did that they're probably not proud of, or a mistake they made or whatever, and just fuck with them about it. And, that's the kind of thing that's done in the locker rooms amongst the boys, right? The heel locker room or the babyface locker room. Holy shit, it gets sharp. But it's another thing when it's being done on television or said on television or done in meetings where it's not just the boys, but it's the production assistants and it's civilians that weren't really in the locker room, weren't the boys. And when it starts getting that wide, then it's a little like, fuck, let him lighten up a little bit. And that's why I told JR that time after my back windshield got knocked out in Atlantic City, and I went home and didn't speak to him for 3 days. They didn't know where I was. Finally, I took JR's call. I said, don't treat me like fucking Finkel. Because I love Howard too, but they treated him like a flunky, and I wasn't going to fucking put up with it. And didn't. But that's, it's just.
But they did a lot of stuff to him, specific to Jim Ross.
Yeah.
Who, beyond being an on-air character, was a high-ranking executive in that company. They fucked with him left and right to the point where after a while it was like, why are you doing this? What was it? The thing where
Dr. Heine.
Dr. Heine. Yeah. I mean, that whole thing.
But that's why, and that's, JR liked what he was doing and liked being involved and liked announcing and liked working with the talent and liked everything about it and was making very good money. So, and you liked a lot of the people that he worked with, possibly not all of them, but most of them, and has a grudging affection for Vince, despite all of the quirks that we've talked about that he has. But I often wonder, well, I wonder right now, I mean, I'm not knocking Jim Ross when I say this, but I know how old he is. He's 10 years older than me. So I'll be 60 this year. He'll be 70 if he's not already, whatever time his birthday is. Point is, you wouldn't be able to blast me out of my house with dynamite. You can barely do it now. And JR's got more money than the federal government. I know he's better off than I am. So I don't know. It's the same thing as some of the Heyman I've mentioned. I bless him for it that he still wants to do this, but I don't know how these guys, especially with the state of the business these days and with all the things you have to go through and put up with, I don't know how that they can get the old passion and energy to get on a plane or get in a car and go to these towns and do this work and do these things on a regular basis still. And I often, rolled my eyes at why JR didn't just one day walk into fucking Titan Tower and say, Vince, I love you and you paid me a lot of money, but fuck all you motherfuckers. I've taken enough bullshit and I'm going home to by God, Oklahoma. Instead of his nice ways that he usually phrases things.
Would he have been able to put up with all of that if he hadn't worked for Bill Watts for so many years before that?
Well, it was a completely different atmosphere.
I know.
It wasn't that hard.
It was demanding.
No, but it wasn't. It was not hard to work for Bill Watts. If you did the shit you were supposed to do and had half a lick of sense, you wouldn't get yelled at and you wouldn't get that much heat, but you would learn like you were going to a military school for pro wrestling. The hard thing about working Mid-South was the trips and the fans. If the fucking 4,000 miles some weeks in a car working 8 or 9 times didn't kill you, the fans stabbing you or beating the fuck out of you might. But I didn't think it was much harder for me to put up with working in TNA than it was to work for Bill Watts, because everything Watts did was successful. All the towns drew. The shows were fantastic. The talent was stacked up into everybody knew what they were doing. The matches were great and the TVs made sense. You learned a lot. You fucking got there on time, dressed like you were supposed to, did the shit you were supposed to, and got to the next town. And if you did that, you were fine. So it was much easier to work. All you had to do was be perfect to work for Bill Watts. That was much easier than having to put up with sitting there and watching that fucking fiasco with Shitstain writing TNA and those production meetings and the fucking falderall where everybody was running around trying to ask whoever they thought they would be more favorable to them if they could do something. Or WCW under TBS in 1990. That was hard to sit there and watch that, all those missed opportunities and talent going to waste and shows not drawn, not because of the wrestlers, but because of the fucking idiot that the corporation had assigned to run the thing and didn't know anything about it. At various points in my life, I've done all kinds of things in wrestling that were much harder than working for Bill Watts. Just be perfect and don't die. Get there. Make the schedule and don't get killed. That's all you had to do, and you and be perfect, and you were fine with Watts. I can actually admire that, because that's what I tried to instill in everybody in OVW. The trips were a whole lot easier. Some guys were making money and some weren't, because some had contracts and some weren't, but the trips were easier. All you got to do is show up on time, protect the business, and be perfect. And you won't get yelled at. You ought to hear the way I cuss myself when I suck at something or fuck something up. You can't hear it because I'm doing it internally, because I can already hear myself thinking. I don't need to do it out loud.
This next question sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com and on Twitter too. A lot of people have sent this in. It's just breaking today.
Well, who broke it?
I don't know about that, but we could say that the story was broken by, it appears, Sean Ross Sapp who's with
Well,
Fightful.
that's easy for you to say.
He's with Fightful Select. I have to say, him and Mike Johnson break all the big stories. They do a great job, but he has an article here. I don't have the whole article because apparently it's a premium site that we don't have access to. But the headline...
But if you call the hotline...
The headline is, Vince McMahon headed to the WWE Performance Center to scout talent. Ooh. So I thought, even if we don't know all the details, this is something I'd love to get your thoughts on because you are someone who ran a developmental territory for WWE. Did Vince McMahon ever come visit?
Well, yes and no. One time after I was already gone, OVW had, like the year before that Laurinaitis screwed Danny and canceled the contract that they had just signed. He came one time, I heard, and that was it. He's trying to put the fear of God into some people. Apparently, he's like, I don't like my talent roster now, and I'm going to go to the Performance Center, and I'm going to find some guys that I want to push, and everybody ought to be scared. That's how I'm reading this. But when we first set up OVW, it was in Danny's existing place that he was at in Jeffersonville, Indiana. And we've mentioned the old building where we were the only tenants, and I'd just go out and throw chairs through windows when shit went south. And we were there from 1999 until the summer of 2002 because the fans knew where it was. We could draw enough of them to fill up our TV tapings, and it was cheap. And there was no way, pretty much, Danny Davis had set up a company. There was no way OVW could really go out of business at that point. It also didn't have the upside that it would later, but that was the initial location. And we stayed there until we were sure that everything was copacetic. But finally, everybody from the office, Jim Ross and everybody started saying, you got to get a new place before anybody named McMahon comes down here. Because, I mean, God, there was no heat. There was no air conditioning. The toilets most of the time didn't work. So that's when we got the new place over off Shepherdsville Road and moved in there in 2002. And that's where really we had room for everything then. You had the workout area and the promo room and a nice arena that would seat 400 people and et cetera, et cetera. But still Vince never came. And once a year or so, they'd send the writers down. And I think one time I was only there 6 years though now. I think I saw the writers 4 times, maybe 5, but I was only there 6 years. And Stephanie came once, and I actually made the effort to go when Stephanie came with some of the writers. I believe Liver Lip Lagana was with him on that trip. Because he brought it up to me years afterwards. But otherwise, it's all people I assume that are long gone from the company. But I sat with them, and every time there was a tryout match, I would explain the strengths and the weaknesses of each guy, how long he'd been training, how well he'd been doing, whether he was a better natural babyface or a natural heel, how the promos were, the whole 9 yards, give them the scoop on everybody. And then they left, and nothing ever happened, and the only people that got called up again were the people that we said, no, these guys are green and not ready. I can't remember the specific names. It was one of a number of times. And otherwise, you never saw the writers. You never saw anybody from creative. Like I said, I was there 6 years. I maybe saw them 3 or 4 times. And, you know, for a while when they were mad at Bruce and Bruce didn't have anything to do, they would have him review the OVW television program and send notes to Vince and the creative team. Well, of course, because he was pissed that he wasn't the creative team. He didn't watch the show from week to week, and he was trying to apply sports entertainment logic to it instead of wrestling. So he went, well, why do they acknowledge that Jim Ross can make these matches? Because we tell the truth here. It's wrestling. Jim Ross is a talent executive. He's the guy that's signing all of these fucking guys to contracts that they're aspiring to here in this developmental league. Anyway, so they constantly sent down producers. They constantly sent down wrestlers, either that were rehabbing injuries or getting back in the ring to knock ring rust off or needed to lose some weight, or just guys like Chris Kanyon that just, if they weren't booked and working, they wanted to come and help guys. We got tons of, of those guys, Tom Pritchard and Boss Man, Big Bubba, Ray Traylor, when he was an agent. And a variety of those guys had always liked it. We didn't encourage the writers ever to come because we didn't want them, but we never refused them to come. They just never did. And like I said, after the time with Stephanie and whoever it was, I told Danny, I said, if the writers ever do come back again, just tell them I couldn't be here because I either need 5 minutes or 5 years with them. 5 minutes to say hello, welcome to Louisville, hope y'all have fun, or 5 years to teach them what the fuck the wrestling business is. Because anything in between would just frustrate both sides. So, and that was pretty much that. But so I'm thinking, no, Vince doesn't just announce he's going to scout talent unless he's saying, God damn it, I'm going to find I'm going to find the people we ought to be pushing, and I'm going to fucking light a fire under everybody's ass. That's exactly what he will do. I'm not saying it'll be great decisions all around. I'm just saying that's exactly what is in his mind right now.
They've had Karrion Kross, Scarlett, and I believe Bronson Reed working some matches at recent TV tapings. I believe someone told me they may have even been on the main event show, which I've never seen, and I don't even know where it is. But the fact that they are there, and now Vince is going down and looking for talent, what do you think that says about Vince's mindset about his current roster? We've seen some recent cuts, some surprising ones like Braun Strowman. But what does it say about how Vince sees the roster? And the other thing is, what the fuck's he going to think when he goes to NXT and he sees Gargano and, some of these guys that he's going to hate?
He might have a talk with Triple H in the car on the way from the airport or whatever once he sees the size of some of the guys. But no, what Vince is thinking probably is that, I'm seeing these guys on my main roster and nobody's getting over. Nobody's connecting with people. All the things that he says. And the problem is you needed to have a product that people actually still kind of believed, even if they knew the business was, predetermined in some way before everybody was completely smart. You needed a product that people somewhat believed. You needed wrestling bookers that were booking it in a wrestling show fashion. And you needed talent that was new enough, fresh enough, different enough, but good enough or had enough charisma or the oomph factor of something that you could fucking grab that and push them. And right now, I don't think they have any of those things. But Vince is thinking that they still have all the things they used to have, such as a product that people believe and fucking actual wrestling bookers. He's going to blame, well, these guys aren't hungry enough, or they're not ready, or they're not going out and snatching whatever. I want somebody that'll make some waves. And he's going to go and look, and he's going to find, probably just to be contrary, some guys that he sees something in that nobody else has been, pitching to him. Hey, we ought to get this guy or that guy. And he's going to figure out a way to do something with them. And it might be entertaining to see what happens, positive or negative.
Well, we shall see. I will say Triple H on the last conference call I heard before one of the big NXT shows, I listened to it. I've never heard him so defensive, and I don't know if argumentative is correct, but kind of going back and forth with a few of the wrestling journalists on the line. I've never heard him do that before. He's been
that Mike Johnson can be a real asshole. He pisses people off all the time. So maybe it was just called for.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of pressure right now with
Mike's so pushy.
Developmental, or whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, there's pressure because instead of the main roster, being the goal of the place for the people in developmental to get to, the main roster ratings have now fallen almost to the level of developmental. So it would be a lateral move at best.
All right, Jim. Well, let's get one last question here on the show.
I think we should. We should do that.
And this one can't be a real one, so let's go to another one.
Can't be a real.
Well, it's from Dave. I shouldn't even say this person's name, but it's from the head of a religious organization in the town the religious organization has as its headquarters. So I don't believe it's a legitimate email.
You think it's somebody just taking off on somebody else, just putting on airs.
I think so. Jim, any thoughts on Vince McMahon going to see Dave Chappelle?
I was stunned.
By what? That he went, or by what he looked like in that photo? He was melting.
No, I was stunned that he went to a show of some kind, and that he was apparently smiling. Stephanie was there in the background. There was a picture of Dave Chappelle and Vince McMahon. Stephanie was in the background. I assume Stephanie and possibly Triple H made him go. I know I was there for 3 years in Connecticut, working in the office and, doing the meetings with Vince, et cetera, et cetera. I know that he went to a plethora of business meetings. I know that there was a couple of times, including, which one got married first, Shane or Steph? Shane. He went to Shane's wedding. Shane got married while I was up there. I know that he would occasionally go to functions that it was necessary for a big business typhoon to go to. I don't remember anybody ever saying that he went to a movie or a show or a live event or something for entertainment, or that was just on a night off to do that. But I was only there for 3 years.
Now, this is Dave Chappelle, a comedian. Was Vince into comedy other than the Vince brand of
this was not
Vince's
humor idea either. Vince McMahon did not, and I'm not knocking Dave. I think Dave Chappelle's fucking hilarious, but I'm not saying because it's Dave Chappelle. I'm just saying it was not. Vince McMahon did not utter the words, "I would like to go to this show at this building on this night."
My question was, do you think he would have enjoyed it?
Oh, he probably did once he was there. He might have, looked at his watch a time or two, to say, how quick can we get out of here? Got to get up early in the morning and work out. But I know it had to be Stephanie, and there might even have been a business reason. Is some network they're doing business with, or were they trying to pitch something to Dave Chappelle? Or maybe Stephanie just said, "You need to get out of the house, Dad. It's only been 40 years.
It is interesting.
Get out of the house."
I wonder if it all fits together. Vince is all of a sudden going to the Performance Center. He's obviously frustrated with the talent he's getting. All of a sudden, he's doing new things. Like going to see Dave Chappelle at the Mohegan Sun or whatever he's doing.
And maybe wherever the building was, maybe that's something that I don't know. All I know is I don't think that this, at least the Vince that we all used to know, that these events have ever happened where Vince McMahon saw a commercial or heard a radio advertisement or saw an advertisement in the newspaper for an entertainment event not of his making and said, "I want to go to that, pal."
Did you hear what Linda said about the Dave Chappelle show?
I did not.
She said, "I'll be in Florida." As usual.
Wait a minute. She actually was going to go to the Dave Chappelle show when she found out Vince was going to be there. That's when she said, "I'm going to Florida."
Did Vince ever quote any comedians? Did he like any comedians? Did he have any punchlines that he remembered from Carson or anything?
There's a thing you could talk to Vince about, and this was the 90s still, but you could talk to Vince about, he knew Johnny Carson. Any Johnny Carson line or frame of reference, he would get that. Laurel and Hardy or Fields or the Marx Brothers, the classics. Something that you would have assimilated into your consciousness the first 20 years of your life just from living in the world, right? But he wasn't up on anything, and I mean, look who this is coming from. Not like I stay up on everything, right? I like the old shit also, but it was like, you weren't gonna, I wasn't gonna pop him with a Family Guy line. Right, much like I don't pop you with Family Guy lines. You remind me a lot like Vince, but no, he knew references that you would make that everybody would make that has been alive in the 60s and 70s or whatever. But he wasn't like staying on the edge of who was doing what at that current moment. And I mean, well, remember they were going to have Joe Walsh, the Eagles, Joe Walsh play at some pay-per-view, and he was who? He didn't, it was if they'd have said, maybe goddamn Frankie Valli, he might have got it, but this was in the late 80s though, so. But this is your show.
That's right. I believe it is. And we have a popular topic just today as we are recording. The WWE has issued a tweet from the WWE PR Twitter account, public relations, of course. WWE and Blumhouse, it could be Blumhouse, but I believe it would be Blumhouse, are partnering to develop a limited scripted series called The United States of America versus Vince McMahon.
Oh, shit. I thought, wait a minute. I thought it was just a movie. It's a series?
The series will be the first ever scripted dramatic portrayal of a chapter in WWE's history. And then there's an article here from The Hollywood Reporter. WWE Chairman Vince McMahon, who has frequently played the heel on, that's in The Hollywood Reporter, that's crazy, who has frequently played the heel on the company's wrestling shows, will get to be the good guy in a scripted series. Blumhouse Television is partnering with WWE to develop a limited series based on McMahon's 1990s trial for allegedly supplying steroids to members of the WWE roster. The United States of America versus Vince McMahon will be the first scripted portrayal of a part of the company's history and the stars of that era. A quote from Blumhouse TV president, "We have a dramatic, riveting saga, one that's
riveting,
one that's crazier than fiction, that will appeal to the cross-section of Blumhouse and WWE fans. To say I'm thrilled about collaborating..."
Is there a cross-section of Blumhouse and WWE fans? What is Blumhouse?
I'm clicking on their thing right now.
You're clicking on their thing. Is it that
Twitter,
kind of site?
On their Twitter page, their description says, "We make nightmares come true." I guess that's true.
Yeah, well, there you go.
A Vince McMahon babyface series.
Vince McMahon.
Well, let's go back to this article here.
Vince McMahon has been instigating nightmares for 40 years.
The potential series, which doesn't have a writer attached yet, will focus on the 1990s, when a series of New York Post stories alleged McMahon was supplying steroids to his wrestlers. The coverage caught the attention of the FBI and federal prosecutors in New York, who indicted McMahon on charges of possession of illegal steroids with intent to distribute and conspiracy to distribute steroids. Per the show's logline, quote, "With his liberty at stake, 2 school-age children at home..." Wait a minute.
What?
2 school-age children at home, and with the WWE on the brink of bankruptcy.
What? Wait. They were on the brink of bankruptcy. The only year they ever lost money was 3 years in the future.
Who was school age in 1994? What was Stephanie, a senior in high school?
No, I was 92, wasn't it?
94 was the trial.
Well, that's true. Okay, 94, Shane would have been, my God, in college.
Yeah.
And, well, all right.
Well, back to the school age.
Yeah, back to the school age children.
McMahon refused to take a plea deal. Ultimately, McMahon stood trial and was acquitted unanimously by a jury of his peers and went on to build a multi-billion-dollar global sports entertainment empire. Here's a clarification. McMahon's son Shane was in college and occasionally working behind the scenes for WWE during the show's timeline. Daughter Stephanie was in high school. That is not school-age children. I'm sorry.
Well, but hold on. You're burying the lead again in this. They're saying, I know that the Mushnick and several people in the New York media were raking Vince over the coals, but the reason why he ended up on the government's radar was because of Zahorian. Was
Correct.
It not?
It wasn't Mushnick, it was Zahorian.
Yes. And then the reporting by Mushnick and others was on the Zahorian connection, and it then leading to, and let's face it, for the government of the United States of America to have prosecuted or brought charges against Vince for that, when basically it was a billionaire boys club version of everything that guys that work out together at gyms did at that point in time in every city in America. They're all fucking taking steroids and fucking lifting weights. It wasn't like Vince was the operator of the cartel smuggling all these things in massive quantities from Colombia, that the United States government really needed to go that far. But having said that, my God, having Vince and his company co-produce a docuseries on his trial for shit he was accused of. Why didn't we get fucking Charlie and Squeaky to fucking help out on Helter Skelter? Is there any chance of getting any kind of impartial telling of this story in either direction when the guy that was on trial is the executive producer of the fucking show? I wonder what OJ would have done had he been the executive producer of OJ Simpson versus America. Would the story have been different?
Well, Vince isn't the only executive producer. McMahon will be an executive producer of the project, along with WWE's chief of global television distribution, Kevin Dunn.
Okay, Kevin will keep him straight.
As well as several people from either Blumhouse or Blumhouse. Jason Blum, it says here, but you could pronounce it Blum.
From Blumhouse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Jewish name, so I've seen it a lot in my life, but you could pronounce it two different ways, so you never know how someone pronounces it.
Well, the Blum is off of the rose on this one already, I think.
And I've never heard of this production company. The collaboration with the WWE is the latest foray into scripted TV for Blumhouse or Blumhouse, whose previous productions include HBO's Sharp Objects, Showtime's The Loudest Voice, and The Good Lord Bird, and NBC's upcoming The Thing About Pam, starring Renee Zellweger. They've also landed the rights to Patricia Cornwell's novel. They're developing something with Jamie Lee Curtis.
And then after that, what was that one TV series?
The Thing About Pam.
No, back at
starring Tim Horner and Pam. The Good Lord Bird.
Oh, and keep going. What was the other one?
The Loudest Voice.
What was the other one?
Sharp Objects.
Sharp Objects. That's what it was. And it'll be followed by a sequel. Loud Noises. And then Smelly Farts. We'll round out the primetime lineup on Saturdays.
Do you think they're going to have like a fake Alpha in the series sitting there mouthing the words not guilty to the jury box? Like it actually happened in the fucking trial. I think it was Alpha. It could have been Sika, but it was one of the two Wild Samoans sat there and started mouthing the words not guilty to the fucking jury. It had to be brought out of the courtroom. I'm so jealous. Georgia Makropoulos was there every day. She was in the courtroom.
Went to cover it, right? Yeah,
she was in there every day, and just what a shit show it sounded like for the prosecution, just relying on these wrestling people like nails to prove that Vince McMahon had done anything.
They couldn't tell the truth straight. And I'd say he wasn't mouthing not guilty. He wasn't booked that week, so he was working on his second job. He was trying to do ventriloquism. He was throwing his voice. But I can't wait to see this fine docuseries about this
not a
momentous event in American history.
A scripted series.
Or scripted series or whatever. I'm sure it'll be heavily scripted. They can't do wrestling without scripting it. I wonder, since a movie script is supposed to be complete with stage direction and, everything just minutely written down to a T, I wonder, since they're used to doing that for wrestling, if they're going to have to tell the people in the TV series when they can take a shit and when they're supposed to drink a cup of coffee and whatever, off camera as well. We'll keep you updated on those things as they continue to happen, won't we? There was the WWE investors call, the conference call, where they tell everybody how they're doing and pep all the stockholders up on the unlimited future that the company has, and etc. Revealed a little bit this week about what Vince McMahon thinks about AEW and situation possibly with some of his talent going to work for him. And Brian, it sounded remarkably similar to something that I have been saying or said several weeks ago and have said on a couple of different occasions. Did it to you?
It sounded like what he was saying publicly is like what you said he was probably thinking, yes.
Well, what he said publicly was that AEW is not competition. They don't consider them competition, which he said that about everybody, except for WCW in the late 90s, which was competition. But he said that about, so that's nothing groundbreaking, but I liked the the closing comment when the guy had asked, well, AEW is investing heavily in talent, and should you be doing that? Or I forget exactly how it was phrased, but should you be investing heavily in talent also? Or you know, do you think that that's something you should be doing? Should you be running with what you've got or whatever? And Vince came out and basically said, and you could kind of tell he was rolling his, I can detect, even with Vince's voice being older and not as quite as commanding as it used to, I can still tell when he's getting his eye rolling expression verbally. He was talking about them investing heavily in talent. He said, maybe we can help them out with that a little bit. I'm not surprised he says they're not competition, because let's face it, in the global scheme of things, they're not competition. They're an annoyance on television, but it's not like a fight for existence like WCW under Turner in 98 or 97 or 98 was. But he wouldn't have said that if he wasn't happy that they're going out and breaking the bank for everybody they can sign, especially if he's done with them. Now, yes, I understand people. Well, he always says nobody else is competition, usually because it's true. But how did that strike you? And he's, well, we can help them with their talent investments.
I mean, in a sense, it struck me the way you're saying it, but in another sense, it struck me as trying to publicly say that AEW is no threat whatsoever. I've been very vocal about my problems with AEW's booking and various issues, but as a business, they've got a lot of momentum. Look at the ticket sales just the last few days. There's a lot going on. For Vince to just completely dismiss them like that and then say what he said about talent, I don't know. I mean, the other thing you got to remember is it's one thing if your strategy is I'm going to dump all my talent on this person and they're going to invest so much money in them, they're not going to be able to do anything. That doesn't work when it's a kid with no board of directors who has unlimited capital. If his dad's attitude is really, I'm going to give you your inheritance now or a portion of it, and just go have fun and do what you're doing. And beyond the video game division, he is making a profit. I mean, he's doing something right with that. So I think Vince's strategy with AEW has been wrong the whole time, maybe. But I understand why publicly he would try to completely dismiss them at a time where they're right now, I mean, they've never had more momentum than they have right now, pizza incident or not.
Which we'll cover later on with our Domino's Pizza sponsored review of AEW. But well, now you say his way of dealing with them has been wrong all along. Does that mean that he should not then have originally given guys more money to probably than he ever would have given them to stay? Does that count in being wrong also until he saw what he was dealing with and then said, well, we'll probably stop doing that?
Well, look at the guys that were offered that big money to stay. Would any of them have hurt WWE to leave? Would any of them have greatly helped AEW when AEW was first starting? And now that we know what would happen to AEW several months after the TV show would start due to the pandemic and how everything really changed. Who? Gallows and Anderson? They ended up there anyway. If they were really offered all that money back then and Tony Khan got him for less now, he got a better deal out of the whole thing. But Vince, the money they were offering them to keep them like they were a game changer was ridiculous. It really was.
But they were offering everybody money to stay.
I'm using them as an example, and I think it was stupid. I mean, I think it's one thing if it is a Bryan Danielson or a Daniel Bryan. I think it's one thing if it is a Cena, Randy Orton, who ended up re-signing for 5 years. I believe. I could be wrong. That's one thing. But when they were offering all this money to these guys that are not difference makers, that's when it was like, what are you doing?
Well, that's why they quit doing it.
Yeah, well, they quit doing it when they realized it didn't make a difference, and they also blew it with NXT against them. Either don't run against them or go full bore against them. They were wishy-washy. Yeah.
They should have brought more talent from the other two shows across to get some of those guys established in the people's eyes, and they didn't do that. They just let the C team do their thing, which actually does that show something that the C team with only a couple of stars being brought back, Finn Balor, just doing their thing without hot-shotting, come within a couple 100,000 viewers of the other program doing everything they possibly can. Maybe that's what they wanted to see. I don't know. We shall find out. It appears that Vince is willing to send some more people over to Tony, especially if he's finished with him.
Hey, if that's Vince's attitude with a Big Show or a Mark Henry or even a Christian, I can understand it. If that's his attitude with an Aleister Black, then his attitude's wrong.
You know, that guy,
and I'm using him as an example for other guys.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
But he may get over until they do something stupid with him. He seems to have the intensity, and he's a very weird looking chap.
And he was there for a long time, and he had a great look, and he did some cool things in the ring, and for whatever reason with me, it didn't connect. And I think a lot of it was the way he was used. We haven't even seen him work a match yet. I'm more interested in him now than I've ever been in him before. But I mean, there's an example. Vince gave up this talent. They picked him up. You know, FTR, time will tell in the long run what that move was. But I don't know.
That move was to hide the people that embarrass the Young Bucks and show the world that they don't know what they're doing. That's the only thing that could have been.
I mean, again,
bring them in, have the match, boom, we're done. No rematches, no program, no series between the two greatest teams in the world. Just let's get that win, and then you can wrestle on TV in another few months.
And again, to my philosophy that Tony doesn't have anything to worry about in terms of budget. If it's a game of chicken to see who's going to raise the salaries of wrestlers, Tony does have the capabilities to just say, I'll hire whoever. And then Vince is going to have to deal with that. I mean, it is a dangerous game of chicken if Vince wants to say that, they could have whatever talent. It doesn't matter. Vince can't create stars like he used to.
Well, but do you think that he's got everybody that he gives a shit about locked up for the next couple of years long enough that he thinks, well, this whole thing has got to blow up sooner or later?
Well, we haven't heard about a 5-year deal. I'm not saying they haven't been signed recently. We haven't heard about a renewal that I could think of in the last several months. Randy Orton was, 2 years ago? So he would still have 3 years left on his contract. Other guys probably in that range, if they re-signed at that point in time. It will all be very interesting how it all plays out. But, if you want to criticize AEW and their talent, that's one thing. But when you're Vince McMahon doing it, and I've seen your TV in the last couple of years.
He ain't doing himself any favors, is he?
Yeah, you're not exactly a wizard anymore, buddy.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Our next question, sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Samuel. The Undertaker recently said on Broken Skull Sessions that Vince McMahon was, quote, not a Flair guy. Both him and Stone Cold were talking about Flair being the wrestler's favorite wrestler. In the WWE Network Ruthless Aggression documentary series, one of the focal points was Triple H restoring Rick's confidence. Does Vince not respect Flair? Honestly, it seems like Vince has never really respected Rick the way 99.9% of the industry does.
Yes and no. Vince respects Rick as a person at least as much as he respects anybody. I know some people are going to say, well, he had him doing the angle with his daughter and Lena Horne, but no, Lacey Evans. Vince respects who Ric Flair has been, what he's done, his longevity, the dedication he's had to the business, the fact that he was the guy for the only opposition that Vince had there for quite a while, etc. Vince never liked Ric Flair's style of wrestling or style of matches, and he wouldn't be Vince McMahon's favorite wrestler or even in the top 50. Vince McMahon's favorite kind of wrestler was Hulk Hogan. The exact antithesis. Vince has always wanted to make it entertainment. Vince has always wanted to make it cartoon characters or the male soap opera or all the other nom de plumes that Vince has come up with to describe what he does instead of wrestling. It's all about the marketing and the merchandising and the dropping the pretense of it being real. We don't want to insult our audience. That's all been Vince. And Hulk Hogan was perfect for that. And Flair was not. Because Flair got over by trying to make people believe in him, in his matches, in the business, in whatever. So Vince has been very nice and accommodating to Rick. He's released Rick when Rick asked more times than he's released any other talent I can think of that's ever worked for him on purpose. And at the talent's request. Because the first time Rick went up there, he told him and he kept his word. Vince told Rick, if I ever come to the point where I don't want to use you as a top guy, the top guy, I don't know how it was phrased, in the title picture, I'll give you your release. And about a year later, that time came and he did. And he went back, and Flair went back to WCW. But no, Vince does not like that kind of wrestling for whatever reason. The good shit, he always wanted it to be entertainment, theme parks. He said he wanted to be the Walt Disney of wrestling. He wasn't concerned about the credibility of the business. It's all entertainment. It's all a show. So that is completely opposite of everything that Flair's whole gimmick and way of working stood for. And it's just not the kind of wrestling that Vince likes. For what he liked Bret Hart. But goddamn, if you leave Vince and when he has Bret Hart in front of him, he'll use Bret Hart. But when you leave Vince to his own devices, he'll go to a Hulk Hogan or an Ultimate Warrior. And that's why the audiences have always been so different. Either WWF in the 80s and against NWA, WWF in the 90s against WCW, or now, unfortunately, the audiences are still different, WWE versus AEW, but the WWE product is now the believable one. So, but that's what it's not that he doesn't respect the guy, but he's never liked that kind of matches. He would rather have promoted Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior than Ric Flair versus Ricky Steamboat. Even if the gates were the same, I think.
Makes you wonder what he would have done with Flair if he had gotten him in either 85 or 88.
I don't think we would be sitting here talking about Ric Flair still being a fucking guy that's asking for his release to go to other places, because he wouldn't have had the timelessness. Rick needed to be at a place where he could be Rick, not be a member of a cast of performers.
All right, Jim, our final question, I believe.
Which, by the way, before we get to that, which, by the way, is what doomed him on his first time in 91, because they brought him in and immediately made Ric Flair one of the boys on the roster instead of the outsider that he went in as. Remember? When they had the whole stink over suing over the belt, they just dropped the whole thing and he became a member of the roster, and that was it. The way to bring him in at that point was the outside disruptor. And the other side got it right 5 years later when they did the same thing with Vince's guys, but did it right.
I was about to think of this question, but I think I know the answer. I'll just ask you just in case. WCW made more money with Flair versus Hogan than Vince did, right?
Yes.
Much more. Yeah.
Because those people had especially been waiting to see it. But the problem is WCW at that point had been taken over by Turner, and they thought Hogan was the fucking deal. So they fucked it up. The people had been waiting to see Flair versus Hogan, to see Ric Flair kick the shit out of Hulk Hogan. All the WCW fans, all the NWA fans. My God, if you'd have had Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan in 1986 in Charlotte, it would have sold out and Flair would have been a raving babyface. Because those people wanted to see him kick the shit out of Hulk Hogan. The WWF fans probably wanted to see Hogan leg drop Flair, but not nearly as much as the NWA fans wanted to see Ric Flair kick shit out of Hulk Hogan. But then when they finally had it in WCW, Hulk Hogan still kicked the shit out of Ric Flair. And those fans, most of them didn't like it. Anyway.
I'm not sure at the end Flair liked it either when he was told, oh, by the way, you're about to lose a retirement match.
Yeah.
What?
No, it got to the point where Flair was tired of it too, as well as the fans. They made the mistake of thinking, because Hogan and all of the ex-WWF guys in WCW in the 90s, Hall and Nash, were such huge stars in their previous environment and then were brought in a top spot. They forgot that ultimately the fans of their product would like to win in the end. But in this case, the invaders and the people from outside, the outsiders, the foreigners, not our guys, but the ones that are against us, they ended up winning everything. That's what ran the fucking company out of business. That would be like Vince hiring all the AEW guys and having the AEW guys come in and kick the shit out of his guys, not just the first time around to get heat and set up a rivalry, but over and over and in the end. Jesus Christ.
Can I just real quick before we move on with the show?
Yes.
My Survivor Series notes, you take notes. I usually don't.
Yes.
I did for this one. I wrote 5 things down, my 5 takeaways from Survivor Series as they were happening. Number 1, The Rock. We just talked about that.
Yeah.
Number 2, mysterious chants. We talked about that. That's why I thought we should go through this now. Number 3, the camera work, which is so counterproductive and so bad. The moving too much, the switches nonstop. The guy throws a punch. By the time he lands the punch, it's a different camera shot.
Right.
It's so bad. Roman yelling at no one during the main event. I'm sure we'll get there. And then Vince's eye job and Botox.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about it now then. I'm not concerned about the eye job and the Botox. I started to say the bow job and the eye tox.
The bow job.
Bow job and the eye tox. What's happened to his voice? Is he losing some cognitive? He seemed like when he was sitting there talking, like when Roman Reigns came in the office and they shook hands, that he was staring off camera at either, is it I hesitate to say a cue card, or just is he looking at himself on a monitor, or he wasn't looking at the person he was talking to, and he mumbles,
Hey,
and he doesn't really
from the Rock.
Yes, it's grumbling and mumbling, and I mean, he used to be not only the forceful voice, but the get to the point voice, and now I'm struggling to understand what he's saying. So that worries me as far as it. And when he got out of the limo and he held the egg up, and
well, hold on. Someone listening may have no idea what you're talking about when you say the egg.
All right. Apparently, one of the plot points in the Red Notice movie is they've got this golden egg. And I don't know if it's the central thing in the theme of the movie or what. Maybe Alfred Hitchcock would call it the MacGuffin. It's just the reason for other things to happen. But the egg figured in the cold open because it figures in the movie. And then a limousine shows up, as you mentioned, and people are there. Well, maybe is it The Rock?
Maybe it's The Rock, the guy they've been building up the whole show.
Yeah, no, it's Vince. Vince gets out of the limo. But then there's a bunch of the talent that didn't make the card standing in the back, and as soon as they see it's Vince, they scream and yell and pop with the fakest "Yay, he's here" that you've ever heard in your life. And then he goes, wait. And he reaches in and he comes out with this egg, like he shows it like it's the goddamn, I don't know, the Ark of the Covenant. And then they don't pop right away, so he has to wave on camera, come on, and then they pop and scream again. And then he walks off like he's doing a parody of what Vince used to do. And so that's the egg. And then the egg is it. I guess we'll just get rid of all the egg business now, and then we'll just go through the matches. Later on, Roman Reigns comes into Vince's office. They shake hands. And that's where I mentioned Vince is mumbling and whatever, but he's talking about the egg was given to him by The Rock. And
$100 million.
He was
$100 million.
He was trying to tell and I've never heard Vince not be able to explain a story. Or this is the guy that could talk anybody in the wrestling business, including me. He's done it too. He could talk anybody in the wrestling business out of doing something they wanted to do, and instead make them want to do something that he wanted them to do. And now he can't convey this story. He was trying to say that The Rock came here, Roman's cousin, with $7 in his pocket, $7 Productions, and now he's a movie star. But at the same time, he gave Vince this egg. I swear to God that Vince says the egg is worth $100 million. I guess The Rock could give somebody something worth a couple of $1 million and not really probably feel it too bad. But if he gave it to him 25 years ago or whatever, he just said he just had $7 in his pocket a minute ago. So when did he get this? After he became a movie star? Well, he hadn't been in the WWF. You see where I'm going. It made no sense. And it's $100 million egg is what Vince is saying. So they couldn't even say it's worth $1 million, which would have been fine for this because nobody's going to believe it anyway. But they have to really get the fucking scoff laughing going. So then later on, Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville are sitting in Vince's office, and Vince walks in with his red cell phone in his hand and sits down and starts talking to him and looks over, and the egg is gone. And I don't know what it is about Survivor Series and eggs with Vince. And it's not like they wrote this from scratch because the movie had to have an egg in it. But the movie came out with an egg in it. Perfect time to sponsor Survivor Series. So 35 years after they laid the first egg, they could lay another one. And so now the egg is gone. And he tells Cruella DeVille and Adam Pearce, well, if you can't find the egg, then everybody has to get together, all the stars from Raw and SmackDown tomorrow. And I'm saying this with more forcefulness than he did. And we're going to get to the bottom of this, and I'm going to find my egg, my $100 million egg. Can you believe this? No, we can't, Vince.
And it turns out when he's looking for his $100 million egg, that's his nickname for Linda.
Hey! I would think she would be the $100 million anchor. But anyway, so this fucking egg is worth $100 million and is missing, and they tease on a pay-per-view, they tease the resolution on Raw the following night, which basically, let's go ahead and reveal the climax of this ridiculousness. They had everybody going through looking like idiots, trying to find this $100 million egg and looking for it. Everybody's got to play along with this thing. And then apparently Austin Theory just walked into Vince's office and said, hey, Vince, I want to take a selfie with the egg. I got it. It's right here. Oh, well, I like the cut of your jib. They
contract Raw.
Yeah, they put him in a title match.
Title match. Big E on title match on Raw.
And that was the dispensation of it. That was it. Oh my God, line him up and shoot him at sunrise. He stole my $100 million. Oh, you wanted a selfie? Okay. You got guts. Here's a title match.
Thank you for my egg. Egg. I got to stop doing that voice. What to say to you? Austin Theory stole the egg. This is a big moment. Like who ran over the Rock and, all these various mysteries in wrestling. Do you think, you talked about what you saw in Austin Theory when we started watching him in NXT.
Yeah.
Before all the silliness and whatever he's wearing now, when we just saw the raw talent as it was appearing on NXT. Obviously, Vince sees something in him.
Yeah.
Is that what this is? Is this Vince's way of saying, I see something in you, take my egg. Like, we'll do this on TV.
I guarantee
Why would they do
this?
This? What is this?
I guarantee you it is. And now you see, a lot of people have seen the danger of Vince not seeing anything in them. Now you see the danger of Vince seeing something in you. Because, again, I said Austin Theory all around from top to bottom from what I saw in NXT for a guy, what is he, 21 years old or whatever the case?
He's young, yeah.
The best instincts, timing, basics, flawless, fucking execution of shit. He's a prodigy. He's got the size, he got the look, he got the swagger to him. So, yeah, he's a future superstar. And, say what you want about Vince. Even if he's in the advanced stages of brain rot, he's seen a lot of wrestling talent. He can still see it. So now the problem is he's probably seen this in Austin Theory also, and he's decided this is the way that he might get him over. I don't. Hopefully, we've seen the last of the egg. Certainly, we've seen the last of the egg.
I love my egg. Rock. It's like they just pushed him onto the set. Here, go this way. Sit down. Now read these cards. It's like Bob Hope. He's looking at the cue cards.
Oh, my God. Hey, toward the end, they were contractually. Do you know what story I'm going to tell?
I think so, but
they were contractually obligated on the Tonight Show to bring Bob Hope out once or twice a year, whenever, because Bob Hope was NBC for 20 years, right? But then Johnny Carson took over as Bob's health was failing and the ratings were going down on the holiday specials and the tributes to the troops and everything. And Hope was both nearly deaf and surly on these appearances. So Carson hated it and would then finally had to have Hope on when there were guest hosts because he couldn't get a flow of a conversation with him because Hope either couldn't hear him or didn't want to answer the question and was just grumpy with everybody. And it appears that Vince is entering that stage of the fucking game.
I gotta tell you. Egg.
So Austin got the egg, but back to Survivor Series.
Our next question, Jim, sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Ben Clar in Wisconsin. When watching different Hall of Fame videos on YouTube, I couldn't help but think of this question. Do you think Vince McMahon will be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame before he steps down as CEO and or passes away? Or will he still be too unselfish, as he sometimes tends to be regarding his company? I don't think it's that.
He couldn't help but thinking of that question, huh? I wish you'd have tried to help yourself a little harder. No, Vince will never go in the Hall of Fame as long as he's still alive. That is one thing he constantly tells everybody. He gets mad if they don't listen. He doesn't want anybody to thank him on their acceptance speeches. And I don't know if it's because, I mean, let's face it, Vince has a fairly healthy ego. I don't know if it's because he wants to be humble and lovable like Shoeshine Boy, or just he knows the way the boys are. And he, I think from a standpoint of how the fans, the viewers, the people at home would take it, if every son of a bitch comes out and the first thing they do is thank Vince McMahon, then he thinks it ruins the viewing experience and gets heat on him with the viewer. And so he has just banned that activity. He doesn't want anybody to thank Vince. And he gets mad if they slip and do.
Did you go to that Cauliflower Alley Club when they were doing it on the East Coast in the mid-late 90s? I think it was 96 maybe.
Yeah, 97, I think. I have a plaque, yes, from that.
Where they surprised Vince to some extent. He thought they were doing something just to honor his dad, and instead they honored him, and he gave a nice little speech.
Okay, well then maybe that wasn't the one. They did another one I was at, but I don't remember Vince being there.
It was at that point where WCW was starting to kick his ass, and Vince was off the gas. And he looked skinny, and he was humble, and it was like, wow, like, what's going on here? He's being nice. Even Lou Thesz is like, I work for you, I work for your father, hopefully one day I get to work for Shane. Shane's there thinking he's going to take over, poor kid. But yeah, that was, Vince didn't know, apparently they were going to honor him, they had to do a sneak attack.
Hey, that used to backfire sometimes on the old, This Is Your Life. Every once in a while, they'd get somebody to say, fuck you, I'm going home, and he'd leave.
Yeah. These questions suck. I'm trying. I'm not. See, it's like there are certain things where people are like, why doesn't he ask Jim about this? Because Jim doesn't want to talk about CMLL, and he doesn't know anything about CMLL.
Hey, who are you to tell these people I'm ignorant?
Do you want to talk about CMLL?
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, here's a question.
Where have you gone, Charlie from Starkville? The nation turns its lonely ears to you.
Vince McMahon Jr. Now, of course, he's a case like Rey Mysterio Jr., where they were a junior, and then all of a sudden they weren't a junior.
Well, he's technically not a junior, because he's the son of the elder Vince McMahon, but he has a different middle name, which is why that he's always chafed at being called Junior.
It's a technicality that no one ever thought of until he started bringing it up.
Well, and also it's even calling him Junior is better than what they used to when his father was still alive, and all the people who knew his dad, even after his father passed away, they called him Vinny. Hey, where's Vinny? Vinny.
Gary Capetta still calls him that.
There you go. And especially now the people who at one time did because that was what they called him, now they enjoy calling him that because they know he doesn't like it.
And, his dad would call him that. The best is like in 84, 85, after Vince Sr. had passed and Lou Albano was still drinking. And you hear, Vinny Jr., Vinny Jr. He
was getting a double header. Albano got double heat.
And you knew McMahon hated it. You just knew it. Every time he called him Vinny Jr. I think he actually did it before that when McMahon Sr. was alive. That was probably his only protection. He says that. Why can't I say that? Vinny Jr.
It's like calling him douchebag von fuckface. You getting it both as okay, I don't remember who this was for, and hopefully they're not listening. But I did one of those private signings one time at one of the Legends of the Ring convention. And it was like 3,000 8x10s. And I did this over a couple of nights in the hotel room while I was shooting video, and then we did the convention or whatever. I barely finished these things. And I was so tired and so slappy going in the downhill stretch of the thing. When I turned them back into the guy, there's out of those 3,000 8x10s, 2,999 of them are signed Jim Cornette. But one 8x10 in the middle of the stack somewhere is signed douchebag von fuckface. And I tickled myself to no end, thinking who's going to be the one to get the autographed douchebag von fuckface photo. It could be valuable now. Now maybe I've made it a collector's item.
This next one, and I'm going to tell you, we got a ton of questions all of a sudden about Vince McMahon the last several weeks. So let's read a few of them. This one was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Clint in Campbell River, British Columbia, Canada. I love the shows and listen every week. Keep up the great work. You're sitting in Castle Cornette one day, and the phone rings.
Oh, boy, a lot of problems start with that.
The caller ID says Vince McMahon. You answer, and Vince says, Jim, my product has been in the shitter for a long time now. Can you give me 5 things which will improve my ratings, popularity, and overall quality? Sounds like a Vince sentence if I've ever heard one.
Yes.
What would you suggest?
I'd suggest, what's the questioner's name?
Clint in Campbell River, British Columbia, Canada.
Clint, I suggest the same thing that I would suggest to Vince, to you. Send me $100,000 in small unmarked bills, and I'll do the work to come up with the answer to that question. But right off the top of my head, we talk about it. There's no quantifiable 5 things or whatever, but we talk about it every week. Not only does nobody believe this shit anymore, they don't believe the people involved in this shit, and the program that they're putting on in the WWE with the people that nobody believes in or cares about is also boring. And it's fucking homogenized and pasteurized and cleaned up and scrubbed up, and everybody, all the talent for the most part, except the few that stand out, try to work the same way and talk the same way because they're written for the same way and they're trained the same way. And the creative sucks because it's not anything anybody gives a shit about. It's these hokey fucking entertainment stories. If all you need to give wrestlers is a believable reason to be mad at each other. You don't need to have 16 writers concocting a goddamn full-length feature motion picture backstory. Just make it something that people can get into, and then let them go out and say some shit and do some shit on their own, like we used to, Vince. But the advice that I would give him to make a better wrestling product would probably be the antithesis of what the homogenized, pasteurized entity in corporate America that is going to purchase this thing and turn it into a goddamn Cirque du Soleil theme park would want to begin with. They don't care about what wrestling fans want to see. And they somewhat consider themselves the only game in town, which they used to be and kind of still are on a worldwide basis. And they're not going to change it, because to change it would be to offend some sponsors because something was real enough and somebody got a little upset or somebody said something they shouldn't say. It would be to fire 3/4 of the creative team and just let the boys find some guys that can do their own shit and then let them do it. They don't want to do any of that stuff that would make the product easier for wrestling fans to watch. They have, I guess, cornered the market on the amount of people that are going to watch boring sports entertainment, and they're serving those people well, and they're getting big contracts from the networks without doing a good show that needs to sell any tickets or draw any massive ratings. So why the fuck would he listen? Plus, how long do you think that Vince is going to be? I don't know why he would be looking any far. How old is he now? Is he 77?
I'll check the exact age.
Why is he looking farther than 3 years down the road? He knows he's going to sell it by then. He probably wants to put his last imprint on the thing by fucking up NXT and training the next year or two's worth of guys to all be 90s cartoon WWF Saturday morning syndication bullshit gimmicks.
76.
Okay, so he's got maybe 4 years before he's 80. And then he's communicating through a tube that's stuck through his left nostril. And he has to blow out boogers with messages for the fucking staff.
This has been Jim Cornette's advice for Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I don't know what the... That's what I'm saying. A long time before I am 76 years old, you will not be seeing or hearing from my fucking formerly fat white ass anymore.
Here would be my advice. Find some new friends. Also, go out and meet somebody and do something. Do something away from all this. Go to a movie. Do something else. Those are my pieces of advice.
I can't see Vince McMahon getting in his car and driving down the road to a movie theater and going up and buying a ticket and just walking in and seeing a movie. I'm trying to imagine that, and I can see in my mind's eye more clearly and believably the Venusians landing and forcing all of us to give them their rim jobs than see Vince McMahon just go to a movie one afternoon. You know those Venusians are big on the rim jobs.
You said their rim jobs like it's...
Yeah, well, they're
known
to them. That's their thing. You know them Venusians and their rim jobs, I'll tell you what. Nothing better.
Getting from Jeff Hardy, the 86 Mets, is no longer the wildest transition mid-subject here on the show. Getting from Vince McMahon to Venusian rim jobs definitely wins now. This has been advice for Vince McMahon.
Yes, I don't know what to tell him. I don't know what to tell him anymore. The whole thing's shot anyway. The whole thing we can't get the wrestling back. It's just a varying degree of how offensive is the sports entertainment going to be.
Let's get our next question here. Jim, this one was sent on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru from Grant Cameron.
Grant Cameron over down under. Over down under.
Over down under.
Roger, Captain Over.
Greg Cameron sent in on Twitter an article, but here's the question. What are Jim Cornette's thoughts on Elias's reported reboot plans being nixed because he looked too much like Randy Savage? Also, is there any heat between Vince and Lanny Poffo? Let me click this link from the reputable source WrestlingNews.co. Actually, they're just retweeting someone else named WrestleVotes on Twitter, who apparently has some scoops.
Who heard from a secondhand source in a third-hand clothing store.
Let WrestleVotes know, quick. Interesting note on Elias. Source states that they had no end plan for graveyard vignettes. Just shot them to kill off the music gimmick. His initial rebranding week...
Is this English? Is this real life? I don't understand what's being said here.
His initial rebranding weeks back looked too similar, well, again, the spelling is bad, to Randy Savage with colorful trunks and beards, so Vince and company didn't like it. Back to square one. Any thoughts on whatever this is?
Okay, well, I mean, here's part of the problem. Part of the problem is we have avoided Elias like the crotch rot plague for quite some time. If they were going to reboot him or repackage him or in any way change what he had been doing before, I'm all in favor of that. Because what he was doing before was fucking rotten. Fucking rotten. But I haven't seen what it was, so I don't know how close it really was to Randy Savage or whether Vince just got a wild hair up his ass and said, it looks like Randy Savage. Or wait a minute, you do it, Brian, in the Vince voice. He looks like Randy Savage.
Which Vince? Young Vince? Medium?
Old Vince.
Okay,
current Vince.
I could do different eras of Vince at different points.
Do the current Vince talking about.
Macho egg. He looks too much like Macho egg.
Well, that was over easy.
Turkey.
All right. Turkey. Anyway, Elias, what else is he getting? Why, if they didn't like what he was doing, why did they make him do it all this time? Because it was stupid. You get a guy that can play a guitar. I can't play the guitar, so that is a talent. But I don't know why it has to be the thing that you hang your hat on this fucking guy. And the majority of times that we saw him, he was either playing the guitar and threatening to wrestle, or pretty much that's it.
His days were numbered once they found another guitar player to put on TV.
Well, yeah, and then they get another, so they got two, maybe they ought to have the Outlaws, the Guitar Army, just team them all up together. But no, if they were going to change Elias's gimmick, I'm in favor of that. Apparently they didn't like the change either. If I was him, I'd be, boy, today would be a great time to have a Code Academy spot. I'd be looking for a new career.
Well, speaking of which, here's another Vince question, Jim. This one was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on.
Excuse me.
The official air raid warning. How long has it been? We made it all of last week. I'm wondering if it was a 2-week run without Charlie from Starkville. And I understand his brother's on the FBI's most wanted list.
Well, here's his question. Hi, Jim. Dustin Rhodes recently said Vince McMahon didn't think much of a potential Cody versus Dustin match at WrestleMania. Dustin said, quote, Vince would always tell me, this match is not good enough for WrestleMania.
Oh, God.
That pissed me off. That pissed me off bad.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Vince thinking Cody versus Dustin wasn't good enough for WrestleMania?
Well, especially after we saw it, and it ended up being probably the best classic professional wrestling match that's yet been presented in AEW. Vince was wrong. If I can see him saying it, I would have, if I was Vince, I just shuddered as I thought that. He could have been a little nicer. He could have said, Dustin, it's so hard to pull off brother versus brother. I don't know that people would believe it. And then not only that, but how do you come back from it? We just told Dustin he didn't want to do brother versus brother. To say the match would not be good enough for WrestleMania, especially considering some of the matches that we've seen on WrestleMania. I know this had to be 7-8 years ago probably that he said that, or somewhere in that time frame, but still, Dustin and Cody on what was it? Was that the first AEW pay-per-view, or was that the little crowdfunding thing that they did that started the ball rolling?
No, because that one was Cody with the NWA title. I think this was the second one. This was the first all out, double or nothing, I think.
Whatever it was. Yes, they've had more dramatic athletic matches, and yes, they've had a different variety now, but still, for classic old-fashioned professional wrestling. That's the best match that AEW has presented. So it was way better than a lot of matches that have been at WrestleMania. Now, would it have drawn in that environment, and would they have had the freedom to have that match? Probably not. So it was better they did it where they did it, especially if Vince didn't believe in it. But that was a kind of a prickish thing to say.
There were a couple of points I felt that the fans were ready for it, whether it was Cody versus Goldust or Stardust versus Goldust. They were ready for it. And I think the highlights of Cody's career in WWE, that brief period of time they let him have Dusty, and Dusty was great, and then he went off script against Stephanie, and they never let Dusty say another word on TV ever again. But that was the first time Cody was really interesting. And then they had been kind of teasing Cody versus Dustin and never did anything with it. And like you said, I'm not the biggest Cody fan. I certainly wasn't a big Stardust fan, but it would have been a lot more interesting than some of the other crap they have on there. And it ended up being a great match for AEW.
Well, and I guess actually since they gave it the attention they gave it, it wouldn't even have been that it wouldn't have drawn in that environment. It just, they wouldn't have been able to have as good a match as they had in that environment because they wouldn't have been allowed to.
Are you surprised that Vince, if we are to believe this quote, that Vince was so blunt with Dustin?
No. Vince can blurt out some bluntness. Sometimes when you don't expect it to be coming, if he's just in the right mood, and he may have gotten up on the wrong side of the garage door opener that morning or something.
Well, as I said, Vince has been a very popular topic. Here's another one that was sent in. This was sent on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru from Ira Gentry. Has Jim ever seen Vince do anything like this? And has a quote from a Freddie Prinze Jr. interview. Now, Freddie Prinze Jr.
I thought there was going to be a picture that I was going to have to refer to, or like this. Go ahead.
Freddie Prinze Jr., the son of the Chico and the Man star, Freddie Prinze.
He was on the writing team for a while, incredibly enough.
That's right.
Which shows that apparently his father's legacy did not translate to a big career in Hollywood for poor Freddie, and as a result, he was on the WWF writing team.
Well, he's been doing interviews and talking about various things, or at least he's done this one interview, and there have been various quotes. I'm really not sure, but I've seen several stories, and this one has stuck out, and obviously people have sent it in, like Ira Gentry right here on Twitter. Here's the quote. Freddie Prinze Jr. says, Vince once told Sheamus and Wade Barrett to act like dogs during a promo class. The quote, Wade takes the first step. He growls. And as soon as he growls, Vince gets up and yells, not an actual fucking dog, son of a bitch. And he storms out of the room. He came back and said, let's try again. Sheamus is going to be the babyface dog. And he starts talking. He said, I'm a good old dog. I'm loyal. And Vince said, just forget the whole damn thing, and storms off. Promo class is canceled. Any thoughts on this? Have you ever seen this this dog lesson?
I don't know what to. I can liken it to something that I've seen before, in that this is so hard to explain because it's fucking crazy. But it's the environment that they have had at various points, whether they would get announcers, like let's say they were auditioning an announcer, and not just a play-by-play guy, but somebody to do what they used to call it, the slam jam inserts, the stand-ups when they would give the local cards when they still did such a thing, the event centers, pre-tape a show host. You know, the Todd Pettingill kind of role for people from the 90s, and they did this to Heyman. Remember, we've talked about, he had the ponytail and they made him do something where he was pulling his ponytail and crowing or hooting or something. I don't know whether Vince got it from Kevin Dunn or Kevin Dunn got it from Vince. I've seen both of them do it.
But that means they got it from someone else. They probably got it from Dick Ebersol or something.
Okay, well, as somebody in real television and real entertainment, this is some fucking hokey bullshit that they do in acting class or whatever. But when they would audition the announcer, or they would audition a wrestler and to have him, cutting a promo. They would come up with some off-the-wall bullshit instead of you just doing your shit that you do, or instead of the announcer just saying, "Hi, I'm Jim Cornette, and I've been a professional wrestling announcer for so and so long, and I can do this, and I can call that," or whatever. They would hand you like a goddamn lamp and say, "Sell me this lamp." And then I guess it's one of these workshop exercises where you're then exposed to extol the virtues of this lamp and tell everybody how great the lamp is and that they should either buy the lamp or they should own one of these lamps or go into the lamp's backstory and make some shit up to apparently see if you're glib or articulate or whatever, or how you look on camera, especially in an awkward situation, which I always thought was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. But so maybe Vince decided one day, as Vince is wont to do, that he heard lackluster promos, and those aren't hard to find, and he decided, I'm going to get these guys in here, and then he'll give directions where to be dogs. Well, of course they come up. Arf, arf. Maybe to be dogs, he meant that they were supposed to have animosity, or they were supposed to be vicious, or they were something in his mind that the instruction he gave translated to a normal, sane person exactly what they should do, and they didn't have any fucking idea. Does that make any sense to you, just from the way I've described this?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Growling dogs, just growling dogs. And then they growl like dogs, and fire!
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. You don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. It's fucking stupid. And that's why, fortunately, I did not ever have to, I did an audition for the Slam Jams one time. I didn't have to sell them a fucking lamp or a tube of toothpaste or whatever. But remember, I told this story a while back. I filled in for Michael Hayes when he was Doc Hendricks. And the worst part of it was walking down the goddamn stairs on the set while you're talking and trying to watch the goddamn look at the camera while you're walking down these stairs. I'm like, why do I have to walk down the fucking stairs? Are we going to sell any more tickets to this fucking live event because I'm walking down the stairs while I'm telling them what they're going to see? Or if I was just standing at the bottom like a normal motherfucker? I didn't do any more fucking live events, but I never had to sell a tube of toothpaste. But that's what they'll do. And with wrestling, a wrestling manager, which is, I don't know when they first brought Heyman up there, whether they were trying him out to manage or to be an announcer because he had done color in WCW. But, you're a wrestling manager, so sell me a fucking brick. Fuck you. More of their entertainment style shit that they get into up there. You sent me the clip of Vince McMahon and Austin Theory on Raw. And everybody remembers that as soon as I saw Austin Theory in NXT, I said, my God, this guy is a future superstar. I'm not talking about it. I don't know what they'll do with him with his booking, but at his age, he's early 20s. He's got the size, he's got the physique. He's an amazing natural worker to me. When I watch him, he's picked up the little things, not only basics, but I'm talking about things you can't teach, just natural reactions and the little things that go on in the ring with a really natural worker. I think he's got everything, right? He just needs to get bigger and blossom. So naturally, the only thing worse than Vince not seeing anything in him, apparently, is Vince seeing something in him. Because now on Raw, he's been taken under Vince's way. He was the guy that stole the $100 million golden egg.
My egg.
My egg, yes. And then brought it back with basically no punitive measures after Vince was ready to eviscerate whoever had stolen it, but he took it because he wanted a selfie with it. So now Vince likes his spunk. I like her spunk, kid. Say it for me.
Spunk on my egg.
And so now he's doing recurring things with Vince, and I saw this clip. Austin Theory is doing everything he can with what he's being given to work with, but basically he's sitting there and having to react to things Vince is saying rather than saying his own shit. And therein lies the problem: is he's just sitting there at the desk with Vince, nodding up and down when Vince does what you're doing.
It's like, he just sits, and he's slouched over. I mean, I'll let you keep going.
That's the thing, is that what you're I don't know whether you're doing an impersonation of Vince or whether Vince was doing an impersonation of you doing an impersonation of Vince or whatever, but you sound clearer than he does.
There's a pencil. A pencil.
And the whole subject matter of this was Vince basically saying, I'm going to show you, Austin Theory, although not nearly this clear, the most dangerous weapon in the world. And he pulls a pencil out of his fucking desk drawer and he says, not this end, the point, but this end, the eraser, the old eraser. The booker has the pencil and the pencil has the eraser. It's an inside wrestling joke that's 75 years old. But the performance of this is what we got to talk about. And I'm not trying to make fun of Vince, because now this is sad. Because I know everybody has to age and everybody has to get older. And I am too. And that's another reason why I can't do the shit I used to do, which is another reason why I'm not trying to do it. But this is sad because Vince used to be the guy with the booming voice, the authoritarian, stentorian tones, the projection. You could hear Vince, when he was walking down the hall in Titan Tower with anybody with him, he was still working. He was having a walking meeting. And if you were in your office, 50 feet down the hallway, you could tell that Vince was at the elevator because you could hear it, pal.
Hey, pal.
Yeah, we're going to put this in. Hey, how you doing there, Chief? How you doing, Strongbow? Whatever. And he was a pronunciation freak to the point where if you said WWF, if he was anywhere around, he would go ballistic. If you go back especially in the early and mid 90s, when JR came in and I came in and Lawler came in, probably the only thing that none of us had a Southern accent on until JR had his Bell's palsy was the phrase WWF. Because he would make you stop and do it again if it wasn't live, if you said W instead of W.
It's W, not W.
WWF. But now
I hate George W. Bush. It's W.
I can't understand what Vince is saying. And I had to watch this twice to pick it all up. And it's not only is he not projecting, but you can tell as you mentioned, he's kind of stooped over, but he just doesn't have the force behind his words. He doesn't have the surety, the assuredness behind what he's going to say. He's kind of mumbling around about it. He knows in his mind what he's trying to do, I'm pretty sure, but it's not coming out like the old Vince. And, a lot of people that are, is there any new WWE fans? Are they all just flooding away, or are some coming in? Anybody that sees Vince over the last year or two, maybe, and any time in the future, is going to wonder for the first time. They're going to wonder, well, this is the Vince McMahon I've heard all about. Well, there's no force there. There's no life there. He's trying to tell this story that he gets, but other people ain't getting it, and it's not good, I don't think. And I'm not taking pleasure in saying that, but at some point, please, Vince, you've got all the money, all the property, go put your feet up, relax, have somebody else do something. It's sad at this point.
Yeah, and, beyond the way he appears and the way he sounds, he's lost his ability, at least to me, to be captivating. It's more of a freak show. I'm watching it like I can't believe this is Vince McMahon. I can't believe he allows himself to be seen like this on TV. His posture, his makeup, I don't know what has happened to his face.
Oh.
But it looks like he visited Madonna's plastic surgeon. He looks weird. You can't understand what he's saying. And it takes him longer to do what it used to take him a shorter period of time to do. It feels like.
Yes.
In this segment.
Yes, that's it. It's not coming out. It's dragging. And you mentioned the word captivating. Regardless of what Vince was doing, even if it was preposterous, in the Attitude Era, when he was on television and he was talking, you were listening to what he was saying and you were following it and you wanted to hear the rest of it. I think that's fair to say, because he was one of the biggest stars on the television program when it had the biggest ratings it's ever had. So he was captivating at that. This is not captivating. It's like, did you ever see the South Park where they brought Rod Stewart out for the concert and they wheeled him out in a fucking wheelchair because he was 90 years old and hey?
No, but Vince is starting to remind me of Sumner Redstone. I don't know if you know who Sumner Red. You must know who he is. When he would eventually his hair turned orange and he was getting wheeled around everywhere, and it's just everyone knows it's over, but he's still running the company for no good reason, and then his daughter takes over. But I mean, we'll see what happens in this case. But
but it may be questionable now to whether it's going to be the daughter or the adopted son, Nick Khan.
Yeah, or the Rock's buddy. We'll see what happens. But with all we're saying about this, it's not a good position to be put in, I wouldn't think. But I'll give Austin Theory credit. I think he's doing as good a job as you could do in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, well, you just have to sit there and nod and throw in the line every once in a while that you're being told to say. But hopefully his in-ring talents will carry the day here, and at least if Vince wants to interact with him on screen, that means they want to push him. That means they see that there's something there, and that's a positive step so far.
Let me see you behave like a dog, like a rabid dog. No, goddammit! Ah!
Don't bark!
We got a few questions, naturally, as we have the last several weeks about Vince McMahon.
Oh, boy.
Before we get to any of these, have you caught up at all? Have you seen any of the latest installments of the WWE version of Tuesdays with Maury, Vince McMahon and Austin Theory?
We said here a couple weeks ago, the only thing worse than Vince not seeing anything in you is Vince seeing something in you. Because now Austin Theory, my boy, what have they done to my boy? I said, this guy is incredible. What a prospect. He's got the body. He's got the look. He's got the size. He can work the little things. I would have loved having this guy in OVW. I would have pushed him to the moon because he's got all the little things that you either can't teach or sometimes it takes forever to teach. So naturally, they took him from NXT, rescued him from the Same Face family, Johnny and Mrs. Same Face. Now he's on Raw, but he has become Vince McMahon's pet project, who apparently from these vignettes, Vince is trying to teach him to have the killer instinct and go out and make something of himself. And Vince is threatening him with the pencil and the noted eraser. And there was another backstage vignette interaction with Vince and Austin Theory on Raw just last night, Monday night. And I watched this clip. And again, there's Austin Theory trying to do the best he can with what he's being told to do, but basically it amounts to nodding up and down and going, and yes, sir, and taking selfies of himself with things and people. But Vince was mad at him in this clip because apparently he had been defeated by Finn Balor in a match earlier in the show, and then after that, wouldn't you know, it's not just an epidemic, Brian, in AEW or in some of the outlaw promotions, but it's the WWE as well. It's the entire world of wrestling. There's Finn Balor doing an interview back in the back of the building, and here comes Austin Theory. and tackles him. At least he got about 30 seconds out, though, not like in AEW, where they can't speak at all before they get attacked. Balor got about 30 seconds out. And then here comes Austin Theory and beats him up and runs him into the equipment cases. And, of course, immediately the announcer just backs up and becomes a mute, doesn't scream, "Oh, my God, help," or anything, just gets out of the shot. And all the damage is done. And then, at least at the end, quality control in the WWE, they run in one referee, and I think, who was it that was standing around? Somebody else in a suit, to say, "Get the heck out of here." And then Austin Theory goes into Vince's office to tell him what he's done. "Hey, even though I lost the match, that was a cold-blooded, ruthless attack that I just made on Finn Balor." And Vince says, "Yeah, but even though," and this is a quote from Vince, "even though you beat, as we might say, the chocolate pudding out of him." So over on AEW, they're saying shit, shitty McShit, shit face, shit head, beat the shit out of, you're a piece of shit, shit. And over in WWE land, Vince says you beat the chocolate pudding out of him.
Suffer and succotash.
And then he says, "But I should, and I'm, by the way, he's not saying it with this much oomph and power and projection and clarity. He said he ought to fire Austin Theory because he loves firing people before the holidays. It makes him feel good, like he just had a good meal, gives him a warm." They're doing a parody of what people used to believe was the real Mr. McMahon, because Vince was so good at being Mr. McMahon that people had those thoughts. And now they're parodying people who are probably writers who were children when he was Mr. McMahon are now parodying, Vince to where he's Ebenezer Scrooge and bah humbug. And it's a whole, and I'm sure he loves it too, because, it's great shit, pal. But the clip that I saw, Brian, besides the fact that he brought the pencil out again, and Vince tried to tear a piece of his legal pad off, and he tore it in half. Instead, he couldn't tear the whole page off of the legal pad. It looked like Bobby Heenan doing the old phone book tear stunt where he would tear 3 pages and put it down like he was satisfied.
No, you know what it looks like? I swear to God, it looks like he's a fucking Muppet. It looks like the Vince head, the weird Vince head. It's like one piece, and then someone else is working the hands, because he's always sitting and he's hunched over. So there's like a torso, and then there's just crazy hands going all over the place.
The hands are going everywhere.
I think it's Frank Oz working the hands, and someone else is working the Vince head. It looks nuts. It looks like someone else is doing his hands.
But who's the one that had to stick their hand up Vince's ass then is what I want to. But anyway,
Bruce.
He's got the paper.
It was Bruce,
of course.
Yeah.
Well, Bruce been able to get his hand up Vince's ass. His head is so big and it's lodged there. So Vince scratches something he's written with a pencil. He erases it and then holds the paper up and blows the eraser shavings in Austin Theory's face. But here's what I was going for with what I was about to tell you was I saw this clip. It was sent to me, and apparently it was on YouTube, right? This wasn't a clip directly off. I don't know where it was directly off of, but the point is, without me doing it, the closed captioning for the hearing impaired was on this clip. And from the time it had the announcer that asked Finn Balor the question, and it had Finn Balor's response, and then you see the attack, and then it goes into the Vince's office, and you see him talking to Theory, and then it started having some trouble because, as we've mentioned, yes, Vince is it's some of it's under his breath, and they were piping the crowd noise in really loud in this anyway.
Really loud. What really the hell loud. Was that? Yeah.
I've been in Vince's office. He doesn't have a studio audience in the office, right? So they were piping the noise from the arena into this as some kind of background. But what it made it hard to hear Austin Theory But it made it almost impossible to understand Vince because he's not projecting. He's got the gruff voice now, and it's under.
Yeah.
So I'm watching as I'm watching Vince trying to get these things out. My eyes are drawn to closed captioning, and the closed captioning is not able to figure out what Vince is saying anyway. And one of the closed captioning statements was when Vince was first starting to read Austin Theory out about maybe he made a bad decision in seeing something in Austin Theory. He said, I didn't get to be a billionaire by making stupid business decisions, but the closed captioning, plain as day, said, I got to be a billionaire by making stupid decisions.
Well, that's actually true.
And then he starts going further, and all of a sudden the closed captioning while Vince is mumbling disappears, and then just one word pops up, inaudible.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
It's a pre-tape in an office. These guys, they're mic'd. It's a professional television production, but yet the closed captioning is reading it as the same thing as a fucking radio message from the space shuttle in outer space, inaudible. Or some kind of police surveillance video of the mob, inaudible.
Inaudible.
So that was... Poor Austin Theory. God almighty.
By the way, you know, we get people that ask us, why does Travis's drawings of current Vince look like he has lipstick on?
Because he looks like he's got lipstick on.
To which I would say, what the hell was going on here? And that side shot of him, he looks completely nuts. He looks like he was built in Jim Henson's fucking Creature studio. He really fucking does. You know, there were Muppets and then there were creatures that Jim Henson would build. He doesn't even look real.
I think if he was silly putty or Play-Doh, don't get him too close to a fucking heat source or he might start melting. But that would, yeah. I mean, I just don't know I just wish, and we talked about this last week on the show, I wish he would just take time off, retire, put his feet up, at least he's not a television personality anymore. And since he was one of the absolute best ever, it's disheartening now that younger people are going to see him now and say, this is the Vince McMahon that we've heard about that was so commanding. And as you mentioned, captivating or whatever, it's sad now. And I hate to see that. And I wish there was somebody that could tell him honestly, or had the balls to, whether he agreed with him or not, that would go to him and say, Vince, you shouldn't be on TV anymore. But nobody's going to do that. And, well, what does Stephanie do anymore in that company? Do we know?
They gave her I think they shifted her position to another position recently. She was chief brand officer for a while, which...
Well, she shifted her position to another position. You mean she went from doggy style to reverse cowgirl?
That's not what I meant in any possible way. I meant she went from, I don't even know if it's senior VP, EVP, but head of this department to just do this now. And she was doing something else, I think. Although it's all basically the same. It's just Stephanie needs a job. Let's keep her doing something. She's good at talking to people who know nothing about wrestling. She's incredible at that. Like, if you knew you had an auditorium filled with people who know nothing about wrestling, send her to talk to them. Best person in the world.
Yes, so you would think she would be the one to talk to Vince and say, Vince, come on. It's, I don't know.
Thank you, Moolah. You'll have no idea who she is.
Excellent question, Wendy.
All right. Well, let's get another question about Vince here on the show. This one was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Mike Paul. With Jim always being one of the most knowledgeable guys in the business, I'm curious if he has any examples of things that he may have learned or absorbed from Vince while working with him. Whether it be on booking, psychology, commentary, anything. We always heard the boys refer to Vince as a genius. And with him feeling like a completely different person now in his later years, I'd be interested in hearing some examples. Another side question to add on top of that, people often said that Vince's genius wasn't in coming up with an idea, it was in making the perfect tweaks to an already existing idea. Any examples of this from Jim?
Oh, God. Well, it may not even have been making the perfect tweaks to an existing idea, although he was good at that, but also just which idea to pick to begin with in a lot of cases, and or more importantly, I mean, when he would swing for the fences on this, he could either pick the absolute best person to do something with, or he would swing for the fences and strike out with trying something with Warrior over and over or whatever, right? I've mentioned some of the things that I learned from Vince as far as television production and formatting. And we talked about keeping a thread with your main event guys throughout the show to keep the people's interest, because they always know that there's something coming up involving somebody they want to see. Vince was great at getting talent over, because he would, if he decided he was going to push them, he would push them to the fucking moon, and he'd push them right. Now, none of this maybe applies to modern day, because I don't know what's going on there these days. But look at who, and in some cases what, Vince was able to get over successfully, even for a short period of time in his company at various points, that you would have thought, holy shit, this ain't never going to work. Because he could, when he picked and decided that he was going to run with a guy, he wouldn't do it halfway. He would give it, not just in putting them over in finishes, but in promos and in every other way. Getting, I know it didn't work, but goddamn, you can't tell me that the Lex Express and the whole Lex Luger push with almost anybody else wouldn't have worked. And it did work with Lex there for a brief period of time. If he'd have won at SummerSlam, they probably got something out of him short term. But that's when he decided he would do something, he would go all the way with it. He wasn't going to give somebody a little push, and he wasn't going to be a little bit pregnant. It was all or nothing. Vince was never good with finishes. Vince, I don't know that I remember Vince ever coming up with a finish to a match. But that's different than who goes over. In those days also, he was focused on, and you can still see, I don't know if it's him now or just people that learned from him, but you can still see that with Roman Reigns. He's not going to do any fucking bullshit jobs like that he would be if he was anybody else on the card and just the regular comedy writers were in charge, because they don't know that winning matters to begin with. But you can still tell at the top of his card with guys like that, he's not going to have guys doing bullshit jobs, even if they have to mow down some of the baby faces. Vince had so much more assuredness to him then. And you talked about him being a captivating TV personality, but when he walked in the room, you knew he was there, and you looked at that guy like, well, fuck. He may be crazy as a rainbow trout in a car wash, but he owns this whole thing, and he's got here for a reason, and he commands respect and deference. And you'll follow this guy, because even if he's leading you over a cliff, he is absolutely goddamn sure that that's the right cliff to go over. It's just a commanding personality that I think they're still all expecting him to have, but he doesn't have it anymore. And the new guys have never seen that Vince, and the new writers have never met that Vince. And now everybody's running like, well, we need to act like it's still like it was in the old days. But meanwhile, Vince isn't the Vince of 20 years ago, and he don't have Pat Patterson. He don't have Jerry Briscoe. He don't have Jim Ross. He don't have Jim Cornette, for whatever that was worth. He don't have Steve Austin and Mankind and The Undertaker and guys that started in the territories that were fucking expert at wrestling and its psychology. And we're going to try to act like we're doing all those things that we did then, but now it's a completely different company and we're just running off a variety of cliffs in every different direction. It's just different.
Well, there it is, another Jim Cornette Omnibus edition, this one on Vince McMahon. Any final closing words here about Vince McMahon? And of course, here Christmas time, any words to the listeners, Jim?
What more can be said?
Merry Christmas to everyone listening. Thank you for listening throughout the year, and we'll be back with the Drive-Thru in a few days and another Omnibus very, very soon. Make sure you check in with the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. There may be some more omnibuses going up on there, too. But until next time, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Happy holidays to all. Tally-ho!
Ho, 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 everybody. It's still my show, motherfucker.